Ever wondered what happens when you'll get all you favorite adult fictions at one place? Yay, you heard it right! Welcome to my Patreon. Currently, we have more than 200+ stories collections. Exclusive, uncensored, 18+ fan fiction awaits you. Stories too bold for the mainstream, crafted for true fans. Dive into steamy world of Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku. Untamed passion and raw power. Only on Patreon. Ready to unlock the secrets? Join now, link in the description.
Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was neglected and taken by mystical tribes, Harry x Daphne. It will have more than 10+ parts with 2 seasons, so please subscribe. It's part 4. Also, join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Greengrass Manor. Daphne had been planning for the year ahead. She knew that the coming year would be a defining one for the wizarding world, and since her family had decided to let go of their neutrality for the light, she was making preparations. Then there was Harry Potter, the enigma of her life. When she was a child, her father had told her stories of the boy who lived as every other child of their age was told. She had read those idiotic fiction books which filled everyone's head with ideas about the boy who lived. She had initially believed them until her father had set her straight, telling her that since he was a boy of her age, how could he be doing all that was written in those books? She had been interested in meeting Harry Potter in the first year, but when he had arrived looking malnourished, so small for his age, dressed in rags and apparently not knowing anything about their world, she had quickly lost interest in him. Not to mention, Malfoy kept badmouthing him all year, calling him talentless, blood traitor and whatnot, and it started to grate on everyone's nerves. Then there were rumors at the end of the year that he had killed Professor Quirrell with his bare hands. This news, coupled with the fact that Quirrell had disappeared, had attracted her attention. The next year, he appeared again as a malnourished kid and had arrived at the castle in a flying car. Professor Snape and Malfoy could not stop moaning about it for days. Then the attacks started and people started to call him the heir of Slytherin, and he did nothing to stop the rumors. At the end of that year, she again heard rumors that he had found the Chamber of Secrets, and some even went to say that he had slain a basilisk, as if someone could do that. Some even claimed that he killed it with his bare hands. This definitely got her attention, seeing how dumb. Lador had given 200 points apiece to him and Weasley in awards for services to the school. She had decided to become his friend the next year, but the next year, it seemed that the enmity between their houses worsened, and with the Dementors, an escaped criminal breaking into the school threatening to kill students made her keep her distance from him. At the end of the year, she heard that he had fought a werewolf, killed a Dementor, and single-handedly captured Sirius Black after Black had injured one of his friends. The 4th year was when she had decided to befriend him, but again her Cora GE failed her when the entire school lined up against him. She refused to wear the badges which Malfoy was distributing around, but could not talk to him for the fear of persecution by her house. However, when he had arrived comatose at the end of the 3rd task, she could not control herself anymore and sneaked in one day when no one was in the hospital wing, but had to make her escape when she heard someone approaching. Now, she was tasked by her father to make his acquaintance. She had a long task ahead of her, since she did not even know if he hated Slytherins on sight, considering her house Atesh had only given him grief over the years. She also did not know anything about the boy Harold James Potter, who was not the boy who lived but the boy who studied alongside her for the last 4 years. She knew that he was powerful and strong at defense, but that was all she knew about him. She had thought hard about this, and when she could not find a way to approach him, she had flown her best friend Tracy Davis for her help. Right now, she was sitting in her parlor and waiting for her friend to arrive. She heard the flow roaring and someone stumbled out, cursing all the time. Grinning, she stood to greet her best friend, who perked up seeing her. "Hey Daph. Tracy, where have you been? You did not reply to my owl," Daphne complained. "Hold on, girl, I told you that I was going for a vacation to Italy and I just returned this morning," Tracy said. "Perhaps you didn't hear me when I was telling you this because you were lost in dreams of a certain raven-haired lion," She wiggled her eyebrows at Daphne. I do not think about idiotic foolhardy lions, Daphne huffed. So, what have you been up to? Tracy asked. Don't tell me that you decided to do a Granger and were studying ahead, she glared at her friend. Daphne snorted. I don't need to do that, Tracy. I read a little but not more than necessary in vacations and I'm pretty good with a wand so I don't need to worry about it too much. I have been watching the shift in Wizarding Britain while you were off traipsing in Italy. Meaning? Tracy arched an eyebrow at her. Did you know who come calling or did Malfoy suche? Ed in pestering your father to a betrothal contract? Daphne shuddered. No, he did not. Thank Merlin father did not agree to his demands. Then what has got your pants in a twist? Tracy asked. Harold James Potter. Daphne breathed the name with fondness. Huh. Tracy said. Since when is his name Harold James? Since he claimed his lordships. Daphne smirked knowing Tracy was about to go berserk. Just what's so special about lordships? Hang on. Lordships. You mean, he is lord of more than one house? How? Which houses? Tracy did not disappoint her friend. So, Daphne told her what she had been permitted by her mother. His real name is Harold James Potter, Lord of Peverell, Potter, Black, Rosier and Weber. How is he related to Black and Rosier? Also what is Weber? She asked, confusion written hugely on her face. Daphne was openly smirking now at her friend's inquisitiveness. His mother was not a Muggle born but she was a pureblood. Her mother's father was Vincent Rosier and mother from the house of Weber. A pureblood family from Germany. Since there are no members to these houses alive, being the last scion, he has ascended to lordship of these houses. Also, he is the magically adopted son of Sirius Black who was the blood heir of Black and therefore, he is Lord Black. Tracy's mouth was open in shock. After the shock wore off she began laughing. This is rich. I see. No wait to see Malfoy's face when the ferret realizes that he is not the heir of Black anymore. He has bragged so much about it that he cannot hide his face anywhere. Now, Daphne told her about the task that her parents had set before her. Her family's changed stance in the war and the headmaster's task for them. Tracy was astonished, to say the least. So in the last few days, Harry Potter has turned out to be a pure blood. Lord of 4 houses and you have to befriend him, said Tracy. I do not envy you, Daph. It will be hard, I know. That is why I told you all this. Do you have any suggestions how I can go about befriending him? Daphne asked. Maybe you can drag him to some empty classroom and snog him senseless. I am sure he will be eating out of your hand after that, Tracy said cheekily. Oh Merlin, you were incorrigible, Daphne said rolling her eyes. Chapter 19. 1 week later, Longbottom Castle. Frank and Alice had been recovering fast. In the last week alone, they started to move around their room without any assistance. They were still experiencing some weakness, but the healer was optimistic that, in time, they would make a full recovery. The catalyst for Air rapid recovery was their desire to stand by their son who was progressing quickly. They felt apprehension that things were not well in the wizarding world and they wanted answers. They had been planning to put their foot down and ask Augusta to answer all their questions. They were tired of the 1-week routine and even Croaker agreed that they at least should be up and about. He had procured Somic were vitalizing and had sped up the recovery process. The healer was confident that they would recover within a few weeks. Neville spent time with them whenever he could. Each time they saw him, he was exhausted or sporting some injury. When they asked him about it, he shrugged and said that he was learning their family magic. Frank felt morose that he was not teaching Neville himself, but Croaker reminded him that he would need to be in prime condition before he could help with the training. This morning they had risked coming out to take a walk around the grounds of the castle while their elves were nearby, ready to catch them if they fell. As they were walking, taking in the smell of the woods and the scenic beauty of the lands around the castle, they heard spellfire being traded back and forth. Frank whipped his wand out and with it firmly in his grasp, he followed the sound of the spellfire. He found Neville engaged in a duel where Croaker was teaching him the art of fending off 3 at once. This was a difficult maneuver which Frank remembered was one of the family secrets of House Longbottom. To be able to do this, one had to be able to cast at a fast pace. It cons. iced it of a spell chain of a few spells which could be classified as dark by the Ministry. The first spell in the chain was called Breath of Death, which was fatal to those who inhaled it. Second was Rotter's Kiss, and whoever was hit with it would die writhing in agony while his body would turn into a rotting mess. Third was an obscure curse could kill everyone within 20 meters of the area of impact. Frank knew about this spell chain because he had tried to learn it but had to give up when he realized that he was not powerful enough to use this curse. Using this once or twice in a duel was enough to exhaust him. There were a few other curses which were equally lethal but highly taxing on magic. "Frankie," Croaker said, who had noticed them by now, "how are you, my boy? Are the potions helping you to recover?" "Yes, Uncle Algie. The potions are very useful," Frank replied with a smile. "Uncle Algie, can you please tell me why my son is learning spells which are dark and dangerous?" asked Alice, gritting her teeth. Croaker raised his hands as if in surrender. "I am not making your son a dark wizard. These are your family spells and I am teaching them to him so that he can make his cape in case he is outnumbered by enemies." "Uncle Algie, I want some answers now," said Frank, his face determined. Croaker nodded. "What is going on in the wizarding world? Why are you teaching battle magic to my son? Why are you taking interest in his school studies? What has happened in the last 13 years that children are training as if for war?" Frank asked, his voice authoritative and his magic enveloping him like a cloak. "I don't think I am the right person to answer that, Frankie," said Croaker. "Augusta has bound me with a vow by her position as regent of House Longbottom and as such. I cannot say anything which she has forbidden. It would be better if you asked these things of her." Frank started in an authoritative tone to Croaker. "Uncle Algie, I, Frank Jeremy Longbottom, Lord of the House of Longbottom, release you of the vows put upon you by Lady Regent Augusta Longbottom and command you to answer all the questions asked by me." Croaker straightened and looked him in the eye. Yes, and was apparently satisfied with what he saw because he nodded and started narrating everything that had happened in the last 13 years, from Harry Potter being placed with Muggles, Neville's upbringing with Augusta, the events at Hogwarts that he had heard about, his speculations that Voldemort had not died the first time around, his resurrection and Dumbledore's attempts to raise a resistance against Voldemort while trying to fight with the Ministry at the same time. By the time he ended, Frank was enraged but kept his control. "Why did you think it was a good idea to keep us ignorant of these goings-on in the wizarding world?" he tersely asked Croaker. "We did it because you are not in any condition to fight yet, my son. The war may be here but there is still time, and I wanted you to use that time to ready yourself for what lies ahead. Not to mention that Mr. Harshvardhana had forbidden that we should tell you anything before you were sufficiently recovered, for fear that the train of such news may be too much for you in your weakened state," came Augusta's voice, who had come up on them sometime during the conversation. "But you at least should have told me that the wizarding world is in even worse shape than it was 13 years ago, Mother," he said. "From what Uncle Algie told me, we will need to work on many fronts at once. We need to work on the Wizengamot and the Mini-Stries forces so that they will be in position to respond when the war breaks out." "It will be done, Frankie. We are all readying ourselves for everything that is to come," said Croaker. Adrashporum. Harry Potter woke up instantly as he felt the tingle on his skin which was now all too familiar to him. Before Vari could drench him, he was out of bed and lunging for him. In a second he had tackled the mystic to the ground and kicked the wand out of his hand. The mystic growled, "I am impressed, Potter. Now get up and meet me at the racing track in 10 minutes. You will use magic for everything you do now." Excited Harry rushed to the bathroom where he whipped out his wand to use the Aguamendi charm and fill the tub. In the last week he had been so focused on learning Sanskrit that the incantation came into his mind in Sanskrit. When the spell left his lips, a jet of water he had not imagined left his wand and the tub was filled in seconds. He realized that using a magical language had put more power behind his spell than was ordinarily required. He was told that he would need to learn to control his power. Immediately he tried to imagine the water flow as it used to be before he had achieved some success with unifying himself with his magical core. He was able to use most of his magic without faltering due to exhaustion, and even if he used high-powered spells, he would last a lot longer than ordinary wizards. A thinner jet of water flowed from his wand and he practiced a couple of times so he could get the hang of it. This was one of the exercises that he had been told to do by Harsh so that he could control the amount of power he put in his spells almost without thinking about it. As he looked at his reflection in the bathroom mirror, he could see the differences that the ritual and nutrient potions had brought to him. The emaciated, malnourished kid was gone and was replaced by a Harry who was heavily muscled. His physique told of him spending hours on physical training. He was tall, sturdy and heavily built now. The only feature which remained the same was his Avada Kedavra green eyes which twinkled brightly like Dumbledore and the mop of black hair on top of his head. He was sure that no one would be able to identify him at the first look because he was so different now. A perfect pureblood lord, as Rachel was fond of saying. Rachel had taught him everything that she could about being a lord, which even included table manners, not that Harry needed lessons with those. She taught him about how he was to behave in certain conditions, the forms of res and other little things that he would not have known otherwise. She had taught him about a lot of things which were part of pureblood society, and if he disliked something, she would talk with him about it. Told him why the practice existed and encouraged him to get a practice put out of use if he found it irrational when he had the power to bring those changes. She also inspired him to be confident in his approach and master the subtle ways of manipulation. While he was not willing to commit to manipulation, he paid attention to them all the same. He knew the importance of manipulation, as he had been faced with it since he came to Hogwarts. When she was done with her part in his education, she had just asked one favor of him. She wanted him to seek out tear him to the side of light before he took the stupid mark. While he did not promise anything, he was willing to try. As he reached the track, Vari had his wand in his hand and a grin on his face which made him shudder. Potter, as I see you have achieved significant improvement with running, I thought I should make it a bit interesting for you. From now, while you are running, I will keep shooting random hexes at you. You see, and shield them or dodge them, but you will not stop running, the mystic told him, grinning evilly. Harry started the course and pretty soon he was being hexed from all sides by more than one mystic. He kept a shield up to block what he could while he ran with all his strength. At times he was hit with a stinger or a bludgeoner would brush his skin or he would stumble to a tripping hex. As he finished his last lap, he was panting and had welts all over his body from being subjected to all the hexes which he had failed to avoid. I am impressed, Potter, Vari said, you have made some good improv. But all the hexes that you missed could have been death of you. You would continue this practice run for the rest of your stay, and with improvement that we see, we will take it up a level further. As Harry finished the exercises for the day, Vari commanded him to accompany him out of the settlement, where he produced 2 brooms and handed one to him. Potter, you are to accompany me. I have been told you are a prodigious flyer. Let's see your skill. As they took off into the skies, Vari kept flying to a higher altitude, forcing Harry to do the same. When they were flying high enough, Vari motioned for Harry to follow his actions and jumped down from his broom while holding the broom with one hand. After a second, the mystic disappeared into thin air. Harry tried to do the same, but then hesitated and kept hovering in the sky. The mystic rejoined him after some time and asked, "Did you not hear me, Potter? Follow me. Concentrate upon the ground, jump and apparate." Harry tried to imagine the ground from where he had taken flight, and concentrating on it, he jumped. As he was falling, he apparated, clutching his broom hard, and appeared on the ground, falling down promptly. The Mystic raised him from the ground and muttered, "Whenever you are traveling by apparition or portkey, start walking as soon as your feet are about to touch the ground. You would never fall." Same goes for flow travel. They practiced apparating from their broomsticks several more times before the mystic was satisfied that Harry could do it without difficulty. As the practice session ended, the Mystic asked him to take him by side along apparition to the gates of Adrishporum. As they parted company, the mystic asked Harry to join him in the evening for some defense lessons and sent him to Anal. Anal's most recent lessons had been dagger fighting. The mystic enjoyed tormenting him in duels between them, but doted on him equally. He often told Harry that he was his finest student in sword play. He had taught him to use the sword and now was teaching him to use daggers, and even fashioned him a belt of thestral hide which could hold 12 daggers. For today's lesson, Anal handed him a sword and a dagger asking him to get ready. But Anal, I have not used both together, he complained, how can I compete with you in this then? The mystic only smirked. Harry had started to hate that irk because it meant he was about to be pummeled. The mystic took his stance against Harry and pointed for him to start attacking. As Harry relentlessly attacked the mystic, he kept fending off all strikes with the dagger in his left hand while he held the right hand at his side. As Harry got careless, the mystic parried the blow with his dagger and kicked him away. As Harry was getting up to his feet, the mystic was upon him and his sword was at his throat. He had taught him a lot of maneuvers in the last few weeks. His favorite trick was that when Harry was attacking him relentlessly, he would step aside allowing Harry to be carried forward by his own momentum, kick him in the back on the way by and then make him yield. Harry had fallen victim to that trick a couple of times before he learnt his lesson. The mystic had confided in him that he was at the end of his tether to teach new things about sword fighting to Harry, and perhaps in a couple of lessons more, he would not need training from the mystic anymore. Harry, do you have a sword? The mystic asked him. Harry thought for a moment before replying, no, I do not have a sword of my own, though I suppose I can ask the Rting hat to bring the sword of Gryffindor to me. The mystic laughed. It is not your personal property, Harry. It is of the magical world as a whole. However, based on what I know of your family, your family vaults would have assortment of finest goblin-made swords and daggers. When you visit your vaults, pick up the best weapons from there. Harry nodded. It made sense that his family would have some old swords and daggers from when they used those weapons. Harry, do you have an armor? The mystic asked again. No, I do not have any. Harry replied, there may be some armor in my family vaults. I'll have a look while I'm there. Harry, did you not slay a 1,000-year-old basilisk in Hogwarts? The mystic asked, and he nodded. You know the best armors are made from basilisk hide. Dragon hide fused with goblin-made armor. The mystic asked him. After a moment or two, he started again. After 1,000 years, I imagine it would have shed lots of skin which can be used to make armor for a number of people, or you can order dragon hide from overseas for yourself. Not to mention, you can sell the carcass of the basilisk while keeping a number of parts of the basilisk for yourself. The beast is worth money. Harry asked with such confusion that the mystic had to stifle a laugh. Yes, Harry, its parts are used for a number of potions and many other distinct uses. Since it is rare, it would fetch you substantial sum of money. I would advise you to talk to your account manager and draw a contract to this effect and get it harvested. The skin it had shed can be used to fashion armors for you and your friends, but I would advise you to hold that thought before you stop growing from the spurt induced by the ritual and the potions. With that to think about, he dismissed Harry for the day. Harry reached the kitchen for breakfast where Harsh had set a table for him like Rachel did. As he took a seat, a stinger greeted him and he turned to Harsh, who had pointed his wand at him. Are these the manners that you have been taught by Rachel? Glaring at him, Harry bowed to the mystic, who returned the gesture with an equally gracious bow. As they sat to eat, Harry remembered the manners of the table which were typical for a lord, and the breakfast was over without any further incident. The next thing was potions. It had become his favorite subject because the Tion's master was being kind and reasonable towards him and took extra pains to teach him everything that there was to know about the subject. He had also been sending Harry out of the settlement from time to time to fetch ingredients for his potions. As a result, Harry had seen some very exotic plants which were native to the Himalayas. The potions master had assured him that he could take a sample of them to Hogwarts, where Professor Sprout would be happy to care for them. During the last week, his mystic journal was getting filled up nicely. He had divided it into sections so that he would not miss or mix things. There were chapters on plants that he had discovered, and he had written everything that he could find out about them. There were at least 5 plants which he had found and recorded in his journal. One of them was the plant which was used in making the special poison used solely by the mystics. Second was the one he had encountered on his first day of trek to find Adrashporum. Third was an innocuous-looking plant which had golden bark and brownish leaves, and it seemed to emit some musical notes which could put a perp, and it was impossible not to fall under its charm. However, after one fell into its trap, they could not be enervated except with a Wiggenweld potion. The fifth would remain inert in sunlight but would be active in shade and was capable of incapacitating anyone by emitting sap from its branches, which was like acid. Just touching it with bare hands would activate its security mechanism. Harry had a lot of uses planned for it. However, the potion's master was not overly fond of him when he made a mistake then asking about something he did not know. He was often sent to do stable duty with Pashupati. As he reached the dungeons, Prathyman was waiting for him with a big smile on his face. "Since you have proved that you are adept at potions, I thought I would teach you to brew the wolfsbane today." This was one potion Harry had been looking forward to brewing since he wanted to change one of the components of the potion which would reduce its toxicity to the drinker. He had discussed a lot of it with Prathyman, who had agreed that they could experiment a little with it, and he had shown a special herb to him which they had been testing the past 2 days. It satisfied their requirements and they had decided to make a batch of the improved potion, which they would test on a werewolf that they could capture from a pack living in a remote area which was constantly under surveillance of the mystics. The potion's master had taught him a lot of potions, but whenever Harry asked him about the special potion which had been the reason he had to run away from the Takila School of Magic, the mystic refused to divulge anything. He only said that the potion was something that should not have been invented in the first place. It was a potion made of an extremely rare obscure herb which could bring a dying man back to life, and the only person in the world who knew of its existence was Prathyman. Outside of the mystics, no one knew of his existence, and the potion's master was determined to keep it that way. He had taught him all of the other potions which were taught at Hogwarts or were of any use to him. In fact, the potion's master had given him a handwritten book which contained altered recipes of potions. Harry was sure that if he brewed a potion in Snape's dungeons with the help of that book, he would blow a gasket over it. However, he was beyond caring now. Prathyman had helped him a great deal in learning new things than he ever learnt with Severus Snape. Today was the last lesson that he would have with the potion's master before his education for the subject was over, but the potion's master was keeping him for the rest of the month to help him perfect the potions he had altered. This was one of the subjects which Harry knew he would miss when he was back at Hogwarts, because Snape's directions were almost non-existent for when one had to brew a potion in his class, and the dungeon bat would not show any kind of leniency towards him or other students. As Prathyman started to instruct, he started a fire under one cauldron to brew wolfsbane, which was easily the most difficult potion that he had tried to brew. After 2 hours, the potion was at the stage where it was left to simmer for 2 hours before it was ready for consumption. As he was about to leave, he asked the mystic, Sir, would you show me how to brew polyjuice potion?" The mystic smirked at him. "That is for you to learn at your own." He left the dungeons and arrived at the charms class, or rather where the charms class should be, but he could not find the room. Panicking, he started to search all around the corridor but could not find the classroom that he was sure was there. It looked as if the room had disappeared all of a sudden. After some time, Achala appeared alongside him grinning. "What happened, Harry? Did you forget something? Where did you come from? Where did the classroom disappear to?" he asked in confusion. She raised her wand, incanted some words, and the charms room appeared again where it used to be. As he raised an eye at her, she said, "The room was under a Fidelius secret and I was the secret keeper. Unless I chose to give the secret, no one else could find this room no matter how hard they tried." As he accompanied her into the classroom, he told her, "I know the basics of the Fidelius charm as I have overheard Professor Flitwick explaining it to someone. I know what it does but not how it works." She nodded her head. "Phileas Flitwick is one of the foremost experts in charms and he would know about it. The Fidelius charm is cast with the objective of one being able to conceal a secret within a living soul. The secret can be about some existence of a place or even to conceal incorporeal things such as memories etc. However, concealing memories under a Fidelius charm is part of mind magics, which is extremely delicate business. This spell distorts reality around the thing or place which is bound with the secret. In other words, it makes it disappear from the memory of everyone who ever knew of it. It is the top-notch security measure which can be employed and surpasses all wards. However, a wizard must be extremely powerful or capable to be able to cast this spell, because the larger the property to be contained in the secret, the harder it is to cast it. Harry sat absorbing everything that was told to him, and it made sense that nobody could perform it save for very powerful wizards like Tom Riddle or Albus Dumbledore. He had a question in his mind about who cast the Fidelius charm over the cottage in Godric's Hollow, but chose to tackle the issue when he was faced with it. The most important thing is that you must have the intent. If you can visualize it in your mind, and when you are performing the incantation, you are intending with all your will for your magic to bend reality and conceal the secret. Then it will work, she finished. She started to teach him the incantation, which was long. She made Harry practice it, without a wand, until he got it right 10 times in a row. Then and only then did she conjure a small desk and directed him to put it under the Fidelius charm. They spent the rest of the lesson working on the spell, but Harry was not successful. At the end of it, she only smiled and told him to practice it overnight again, telling him that it would be easy once he had learned to arrange his thoughts and organize his mind. During the last week, Harry had ahead on his theory of charms and had learnt about several charms which he felt would be useful and was looking forward to practicing them. When Harry arrived for lunch at the kitchen, he found that he was the only one there. As he was about to take the first bite, he felt something rush by. He ducked under the table and whipped out his wand and erected a shield. He cautiously looked around and found nothing amiss, so he stowed his wand inside his robes. Then a stunner hit him and he fell unconscious. As he was revived, he found a grim-looking Harsh standing over him, wand in hand and stern expression in his eyes. "How many times do I have to hammer it in you, Harry? You felt my presence, but when you found nothing amiss you simply stowed your wand back in your pocket. Did it not occur to you that someone may be under an invisibility cloak? Those are not that rare, and anyone with enough money can afford one." Harry hung his head, saying nothing. He knew the mystic was right and he had allowed himself to be lax. The mystics had warned him too many times that he would have to stay on his toes all the time. And he had failed yet again. He remembered learning the charm Hominum Revelio, which was used to detect the presence of humans in an area, and should have cast it when he felt something was amiss but failed to act. "You deserve to be punished for failing me again," the mystic was saying. "Tonight you will be banished from Adreshporum for a day, and you will have nothing except your wand with you. You have to survive everything that you will face out there, and at evening tomorrow, you will be granted entry again." Harry only nodded his head and the mystic disappeared. Harry did not have left after the chastisement. His mind was preoccupied with the supposed punishment. But he ate what he could anyway. After lunch, he went to Rune's class, where Pawin was waiting for him with a gleeful expression on his face. "Since you have been allowed to use wand, I thought we would learn to construct wards. We will start with the basic wards and proceed to the more complex ones." Harry nodded his head, listening attentively, and the mystic continued. "To lay down a ward, we genera use a ward stone which are imbibed with runes and are charged through your powers, and sometimes can be linked to ley lines, thus not needing to be charged every times. Runes can be used for everything that we do with spells, and often can be used in planning ambushes or in duels. You can use a combination of a few of runes and destroy a number of enemies at once. This is a strict discipline, and one wrong drawing can cause devastating damage." After that they set to drawing the simplest wards, such as alert wards and containment wards, for the rest of the lesson, which Harry had to draw and power with his magic. After they were done with the lesson, the mystic was elated with his progress and was already planning lessons for more complex ward schemes and how to procure rune stones to draw a warding scheme on them, or how to make a ward based on rune stones like he had seen on the Marichica and at the Black Town House. While ancient runes was interesting as a subject, Harry did not feel inclined to study them more than was necessary. He knew that he would not have enough time to learn it in detail before the final confrontation came with Voldemort, and had made up his mind to pursue it in more detail after his eventual demise. He had learnt the ward schemes during the last few days while he had not been allowed to use his wand, and knew he would have no problem in using them if the need arose. While he thought of war, he also dreamt of school and the owls, which were due to start in the next year, and was confident that owls would be an easy ride for him. Now, in the last week, he had thought about his friends more often, but had not been able to talk to them. He had often talked to Sirius, who had updated him that his friends were training themselves to be better fighters and had been making significant improvement, and he kind of hoped for once that he could have trained with them, but when he remembered all that he was being taught here, he knew that he was better served here in Adrishkorum. It was the middle of July now, and in the last 2 weeks, Harry had changed a lot. While he could not say that he had mastered everything, he had learned a lot of things that will be useful for him in the long run. He had been concerned that his Animagus transfiguration had been going slowly. He kept working at it, but his skin had refused to change itself into anything leopard-like, and it frustrated him. All the week he had tried to achieve the desired transfiguration, but that was not happening. His skin refused to change at all. He hoped today there will be some change. After Rune's class, he went to Transfiguration, where Ambar pounced on him as he entered the class. "Harry, did you have any success with changing your skin color or texture or anything?" Harry shook his head. "It refuses to change and remains the same. I have tried every night before I go to sleep, but it's just not happening." She was undeterred, however, and asked him what he was thinking while trying to change his skin to leopard-like. Harry remained silent for a moment before he started. "I see my skin as like a leopard has. Like the one that I had seen in my dream, but it never happens." The mystic smiled at him. "Harry, do not imagine that you have leopard-like skin. Visualize yourself as if your skin is changing its color and texture and becoming leopard-like. Be at ease and allow your magic to flow freely through your body and let it react to your mind's demand. If it helps, I would suggest that you take up the meditation position, which I find the most relaxing." Harry sat in meditation, his legs crossed and hands propped up on his knees with palms facing upwards, and his concentration went to the leonine form that was his but was evading him. Initially his body was all stiff, and his mind was at alert, but suddenly he felt a calming presence in his mind, and Ambar's voice echoed in his thoughts. "Imagine the snow leopard that you have seen, Harry. Pay attention to its skin, its patterns and everything that is unique about it. Imagine your skin is changing itself to become like that, and when your magic surges within you, let it flow. Enjoy the rush of your magic within you, and revel in the feeling it gives when it is coursing in your veins." Harry relaxed and started thinking about the creature that he had seen and followed Ambar's instructions as she had relayed to him. His magic flowing through him and the feeling of elation which ran through his body. At times he felt doubt creeping in his thoughts, but he persisted with sheer will and set aside the nagging feeling at the back of his mind and concentrated on changing his skin tone. Soon enough he felt magic tingling all over his skin, and as he opened his eyes, he found that his skin resembled at some places like the snow leopard. Beaming at his success, the mystic instructed him to practice it before she let him go for the day. Harry was returning to his room when he was summoned by Vari to the practice raw where a dueling arena had been set and several mystics were milling about. As he reached, Vari beckoned him to the middle of the dueling arena. The mystic turned to him. "While I can take a class room approach with you to teach you everything that I can, but that would be easy and take too long for the lesson to set in." He spread his hands around towards the other mystics. "These are some of our new recruits who have been here for a few years now and are proficient enough in dueling to teach you a thing or two. You will duel them one by one till you are exhausted." Harry could only nod before the first recruit rushed at him, casting a dark gray curse at him which he ducked. His opponent followed with a string of hexes and curses which he deftly avoided. As the mystic kept coming at him, he was forced to raise a lot of shields. While some were simple shields, a few of them were more complex and would be useful against the majority of major hexes and jinxes. While he had been defending himself against all the curses, he was yet to fire a single hex and waited for the perfect opportunity which he knew would come soon after. However, his opponent soon progressed to lethal spells, and Harry was forced to dodge them because he knew that only a mage shield would be useful against them, and he was not yet sure of his strength to use one. As the opponent faltered, Harry started High's own rain of high-powered bone breakers which forced the other to hide behind his shield, but Harry kept breaking one shield after another while the mystic did not always raise a shield but rather dodged when he could do so. Harry was speedily exhausting his energy while the mystic was conserving it. Harry belatedly realized the error in his plans and ceased his casting to bait the mystic into attacking him, and as the mystic raised his wand, a bone breaker took the wand arm of the opponent, forcing him to yield. The mystic politely clapped for his victory, but disdain was evident in his voice. What did you do wrong in the duel? Potter. Harry replayed the entire duel in his mind before answering. I shielded most of the time when I should have been dodging. I fired high-powered spells at my opponents when I should have used moderately powered ones, as they work as well as high-powered hexes. The mystic frowned. Not to mention that you only used bone breakers on him, making it predictable. That you are not intending to injure him seriously. He could have been an enemy using the killing curse and you could not shield against it. You should use wide variety of spells against them instead of just one. And you should know dark spells too, because sometimes a dark spell ca. Never use same curse or hex more than once in a fight, and try to mix transfiguration and charms in duel and you will win. The mystic made him fight 2 more duels where he fared little better, but he was not using any hexes more devastating than bone breakers, which angered the mystic, who quickly dismissed him while telling him to access some of the dark spell books and learn them. Harry knew that he would have to learn a lot before the final confrontation came. There was much he did not know, and Voldemort had decades on him. Not to mention the repertoire of spells that he had at his disposal and his experience. He had read some of the special books in his library on defensive and offensive magic and had been learning those spells, but had hoped that Vari would teach him to cast those. But it looked like he would have to learn those by himself in the practice range. As he finished his dinner by himself, another mystic informed him that Harsh had summoned him to the entrance of the hidden settlement where all the mystics had gathered. He was dumbfounded at their sheer numbers. They all had their facial expressions melded into a mask of impassivity and stood attentively. Harsh was standing at the gates, his eyes grim. He beckoned Harry closer and addressed him. You, Harold James Potter, have been found to be unable to learn a lesson which has been imparted on you time and again in the last few days that you have stayed here. As a consequence, the mystics have decided to banish you from our midst for an entire day, which you would spend in the wild without any assistance from any of us. During the period of banishment you cannot expect any assistance from us, nor will we be held responsible for your conduct. Do you, Harold James Potter, accept this punishment for yourself? Harry knew from his teachings with Rachel that this kind of banishment meant that he was being shown to others. He had committed an error which was unforgivable and was being asked to atone. This served the double purpose of inflicting the punishment, and the embarrassment served as a deterrent for other recruits who had any doubts about following orders or failure to learn a lesson. He raised his head high and said in his best drill sergeant voice, I accept, Lord Harshvardhana. During this period of banishment I shall not expect any aid from my brethren who stand before me, and I will learn a lesson from this. So mote it be, murmured Harsh, and accompanied him out of the settlement, where he slapped a portkey on him, and Harry disappeared with the now familiar pole behind the naval cottage on the hill. The teaching of the students had been coming along nicely. They were all molding themselves into fearsome warriors. While neither Flitwick nor McGonagall were happy about teaching them to fight, they knew that the only other option was death due to lack of any training whatsoever, and that was unacceptable to all of them. The only person who had been happy with the arrangement was Moody, who never relented on any of the teens but worked them hard. The students had started to learn advanced things which they would never be taught in class. Flitwick had started to teach them some advanced charms which could be used in combat, while also quizzing them about using the simplest of charms in a duel. McGonagall was teaching them what she ordinarily taught to her 7th years, and everyone had been lapping it up with so much eagerness that she was puzzled as to why they never showed such eagerness back at school. She was also teaching them using transfiguration they could defend themselves against more lethal curses. Moody had been running them ragged, showing them some dark curses which were not meant for everyone's eye. While he showed it to them, he expressly forbade them from using them, citing that using those would not be prudent for a student except in very dire circumstances. However, he had taken an offense to them using only stunners and taught them the bone breakers, bone crushers and bone exploding hexes which he told them to use when in a duel with a Death Eater. They had noticed that Neville Longbottom had been getting more confident and cast everything with an apparent ease which was otherwise inaccessible to them. He seemed to work hard and had no troubles in even casting some dark spells. While McGonagall had some suspicions regarding him, she kept her silence, knowing that he came from good stock, and as such, it was only time before his brilliance shone through. However, She had a suspicion that he was dabbling in his family magic because he had taken to wearing his heir ring in the last week. While the boy was not overtly powerful like Harry, he was more powerful than most of the instructors, and she suspected that by the time the war ended, he would have his own shining personality that people would flock to. Susan Bones had improved immensely over the week, and McGonagall suspected that Amelia herself had taken over training on the days when she was not occupied. Susan was also spotted wearing the heiress ring of House Bones, and as such, McGonagall believed that she would have started to revel in her family magic. While Susan still had a long way to go, she was on her path of brilliance. She had often fought with Daphne Greengrass, Hermione Granger and Padma Patil for top spot in the class, and McGonagall was kind of looking forward to see what the new year would bring. She knew that some new players had entered the race this year, with Ronald Weasley really coming into his own with the hard work that he was putting in. However, he was still far behind some of the others. Hermione Granger had been doing her best as ever. She still preferred the library to practice. She was often sent out of the library by Winky, who was under strict orders to limit Hermione's time there to no more than 5 hours per day. She had tried complaining to Sirius about how unfair it was that she could not take books out of the library. He barked his usual laugh and told her that summer vacation was better suited for learning how to survive than hanging out with books. Even Hermione had to agree that he had a point. Ginevra Weasley had been advancing at a rapid rate. Considering her performance at school, it was not very surprising. She learnt everything that was taught to them and was determined not to let anything dent her determination to learn. She was often the second place in learning a new spell behind Susan and Hermione, who were fighting for the top spot so often. Neville was not far behind, but he seemed almost casual in learning new spells, and whenever he was called upon, he would perform it with precision. The twins were a menace to everyone. They were very casual in their outlook but learnt everything. They often worked together and were formidable if someone deigned to challenge them. They often worked well together, and seeing them sometimes McGonagall was often reminded of young James and Sirius, or the Pruitt twins. Today, the students were being subjected to Severus Snape, who had acquiesced to test them on their defenses. He had opted to duel them one by one, where he faced Hermione first, who was defeated very quickly when her shields could not absorb much abuse at his hands. He was liberally using dark curs, which she had a problem defending against. As a result, she fell to one of his dark stunners. The twins were up next. They harassed him for quite a long time before he got the upper hand on them by mixing some transfiguration in the duels, which enabled him to face two enemies at once. The rest had fallen to him likewise. Then it was Neville's turn. Neville was smirking, an expression which he had never worn in Snape's presence before. As Snape kept raining down on him, the boy used some spells which McGonagall was sure that none of the students knew about. At one point, he even forced Snape to raise a shield. After that, Snape used some very lethal curses on him till he got the boy with an underhanded technique and caught him off guard. Snape had left the cottage with fear in his eyes at the boy's growing prowess and what he could do when he war. Snape hoped in his mind that he would not have to face Longbottom in a duel, because the boy had too many grudges against him and he had no idea what he might do in such a situation. Black Townhouse. Things had been quiet for the last few days in the townhouse for a change. There were no pranks going on, and the in-house pranksters seemed to have declared a truce among themselves. The twins were wary of Sirius, who would grin at them evilly, making them shiver. The twins had belatedly realized that he had been behind the pranks going on. They had made a tactical retreat to form a strategy before they launched their next assault on the Marauders. Molly was relieved when the children had told her that they were only being taught to protect themselves and not anything too dangerous. She was still a little worried, but hoped that they all would come through this unharmed. She had taken to living in the townhouse and attending the order meetings, helping where she could and looking after the food and everything in general, but was still feeling a bit put out that the house elves never allowed her in the kitchen. While the elves prepared excellent food, what they did not know is that cooking was a calming activity for her. Bones Manor. Amelia Bones slumped into a chair in the parlor after having a tiring day. She had never been this busy in the last decade, but the news of Tom Riddle's return had set her in a frenzy and she had to work on many issues. It didn't help that Cornelius made her job difficult. He opposed her every move and she was not sure if she could do anything by her own means until Harry Potter changed the equation in the Wizengamot. There were whispers on the sidelines of increased movement of Death Eaters. Of prominent people receiving death threats or demands to pay extortion money, but the minister had buried his head in the sand and refused to listen. She had threatened him with exposing his corruption and he had dismissed her threats. She was seething but decided to bide her time. Once Harry Potter returned to Wizarding Britain, Cornelius Fudge would find the ground slipping from beneath his feet. On a happier note, the ministry was getting in shape with the loyalists of Tom Riddle being pushed to the fringes while those loyal to the ministry were being put in charge of things. She had street-arted allying department heads with herself and they were closing all loopholes which could be exploited by Tom Riddle and his supporters. The only thing that she had not been able to achieve was Roval to increase funding for the DMLE and to recruit more Aurors. She knew that they were outnumbered and with every day, Tom Riddle's ranks were swelling. She wished every day that Harry Potter would return sooner because it would mean an end to her troubles along with the gloom that had come over Susan since the boy had gone traipsing off half the world away. Susan had been improving but Amelia could see that her heart was not in it. She was training hard but there was no enthusiasm in it. Susan had started reading the family grimoire and with a stoic determination had set to work upon the family magic. While she had never been confident enough to claim it as her own, she was certainly showing immense promise and in fact had at times surprised Amelia in a duel when she trained her in family magic. If she continued at the speed that she was working at, Susan would learn her family magic by the end of the 5th year. Amelia never wished for her to undergo training like an Auror in school, but their family history and her relation with the boy who lived made it impossible for them to stay out of the upcoming conflict. The war would be nasty and people would die but Amelia did not place. And to die or to go down without taking a bunch of them with her. She had fortified the already existing wards on her manor with some special wards with the help of Bill Weasley who was a curse breaker. At Gringotts and had learnt of exotic wards at Egypt in ancient tombs. She had also readied some safe houses which she planned to use in the unlikely case that the manor fell. In her role as regent of House Bones, she had started to find out the intentions of other houses and to see if they were interested in reviving the Great Alliance. They had to move swiftly if they were to emerge victorious. Croker had confided in her that a prophecy actually existed and since the revival of Tom Riddle, a few attempts had been made at stealing it but none of them could get past the arcane magics which were protecting the prophecies in the department. Another thing that was worrying her was Azkaban. The prison fortress was generally impregnable due to the Dementors but if they decided to abandon their posts, there would be nothing to stop Tom Riddle from storming the fortress and releasing his followers. While she wanted to kill every single one of the Death Eaters in the prison she knew there as nothing that she could do without earning the ire of the wizarding world and maybe even losing her position. No new protections could be placed at the fortress because of the nature of the building. If they used magic suppression runes, the guard Aurors would be helpless like the prisoners and the Dementors would kiss everyone. They could not increase guards over there because she did not have enough Aurors. Headmaster's study, Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore was seated in his chair, his chin propped on his hands and lost in thought. The mystic sat on the other side of the table waiting patiently for the headmaster to start. Albus had been traveling for the last week on some errands to find more about the Horcruxes and had asked him to look after the school in his absence. He had been gone for a week and just returned this morning and had sent for him. "Did you find anything about those abominations, headmaster?" the mystic asked him. Albus took a deep sigh before he started. "I was looking into the history of Tom Riddle from his younger days to find where he could have hidden those Horcruxes. I listed a couple of places which I thought may contain them. The first place was the Orphanage where he grew up but it was leveled around 30 years ago. Another was a seaside cave where he had tortured some children from the orphanage and he indeed had kept a Horcrux there but that is out because creature already gave us the Horcrux which had been kept there. As I ran out of places which I thought may contain his Horcruxes I looked into his history and found that his uncle Morphin Gaunt was still alive a few days ago and a resident of Azkaban. I visited him there and found that he was convicted of killing Tom Riddle Sr. and his parents. As I peered into his mind, I found th. At his memory had been modified, and when I undid it, I found that Tom had visited him sometime during his school years. One thing which caught my eye was an heirloom which bore the Peverell crest and Morphin wore on his finger. If I am not mistaken, it is one of the Deathly Hallows, and I fear that Tom has it. However, I do not think that he knows of its value. Afterwards I did some digging through his years of employment at Borgin and Burke's, and I realized that he had been a regular visitor of an old pureblood witch, Hepzibah Smith, who had been accidentally poisoned by her elf. I tried to find the elf, and she had just enough life in her to convey to me that Tom had killed her mistress while stealing 2 heirlooms belonging to the founders, Salazar Slytherin's locket and Helga Hufflepuff's cup. NCE, we know that he used the locket as one of his Horcruxes. It is reasonable that he would have used the cup as well. So far, we have a list of certain Horcruxes and some guesses. The mystic's curiosity was piqued. What those objects may be. Albus smiled. The cup of Hufflepuff, the locket of Slytherin, the diary of Tom Riddle, the resurrection stone, Harry Potter, and something of Ravenclaw or Gryffindor. He may have the gauntlet of Gryffindor or the diadem of Ravenclaw. I suspect that his snake is also a Horcrux, considering how she acts around him and the amount of control that he has over her. And where do yours hidden? The mystic asked him. I do not think he would have just left them lying around for others to find and destroy. No, we will have to find where he could have hidden them. Perhaps young Harry would be able to help us find it, Dumbledore mused. Dumbledore was planning to take another week off to go searching for his old friend Horace Slughorn to confirm his speculation that Tom had created only 7 Horcruxes. He knew that Slughorn had something in those memories he had altered, and decided to confront his friend about his cowardice. Mr. Aparichet, would you assist me in a little endeavor of mine? He asked the mystic. He tilted his head slightly to the side. Would it be worth my time and energy? Dumbledore smirked. From what Amelia told me, why? Oh, you can be very persuasive when you want to be. A colleague of mine is very reluctant to part with some crucial information, and I think he would need the same kind of persuasion as did Rita Skeeter. The mystic grinned. Of course. Chapter 20. Hey guys, I know I did not make public appreciation for reviews in the last few chapters, but I did send inbox messages to those generous souls. Hope you all would keep loving this FIC as you have been doing. This chapter is somewhat longer than my standard ones, and I wrote with a lot of time being spent in the task. I would really love to read your reviews for this chapter. The more detailed they are, the merrier it will be. Now, don't let me keep you from plowing head onto this chapter. Cheers. Himalayas, somewhere in the wilderness. The moment that Harry felt the portkey stop pulling him, he started walking and landed on his feet. This time, he barely stumbled. He made a deliberate effort to stretch out his senses and instantly became aware of the eerie forest surrounding him. Thinking fast, he drew his wand and cast the Hominum Revelio, which showed that there were no other people in that part of the forest. But Harry remained alert because he knew that there were several different dangerous creatures living there, both mundane and magical. All around him, the forest was deathly quiet, as if holding its breath. As he tried to look into the dark, his eyes adjusted to the requirement, and suddenly everything was visible to him clearly. What he did not know was that his eyes were gleaming like a cat in the dark, his leonine form responding to his need. He found that where he was standing, there was no undergrowth. As he scanned the area, he found that he was in an area of very large trees, and that the canopy above him so dense that his sight could not penetrate it. The giant trees were far from comforting, and Harry felt that someone was watching him. Keeping his wand at the ready, he started off to look for a safe place where he could spend the night away from the creatures of the forest. As he moved, he felt a familiar and powerful presence somewhere nearby. As he prowled further, he heard a sound as if it were the rustling of the wind. He dived off to one side when suddenly a pair of wings swept through the air where he had been a moment before. He saw the 2-headed Ganda Berenda ascending into the air and immediately started shooting stunners at the bird. It dodged all the spells with apparent ease and screeched at Harry, taunting him. Harry hid under a bush, waiting for the bird to return, but it didn't. As he started to walk again, a mystic appeared out of thin air in front of him, shot a stunner, and was gone before Harry had a chance to retaliate. Harry cursed himself for letting his vigilance slip after the encounter with the bird. Readying his wand again and with a curse on his lips, he stretched out his senses. He heard a rustling in the bushes ahead of him and let loose with a stunner faster than thought. He heard a body hit the ground which let him know that the stunner had found its mark. When he looked in the bushes to see who or what his victim had been, he found a deer with a golden coat that glowed in the dark. Laughing at himself mentally, he enervated the deer and patted its head. He started to move on when suddenly the deer lunged towards him. It was thanks to his reflexes that he jumped aside at the last moment and the deer passed through the space he had been occupying a moment earlier. As he watched, the deer transformed into a mystic who started shooting curses at him, forcing him to raise a shield. The mystic used very common spells against him which he could parry with a simple protega, but the curses kept coming. When there was a lull in the casting, he immediately went on the offensive, shooting bone breakers at the mystic who was laughing and sidestepping his every curse. With each curse that he dodged, he would taunt Harry saying that he could not fight, how he was a disgrace to the Peverells and the Potters, how he should break his wand and become a hermit because his fighting was rather pedestrian. He even taunted him that he was shaming his forefathers' legacy who would be turning in their crypts because he could not use lethal curses when they were needed. Harry had taken all the insults without being provoked. He remained determined to disable the mystic, but the mystic was yet to raise a shield and he had dodged all his curses so far. Desperate for a hit, Harry used some of the dark curses which he had read in the books that Sirius had placed in his trunk. The mystic, who had just raised a shield for the first time, barked at him, "So you are not a total loss, I suppose. Maybe we can make a warrior of you yet, Potter." The mystic started casting inaudibly, but all his curses were dark, as was clear from the color of the curses. A myriad of curses varying from gray to magenta to dark purple to light green left his wand and collided Harry's curses midway, causing explosions whenever they collided. Harry started casting some dark spells of his own, thinking of those that he had read in books which detailed dark magic. Bone exploders, bone crushers, entrail expelling curses and the likes left his wand at a speed with which he had never cast before. As the duel progressed, the mystic started shifting the duel away from where they had started. As they moved into a darker area of the forest, the mystic grinned at Harry and disappeared. Harry stood there with his wand out and his senses on alert, waiting for the mystic to return. After a few moments, he realized that the mystic had simply disappeared. As he looked around, he realized that he had ventured far off from where he had started the duel, and in the distance, a figure stood wrapped in the shadows. As Harry leveled his wand at him, the figure barked, "Lower your wand, boy. If I wanted you dead, you would not have seen me." Harry could not believe it. He had not expected to hear this voice half a world away. Hesitantly he asked, "Alistair Moody?" The veteran Auror hobbled forward, grinning maliciously at him. "Did not expect to see me here, did you, lad?" Harry was about to lower his wand when he remembered why he was banished from Edersporum in the first place. He immediately leveled his wand at the Auror. "What did Alistair Moody say that he wanted me to do when I returned to England?" The Auror growled, "I said that I wanted you to learn enough magic so that you would be able to kill that abomination." Harry immediately shot a stunner, knocking down Auror and proceeded to bind him with chains while muttering, "Alistair Moody would not call Voldemort an abomination, not to mention he said he wanted me to be able to duel him." Leaving the stunned man in the forest, he started moving to find a safe spot for the night, since the duel with the mystic had taken a lot out of him. As he walked further, suddenly somebody jumped in front of him from a tree and instinctively he shot a bone breaker which was useless against the newcomer. The Yeti, with Harry's luck, who else could it be, roared at him, "You use your magic against me, humanling. You wish to die." Despite not being easily intimidated, Harry shuddered and hastily putting his wand in his cloak, he prostrated himself before the Yeti. "No, great one. I am looking for a shelter to crawls of the long night and the mighty creatures of the forest." The Yeti grunted, "Did Harsh banish you too?" Harry smiled sheepishly, "Yes. It was my fault anyway. There were some essential lessons that I was too slow to learn." The Yeti sounded amused, "Be on your guard, humanling. The night is still long and the perils are many. Your life is too important for you to die at the hands of a dumb beast. Your destiny has a lot in store for you: love, pain, family, duty, honor. You would have to stay strong for those who love you, because not before long, adversities would find you." You will find love, and you will lament over what you will lose. Your destiny is interwoven with one who is epitome of evil. Remember that a warrior has to stay strong even if the world around him is dying down. There is nothing higher than duty and honor. As Harry was pondering over his words, the Yeti bellowed and leapt into the trees, then was gone, jumping from treetop to treetop. Harry was brought back to the present with the rustling of wings, and he realized that a group of air-borne warriors were approaching him fast. Great, he thought, the night just had to get more interesting. The oncoming group jumped off their mounts and appeared around him in a large circle, and he rolled his eyes in annoyance, muttering, "Show-offs." He noticed that they did not have wands with them but swords, and he realized that there was a pattern to the attacks. The mystics were systematically testing him on everything that he had learned. He realized that he did not have a sword with him. He shot a disarming spell at one of his adversaries, who dodged it lazily and brandished his sword at him, grinning. Harry realized he would not get anywhere by using a wand against the warriors who were adept at magical warfare and stowing his wand away. He took a position that Anil had showed him for just such a situation. His opponents were circling him, cautiously waiting for him to make a move, while he stood attentive, waiting for one of them to attack. After 5 minutes of waiting on both sides, one of the mystics jumped into the air, intending to come down hard on him. Harry sidestepped at the last possible moment before his opponent landed. In the blink of an eye, he had kicked his opponent away from him, knocked his sword from his hands and picked it up. The next few minutes were a blur, with his opponents moving in to attack him. He parried when he could, dodged when he could not, slashed when he got the opportunity, and kicked his opponents away when he could. After a few moments, all of his opponents had been hit by him at least once. As he moved in to make them yield, they all disappeared at once. Half an hour later, Harry found a small cave which was uninhabited and had no other entrances. Barring it, with some alert wards he had learnt that day, and placing magical fire at the entrance, he went to work on his Mindscape. He had made much progress on it in the last week with Harsh's help. Harsh had entered his mind and helped him sort through his memories and place them accordingly. He had placed the memories of the years with the Dursleys in a ridge which was hidden behind a mountain, and placed a lot of traps so that no one would be able to see them. He had placed the most important memories in an underground vault designed like the high-security vault at Gringotts, from which Hagrid had retrieved the Philosopher's Stone in first year. The entrance to the vault was under a trapdoor upon which sat a mighty Hungarian horntail like the one he had faced in the tournament. The dragon allowed no one to come near the trapdoor save Harry and Harsh, who was sorting his memories. His memories of the years at Hogwarts, except for the confidential information, were sorted throughout the castle street, starting with the basement, where there was a basilisk which would kill anyone foolish enough to venture there. The sphinxes at the entrances never allowed anyone to come through except him and those he permitted. The Yeti would kill anyone who tried to enter without compunction. He was working on the 3rd floor now. The 1st floor was guarded by a pack of snow leopards like his Animagus form, and contained memories of his friends and extended family. There were big rooms dedicated to individuals who were important in his life. There was a room with mahogany wood doors carved with a likeness of Hermione, while another was maple wood with a lion on it signifying the Weasleys. There was another room with a cherry wood door and a hippogriff meaning the Longbottoms, a door of dogwood with a shish Aggie dog on it belonging to Sirius Black, a door of apple wood with a wolf on it meaning Remus Lupin, and a big door of elder wood with a griffin and a thestral meaning his family. The 2nd floor contained all the knowledge that he had accumulated throughout Hogwarts and all that Rachel had taught him. This floor was guarded by a legion of suits of armor who patrolled the corridors at all times, and would attack anyone who was fool enough to venture there without permission. This floor also had a magic suppression rune carved in the ceiling, meaning that no one could use magic in that floor, thus putting them at a disadvantage against the suits of armor. The 3rd floor contained all other memories which were not sorted anywhere else, and this floor was guarded by a figure cloaked in armor, wielding wands in both hands, a sword strapped at his back, his cloak billowing behind him and his eyes shining with power. The battlements were equipped with cannons manned by house elves. There were birds like eagles, falcons. Some thestrals and hippogriffs flew in the skies unhindered. The Quidditch pitch was a trap and would instantly suffocate anyone who tripped the traps. The river was filled with water demons, crocodiles and other beasts. The forest was stocked with all kinds of beasts that he had seen or read about in his books or Harsh had shown him. The entire valley was ringed by 4 concentric circular walls. The first and outermost was made of stone. The second was of steel. The third was of solid obsidian. The fourth and innermost was goblin. Silver. The walls could not be breached by anyone except a very accomplished legilimens. Harry had planned to put defenses around the last wall, which would include beasts that he had seen in his travels. Harsh had promised to initiate him into mind magics and teach him things that he could do with it, like reading someone's mind, possessing them, burning someone's mindscape and breaching all their defenses. However, he had warned Harry against trying it on any accomplished legilimens or occlumens, or it could have adverse effects. It was a delicate branch of magic and very few people were versed in it. He sat in meditation, putting more defenses in place for an hour before he decided to retire for the night. Somewhere in a magical village, Great Britain, Horace Slughorn was lounging in his armchair, sipping Ogden's finest while listening to some music. Life had been very kind to the old potions master and he loved every moment of his retirement. Most of his students were prominent people in the wizarding world, OCC. Upping positions of influence or power, and they always kept him informed about the events happening in the wizarding world. He was content to bask in their reflected power, but there was a gloomy spot. On the horizon, his most infamous student, Tom Riddle. Horace believed that Dumbledore and Harry Potter were telling the truth. He knew that Tom had temporarily conquered death courtesy of the darkest of magics. Something that was Horace's fault. If he had seen through his act all those years ago and refused to tell him about Horcruxes, perhaps he might not have turned out to be evil. When Dumbledore had come to him to ask about memories of Tom Riddle about a decade ago, he had altered his memories to hide his shame. Albus had pestered him about it for years, trying to shame him into telling the truth, but Horace had remained adamant. When Albus announced that Tom had returned from the dead, Horace had left his home to live in and was protected by the most powerful wards. No one with the D.Arch mark could enter the cottage without his will. Without warning, he heard the front door opening and he panicked. The reason was that there was no one else in the cottage except him. Someone had bypassed the wards entirely and entered the cottage. Fingering his wand, he disillusioned himself, ready to blast his way through a horde of Death Eaters. He could hear footsteps just outside his room and near the door. Now there was someone just outside the door, using an unlocking charm. The door flew open and a bright light filled the room, forcing Horace to cover his eyes, and when the brightness lessened, he found a man in a leather mask standing before him with his wand leveled at Horace. The stranger's magic had wrapped around him like a cloak, fierce and violent. Standing beside the man was his old friend Albus Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling and a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He grinned at Horace. "Horace, my old friend. How are you?" Horace was trying to find a way out of this confrontation because he had a feeling that Dumbledore had not come to make idle chatter with him. He definitely had come to ask for the memory again. He kept his hands behind his back, wand in his right hand, touching a silver bracelet in his left hand. The bracelet was an emergency portkey that he had asked the goblins to make for him since it could evade any kind of wards laid down by wizards. It was restricted only by goblin wards, but Albus and his friend did not need to know that. Horace grunted. "I was very fine until the moment you barged in uninvited and bringing company with you, Albus. How did you enter without tripping the wards, anyway?" he asked with genuine curiosity. Albus smirked. "I really do not know how that happened. My esteemed companion here chooses to keep that sort of thing to himself." Horace still did not say anything but simply waited for the right time to escape. The stranger had not lowered his wand for a moment and was watching with a hawk-like concentration, waiting for him to make a move. "Your companion seems to be of a very dour disposition, Albus. In the last few minutes or so, he has not said a word," remarked Horace. Albus, whose countenance had turned grim now, said in a melancholic voice, "I would rather that he be silent. He is better this way. Now, Horace, I want that memory from you. That memory contains a crucial answer to many of my questions, and it may as well be instrumental in ending the war sooner than later." Slughorn had the audacity to smirk. "I thought it would come to that, Albus, and so I had my getaway planned." He touched his wand to his bracelet. "Goodbye, Albus." As he said the activation phrase for the portkey, he felt confident that he would soon feel the familiar tug behind the navel, but that never came. The stranger barked a laugh at him. "What happened, Mr. Slughorn? The portkey did not work for you." Slughorn spluttered. How is that possible? The wards around this property cannot stop a goblin-made portkey." The stranger grinned evilly at him. "Before we entered, I laid goblins' wards around this home to prevent you from escaping by any means of magical transportation. This kind of portkey would activate anytime when wished is a speciality of goblins, so I figured I should use their wards." Albus smirked at him. "Now Horace, I want that memory. It has been years and it's high time that we know the truth." Horace hung his head and whispered, "It is a testament of my failure and shame, Albus. What I did that day is not forgivable. If it were known, I would be ruined. Besides, I don't know what possible good it would do you." Albus answered, "Now Horace, you are going to have to let me be the judge of what good it will do. Besides, we have no interest or reason to share this with anyone else." With a mulish expression, Horace said, "No, absolutely not. I will not give it." The mystic barked, "We have not asked your permission, Slughorn. If you will give it willingly, things will end on good note for everyone, but if you are obstinate about it, I am afraid we will take it by force." Slughorn raised his wand at the mystic. "Then I am prepared to fight you to the death." The mist, I see, just smiled at him and flicked the wand out of his hand with a swat of his arm, then hit him with a petrification hex, then bound him with an incarcerus. As Horace was bound and helpless, he could only watch as the stranger made eye contact with him. Horace raised his mind shields to the maximum. The stranger made a couple of attempts to enter his mind, assessing his defenses before retreating. Slughorn was not fooled and did not lower his shields. In the next moment, he felt another intrusion, and what felt like a giant fist was pounding on his shields. Horace defended his mind for a while with all his might, but after a few blows, it was too much for him and his defenses crumbled against the onslaught, blood freely flowing out of his nostrils on his finest acromantuala silk cloak. The stranger started shuffling through his memories at a high speed. It did not take long for the stranger to detect and undo his alterations, and finding the real memory, he retreated from his mind. Albus undid the petrification hex, then cleaned the blood which had flowed onto Horace's robes from his bleeding nose. With the mess cleaned up, he gave him a glass of Rosemerta's finest oak matured mead. After a few moments, Albus told him, "No one will think badly of you, Horace. We all make some mistakes, but what matters is that we take our lessons from them and do not repeat those mistakes. If I were you, I would get out of Britain before things spiral out of control. You know that Tom will come looking for you sooner or later." As they were talking, the stranger was taking down the wards he had erected over Horace's own wards. As Albus finished, the stranger took his hand and vanished from the room. Cottage on the hill. The students had arrived 10 minutes ago, and since then they had been waiting for the teacher to turn up. The last week had been very productive for most of them, but equally taxing. Hermione Granger, who had always prided herself on her knowledge, had a hard time believing how difficult it was to put her knowledge to practical use. While it was true that she could learn spells faster than the others, but she tended to dither and take too much time choosing which spell to use when the pressure was on. And that was the main reason she struggled during the drills. She also had the unfortunate tendency to think like a muggle when a witch was what's needed. Sometimes she envied Harry's abilities. There were times when he really struggled to learn a new spell, but once he learned it, he always seemed to know which spell to use without even thinking about it. And, to add insult to injury, he always executed them perfectly when the pressure was on. She had seen Harry make the right decision and act before she even understood the threat. In the last week, she was learning to fight side by side as part of a team. She had been eagerly taking in everything that was being taught to them and perfecting everything that she learnt. She intended to make it out of the war alive. Susan Bones had been having a doubly hard time of it. While the teachers taught them things that they deemed necessary to survive, she was also being taught her family magics by Amelia. Amelia liked to put her through the ringer once a week where she would thoroughly test her. Susan had learnt a lot but still had to improve. While she was knowledgeable, she needed to learn to use that knowledge in practical situations. Every day after she was done with her training, She was too exhausted to care about anything. She had been taught occlumency since she was a child, but recently Amelia had started to teach her legilimency, though she had told Susan that passive legilimency was something she would have to learn by herself because it depended upon one's ability to do wandless magic. She was also being subjected to 2 hours of practice with the dummies in the dueling arena in her family MNT, a lot of things that he should have known since he started first year at Hogwarts. He had recently finished reading all his school books from the last 4 years plus the books for the next year. He had even taken to joining Hermione in the library at Grimmauld Place to study. He had started to appreciate the value of knowledge, and looking at how he had lived for the last 4 years, he was ashamed of his lackluster performance, lack of foresight and immature attitude. He had trouble at first learning everything they were being taught by the teachers, but as he had started to understand the theory, learning had become easy. Neville had been having the best time of his life and perhaps the hardest. While he got to see his parents and interact with them, Croaker made his life hell. The unspeakable had been putting him through so much that Neville felt like his brain was going to explode. The curses and hexes that Croaker made him learn nauseated him at times, but he knew that it was his own inheritance and Neville was not about to scoff at his inheritance. He was learning everything that was in his family grimoire and the little tips and tricks that his father gave him every now and then from his time as an Auror. He had encouraged Neville to find his Auror manuals to learn the spells inscribed therein, but Neville already had a full schedule and he was not about to overburden him. He had learned to cast with pinpoint precision, to fight while being airborne and to dodge more than shield. The professors had started to teach them to duel by using charms and transfiguration combined with most common hexes and curses. Neville was quickly learning that dueling or fighting was not just casting all the curses and hexes that you know, but also to use them in ways that would benefit you most. Ginevra had been having the most satisfying summer so far. While she learned to defend herself more, her romantic life had also been progressing well. Michael Corner was a good boy who came from a long line of pure bloods and treated her well. Her disenchantment with the fictional boy who lived had awakened her to the world around her in more ways than one. She knew now that she could not always rely on someone to come in wand blazing and save her, and that no one was without a weakness. She was determined to never let herself feel vulnerable ever again. The twins were busy with different things. While the training was good, they also were seriously busy with developing new products for their shop. They had seen the premises and they were perfect for them. They had decided that they would start their business as soon as they could manage without leaving their education incomplete. They knew that Arthur would not object to their idea, but Molly would make a scene over it. However, they were determined to do their best not to hear her objections. Once they were established and bringing in the galleons, she would accept it. After all, that was what mothers were for. As the students sat thinking about their lives, Moody entered the room, his wooden leg clomping on every second stride, holding his wand at the ready. When the students did not respond to his arrival, he barked, "On your guard, you all. Today we will see how you bear up in the heat of battle." As the students were herded out, they faced some new dummies which Alistair had managed to procure. These were not the normal dummies that they practiced with, but looked like real people. "All right, here is what you are going to do. These dummies will be battling with you all one-on-one. You will start at different points of entry from the boundary of the property. You cannot use any magical means of transportation, but only fight your way in where your teachers will be playing hostage. I will be playing the part of a Dark Lord, trying to stop you. These dummies cannot be stunned or petrified, but only decapitated. I must caution you, though, they are full of blood, and when you manage to destroy them, it will get all over you. Now begin." He sent everyone to different parts of the boundary line where dummies were waiting for them. Hermione faced her dummy and without a thought raised her wand and cast a bombarda, which it shielded, and in return sent a spell chain at her, forcing her to dodge. As she recovered, the dummy started firing more lethal curses at her, forcing her to shield herself from them. The onslaught continued for some time before the dummy fired an Avada Kedavra green-colored curse at her. She froze on the spot, her eyes wide with horror in the moment that the green jet crossed the distance to her. In the moment before it made contact, a banishing spell moved her out of the path. She turned and found Ron, who had fired the banishing charm at her and was looking anxious. Before she could reply, Ron's dummy started firing at him, forcing him to jump aside. As she turned her attention back to her dummy, she again saw the green-colored curse coming at her, and before she could dodge out of its way, it hit her squarely in the chest, making her gasp. As she gasped, he realized that she had not died of the curse. Was she immune to it? No, she did not think that she was immune to it. She would have to figure it out later. Emboldened by her survival, she started firing her most lethal curses at the dummy, forcing it to defend. She fired Bone Exploder, Bone Breakers and Piercing Hexes without abandon till one found its mark and the dummy fell, showering her in blood. She felt nauseous and queasy in the stomach. Without a thought she doubled over and started retching. Ronald had been assessing the dummy before he noticed the dummy shooting a killing curse at Hermione and banished her out of the way. He was of a mind to go and help her when his own dummy started raining down on him, casting spell chains including some very nasty-looking curses, and he had started to dodge them. He raised a shield whenever he could, but mostly used things around him to save himself. He saw his dummy casting the killing curse and summoned a stone in its way, but the stone was not disintegrated when it collided. As he pondered over it, he was hit with a bone breaker which hit his left arm, forcing him to cry out in pain. His eyes tinged red with anger. He started using the curses that Bill had taught him, and within seconds his dummy was on the defensive. As he hit it with a reductor, it exploded and blood spilled on him. He felt dirty and wanted to wash till he got it out of his system. However, he realized it may not be possible before the lesson was over. So he ran to the cottage and in his hurry failed to see the stunner which took him down. Neville's dummy had street-arted with a blood-red curse at him, which he countered by firing a curse of his own. He kept casting at his opponent and countered every spell with one of his own. He used very simple curses but no net hellish effective in countering everything that was thrown at him. Croaker had taught him to fight this way if he found himself in such a position. He was fighting it with spell for a long time. Before Neville realized that he would not get anywhere unless he decapitated his dummy. Reluctantly he cast bone exploding curses in rapid succession at the dummy until it gave under the onslaught, drenching him with blood. He was really grossed out and wanted to take a bath immediately to get the smell out of his nostrils, but that could not be before the duel was over. He ran towards the cottage. And by sheer luck avoided the stunner which had been fired at him from the side. As he entered, he found Professor Flitwick bound to a chair and smiling smugly. He looked around for anyone who could be there guarding the prisoner, and finding none, he went to relieve the tiny professor when he was stunned from behind. Ginevra made short work of her dummy. She started with her favorite bat bogey hex and followed up with a reductor which destroyed the dummy and drenched her with blood. She screamed in horror and sat in that position for a few moments before she realized that she had to find others. She went into the cottage and found Professor McGonagall bound in a chai. Ginny carefully scouted the surroundings for any immediate threat and perceived someone standing under a disillusionment charm. She shot a stunner in that direction which was reflected at her and she fell down unconscious. Susan had little difficulty with her dummy. Auntie had already procured 2 of these for her Seatice at the manor and she was getting used to blood and gore. She started with one of her family spells which could vanish all the bones in a person's body if they were hit with it, but the dummy raised a Contigo shield to protect itself. She followed up with another which could vaporize all the blood in one's body, thus killing them, but the dummy shielded that one too. Frustrated, she cast some of the lethal spells which included some dark cutters which could not be dodged and only Protega Maxima could stop them. As she had expected, the dummy was cleaved in 2, spilling blood all over the place. She walked to the cottage and the midway, Moody confronted her, forcing her to duel him. She held her own against him for a minute, but he eventually was able to stun her. The twins combined forces and faced their dummies together. Fred cast while George defended. They kept at this for a few minutes before they started to use some charms and transfiguration in their duel. Fred conjured Bird's T.O. attack the dummy while George conjured wooden stakes which he banished at one of the dummies, spearing it. They followed with a barrage of cutters at the other dummy and in a few seconds had destroyed the other one too. Grinning at each other, they entered to find Moody with his wand trained on them. George immediately cast the Solaris spell, blinding him in the magical eye, and as Moody stumbled, Fred stunned him and followed with an Incarcerus. After 10 minutes, the students were assembled with an angry-looking Moody who instantly went on to tear them a new one. "All right, let's hear it," What mistakes did you all make? Hermione was the first to raise her hand. She started. I was fighting the dummy and keeping it busy very nicely until it hit me with the killing curse. I thought I was dead, but then I remained standing. When the dummy fell, I was drenched in blood. I felt nauseous and threw up. Doing that in the middle of battle would have been the death of me. Moody nodded and replied, Miss Granger. If those had been real killing curses, you would most certainly be dead. Those things cannot be shielded. Your best option and only real chance for survival is to put an object in the path. A piece of stone or your conjured canaries would do. And in any event, freezing up during battle for even one moment may likely be your last. Remember, constant vigilance. He turned to Ronald. What about you, Weasley? You put on a fierce display of some very choice curses out there. Ron's ears turned red, but he collected himself and started. When I saw the dummy casting the killing curse, I blocked it with a piece of stone. I stood there like a gormless twit, wondering why the stone hadn't been shattered when I let in a bone breaker. I used some of the spells which Bill has taught me but told me to use only against an enemy, since using them except in battle can take me to Azkaban. While it shielded them, I took it down with a reductor. After getting drenched with blood, I ran to the cottage to rescue the hostage and failed to see the stunner that took me out. Moody nodded but said nothing and turned to Neville. What about you, Longbottom? You were enjoying sparring your dummy until you fired off a rather impressive barrage of bone-exploding hexes. Neville refused to look down despite the compliment from Moody, and looking in his eyes, he said clearly, my mistake was that I did not check outside the cottage before I went to rescue my hostage. Moody grunted. You dodged my stunner and ran inside. I simply waited until you checked inside, then followed you in and stunned you. You should pay more attention to your surroundings. He turned to Ginevra. You took out your dummy faster than anyone else. Too bad none of the others realized the value of a good diversion like your bad bogey hex. Good job spotting me under that disillusionment charm too. But you are going to need to work on your reflexes. I should not have been able to take you out by reflecting your own stunner. He turned to Susan. You were great out there, lassie. You used lethal spells without hesitation and did not feel nauseous or vomit at the sight of blood. You chose to duel me outright based on your own strength. That was your mistake. He finally turned to the twins. You two menaces were the best today. But you did not heed my instructions. You banded together and defeated your dummies. Gred grinned at him. You never said we could not team up. Forge supplied. We realized we could face them better when we were combined. They said together, and we found a weakness in you today. Moody said nothing but dismissed them with a wave of his hand while resolving to never let the two of them gang up on him again. Himalayas, India. Harry woke up in the cave with a feeling that someone was watching him. As his eyes adjusted to the world around him, he found himself in the cave with the remains of the fire at the door. The fire that he had conjured at the entrance was long gone. He had not felt the cold thanks to the leaves that he had eaten. As he prepared for the day ahead, he decided to move around because he feared that the mystics would hunt him again. As he came out, he found Vari and some other mystics who were grinning at him with their wands trained on him. Vari growled, "We are going to have some fun, Potter. Since you are not in Adrishporum anymore, I am at liberty to hunt you. Start running." As Harry broke into a run, the mystics started following him, casting all manner of curses at him. His training at the lake came in handy here. He wasn't an easy target. Harry ran for some time before he realized that running would not solve his problem. He was not being chased by some unfit Death Eater but super competitive, top-of-form assassins who would have no problem outrunning him. There was only one way out for him: to fight against them and render them unable to follow him. Since he was outnumbered 10-1, he decided to play smart and found a bush to conceal him, where he waited in ambush. As he heard them coming, with his wand ready, he took a sound shot with a stunner. A thud told him that the spell had found its mark and he smirked in pleasure. However, his joy was short-lived. He heard one of them enervating the stunned man and he was back to where he had started. Vari growled, "Is that what you can do best, Potter? Is that all that you have learnt?" Harry did not rise to the bait but realized he would have to change his strategy if he were to survive this ambush. He lunged out of his hiding place and shot a bombarda, which was absorbed by one of them on his shield. In a brief second that he managed, he saw that all of them had raised a shield to defend against what they could not dodge. He was trapped and truly helpless now. They were too many and his experience was not enough to help him stand against so many together. This was a situation where he had nothing to gain but everything to lose. He remembered a little story Harsh had told him about a Dark Lord in the 16th century. Harsh was fighting him and as was about to finish him for good, the Dark Lord's backup had arrived outnumbering him vastly. Harsh had dissipated that time and returned a week later with an army at his back. The moral was that sometimes in a battle, you have to take a step back to prepare yourself for a huge leap forward. It was a bitter pill to swallow. It made sense to him. Concentrating upon the settlement of Nagas in the Himalayas, he dissipated and a second later, he was standing before the chief of Nagas. The chief smiled. "Welcome Harold James of Peverell. What brings you here to us today? Did Lord Harsh Vardhana send you here to train in parcel magics?" Harry shrugged. "He did not send me here, noble chief. I was banished for a day from Adrishpuram. Ye have been fighting mystics. I was in a skirmish where I was heavily outnumbered and therefore had to run." The chief smiled ruefully at him, while old welcome you here in any circumstances but not when you are going through banishment. We work in cooperation with the mystics and if Lord Harsh knew that we are helping you, he would turn his wrath upon us. Your banishment is to teach you a lesson. I hope you will learn it." Harry understood what the Naga meant and dissipated without saying a word. He appeared in a clearing where he had met the Thestrals. It was close to noon and he yet had not eaten anything. He saw a rabbit in the forest and summoned it. Stunning the animal, he sliced it open with a cutting curse. After cleaning it of its fur and entrails, he roasted it on a fire that he had conjured. After lunch, he set to work on his transfiguration and this time he found it easy to change the texture of his skin. As he concentrated more, the skin kept changing till it resembled the leonine he had seen in his dreams. Excited by the discovery, he set to change his nails but even after a lot of efforts, he could not do so. Not getting disheartened, he set upon working on some charms that he had learned. As it was nearing the evening, he felt some intimidating presence around him and immediately drew his wand and cast the Homnum Revelio on his surroundings. The test showed that there was at least one person present. As he kept his wand ready and waited, Vari emerged from the shadows. "You escaped me, Potter. I thought you would be hot-headed abrasive warrior who would rather stand and die than flee and return later." Harry said nothing but clenched his wand tightly in his hand, glaring at the mystic all the time. The mystic smirked at him. "Don't give me that look, Potter. I had to test you to know if you are capable to making a retreat." As Harry refused to say anything, the mystic growled at him, "On your guard, Potter. We will see if you are made of sterner stuff or just posturing." Harry sent a bone breaker at the mystic who simply stepped aside. Harry cast another curse which he sidestepped again and T.S. happened quite a few more times before Harry finally lost it and started casting with all abandon and without thinking and saw something truly awe-inspiring. The mystic was weaving in and out of the way of his curses, dancing in such a way that he made Harry feel like a kid. His reflexes were fast and not even one spell of his could touch the mystic. After some time, the mystic went on the offense, forcing him to dodge or hide behind solid objects. The mystic was casting everything that he had except the unforgivables. Harry was not even sure if there was someone in the inner circle of Voldemort who knew as many curses and hexes. He kept dodging or evading, but when he was tired, he started using some darker spells which the mystic was still evading by dodging them. They had been fighting for 20 minutes now, but neither of them gave up. While the mystic used very little energy for his curses and was more in harmony with his magical core, Harry was a little tired from constantly firing high-powered spells. He noted that his stamina had increased and his endurance was a lot better now. Perhaps all the running and physical exercises were paying off. Suddenly he heard a faint pop and immediately straightened and was alert, looking around, and at the last moment, he jumped aside to avoid the bone breaker which had been aimed at his chest. As he stood with his wand out, Harsh appeared before him and ordered, "Stand down." Harry did not lower his wand but asked in a menacing tone, "What did Mr. Harsh Vardhana do when he visited the Black Townhouse for the first time this summer?" The mystic smirked. I believe I appeared in the house not using the flow and I dissipated from within the house. Harry lowered his wand and mumbled, "Have you also come to fight me, Guruji?" Harsh smiled. "No, Harry. Your banishment is over. You have to come with us. Tomorrow we are going to battle." Harry gasped. "Battle? What battle? With whom?" Harsh's visage turned grim. "There is a little country nearby where there is a little Dark Lord infestation and they do not have effective means to curb it. I received message that he is going to cause massacre of wizards. I have to stop him. Your teachers agree that it will teach you the bloody realities of battle. We have responsibilities for over the world." Harry said nothing but nodded. He knew that the mystics had no compunction about killing and they would eventually put him in such a position. Harsh grabbed his hand and they disappeared. The next day, Himalayas. Harry's daily routine had been disturbed that morning since Vari did not come to wake him up. Indeed, he had slept like a rock and woke up when the sun was high in the sky. Adrishpuram was in frenzy. Mystics, more than he had thought possible, were milling about and all of them wore a leather mask, body armor and had at least one sword strapped to their backs. Anil beckoned him towards a group of mystics who were sitting in a circle. As Harry reached him, he said, "Harry, we are going to battle today and around 200 fighters have gathered for this. Guruji has told me that you should be part of one of the groups and Vari has asked for you to be made a part of his group." Harry winced. He does not like me at all. The way he treats me makes me feel insignificant and he belittles me, mocking me all the time. Can't you include me in your group? He smiled morosely. No, Harry. I am part of the front row of warriors and having you there would make me twice vulnerable because I would have to fight for myself as well as to look out for you. Besides, Vari nay, DS someone with power to bring down some wards which we may face. Now go and dress. You will be given your mask before we leave for battle. Harry reached his room and delved into his closet in the TR. But could not find anything which was suitable for battle. As he was getting agitated, Harsh entered the room. What is the matter? Harry turned to him. Guruji, I have no idea what I should wear. I mean I have never been a part of a battle. Harsh smirked. Do not worry, Harry. Your adoptive father had seen to this need. Before we left Avalon, I had suggested him that you may need a of battle robes and he was very kind to procure one which he gave into my keeping. He produced a bulky bundle for Harry to examine and departed. Harry gleefully tore open the bundle and found a set of battle robes. Black in color and thicker at the sensitive areas of human anatomy. As he donned it and looked into the mirror he could not recognize himself at first. He had come a long way from the boy who was ecstatic to see a chocolate frog to the boy who was learning to be a warrior. As Harry joined the mystics again, Anil presented him with body armor made of dragon hide and instructed him to put it on, telling him that Harsh waited for him in his chamber. Harry wore the armor over his battle robes and went to Harsh who was waiting for him. Harsh addressed him, Harry, we are about to go on a mission where there are equal chances that some of us may die. It is a matter of life and death and you have to keep it in mind that one enemy left alive is one dagger in your back. After the battle, if your enemy is left alive then it is a testament of your weakness to do what one must do. Remember, Harry, duty and honor are the greatest things one can strive for and one action of yours can get you great honor or eternal shame. If you fail to abide by my instructions today, you will regret it every moment of your life. Harsh accompanied him to an amphitheater-type structure set the northwest corner of Adrishpuram where hundreds of mystics were gathered. Harsh signaled him to go and mix with the mystics while he ascended the stage. As he reached the great table on the stage, the mystics went silent. Harsh was wearing his mask and started to address the mystics. My brethren, today we set out to fulfill the reason of our existence. A dark lord has raised his poisonous ood and it is upon for us who pledged our wands to light. It is for us to extinguish this fire before it becomes a raging inferno. It is time for us shadow dwellers to make our strike. This night we will attain glory or the heaven meant for a warrior. Every warrior was listening to his speech captivated, taking in every word that he said, and Harry could feel the magic in the room, oozing out of the warriors present. Harsh continued, today we are going to make our strike against evil. Today we will get our chance to serve Mother Magic and punish those who transgress against the ways of magic. Today is also a day when I announce another addition in our ranks. Harold James Potter of Avalon has been made honorary mystic and has been training with us for some time. I call forth Harold D. James Potter to make his admittance into our ranks known. Harold James Potter walked up the stage where Harsh was standing with his mask in place, his cloak billowing behind him, looking every bit a war mage. As Harry reached him, he motioned for him to get down on his knees. Harry hesitated for a second before he eventually sunk to one knee. Harsh addressed him. You are here because the tribe felt that you are worthy of the honor of being considered as one among us. The tribe will look after you like it looks after its own. Do you, Harold James of House of Potter, accept this honor and answer? Ve the tribe as the tribe will serve to you. Harry raised his head and firmly replied, I will serve the tribe to the best of my ability as the tribe will do to me. Harsh said, Rise, Harold James of House Potter, and accept these symbols of your admittance among us, the defenders of good, the sworn enemies of evil. Harry raised his head and saw that Harsh was clutching a bundle in his hands. As he accepted them, Harsh opened the package and produced a cloak like the mystics wore. Taking the cloak, Harsh draped it around Harry's shoulders. Next, he presented Harry with a mask which he touched to Harry's face and it adjusted to fit him. Harsh raised his right fist and roared, Satya Sarvata Vijayasya, truth is always victorious. The mystics took up the call and the amphitheater shook to the roars of Satya Sarvata Vijayasya. For quite a few minutes before Harsh raised his wand and let out a cannon blast. Harsh started addressing them again. We are going in 10 groups with 20 mystics in each group. I will lead one of them while Vari, Pawan, Anil, Achala, Ambar, Nikolai, Anne, Petrov and Mark will lead the others. You will follow orders and anyone found guilty of disobedience will be punished most harshly. We will not take any hostages and make sure that whoever chooses to engage you in a duel can never stand again. Vari cornered Harry as they all were given their orders to report to their leaders. He growled, You are with me, Potter. You will do as I say or you will see what real punishment looks like. Harry nodded. He could feel apprehension and excitement building in him in equal measure. It was something that he had not hoped to see so soon. It meant that the mystics were treating him as an adult unlike others who treated him like a child no matter what he achieved in his life. Before Vari could say anything else, Anil took him away. Harry, I know that you perhaps would not need it, but it would make me feel safer if you have a sword with you. He passed Har. Why the sword that he had been practicing with and strapped it on his back. Harry sat making small talk with others in the group which was going with Vari and was pleasantly surprised when no one paid any extra attention to his name. They treated him as anyone else among them, an equal and not some boy wonder. Soon, they were all being herded to the entrance of the settlement where Vari was waiting for them with a long rope which he told all of them to hold tightly. As they held onto it, he touched his wand to it and said, Dharma Arman, duty and honor, and they all felt the familiar tug bahi. Nd their navels as they were whisked away. Headmaster's office, Hogwarts. Albus had seen the memory 5 times at least before he came to the conclusion that his guess was correct. Tom had made 7 Horcruxes. He had shared his observations with a Parachute who was looking glum and had been pacing in his office for the last hour. What is the matter, Mr. Parachute? He asked genuinely. You do not seem to be elated with what we obtained from Horace. The mystic grunted. I am content that we have established how many of those abominations are out there, Albus, but my reasons of concern are entirely different. What are those, if I may ask? Albus asked him, curious as to what had caused the mystic to lose his cool. Did you receive some bad news? I received news, yes. Favorable or unfavorable, that is yet to be seen. The mystics are going to battle as of now while we speak, he replied. Battle? But where? With whom? Is Harry all right? Albus asked, genuinely concerned for the teen. He is fine, Albus, but it has been decades since we gathered in such numbers. I have received reports that there is a formidable force waiting for them out there, he replied. I feel like I should have been there, but Guruji has stationed me here to take care of Avalon and Tom Riddle. Albus said nothing but pondered over what might be happening in the war. He wanted to know everything that there was to know. For the first time, he did not have any of the cards in his hand and was forced to play spectator. His only concern was that Harry Potter must remain safe because without that boy, all hopes were lost for Wizarding Britain. "Tell me, Albus, have you come close to figure out where the Horcruxes can be?" the mystic asked him, bringing him out of his reverie. "There are a few places that I suspect he may have hidden them. But I will have to leave Hogwarts and travel to begin my search," he replied, "and in the current climate I cannot leave the castle unsecured. It means we have to wait for the term to begin then," the mystic said. Malfoy Manor. Lucius was tired of the pain that he had to endure. The Dark Lord kept using him as his whetstone. Whenever something went wrong, he punished Lucius. He had been elated when the Dark Lord had returned from the dead, but it was all downhill from there. He put up a brave front in front of the other Death Eaters so that they would not think that he had fallen out of favor with the Dark Lord, and so he would not incur more of the Dark Lord's wrath. He knew there were many who would love to replace him and sit at the Lord's side, but Lucius was determined to keep that place. His talents as a shrewd businessman were coming in handy to gather funds for the Dark Lord. He had also found an old castle which was a remnant from another era and converted it for the Dark Lord's use. His motive for doing that was to keep the Dark Lord and Death Eaters away from his pristine home, because Narcissa did not take kindly to being made a prisoner in her own home. Not to mention, this meant that the Dark Lord and his minions could not feast upon the vintage wine and mead in his cellars. The Dark Lord had been recruiting heavily lately and his ranks were swelling. In the last week alone 30 men had pledged their allegiance to him. While it was not much by any means, it was sufficient for the time being. Lucius dreamt of the day when he would rule over Wizarding Britain, while the Dark Lord continued to pull the strings from the shadows and remain hidden as was his preference. Perhaps he would be able to solicit favors from the Dark Lord and manage a handsome betrothal contract for his son Draco to one of the oldest and richest houses. There was only one dark spot on the horizon: Harry Potter. Lucius had seen the boy stand defiantly against the Dark Lord, laugh in his face, and the fire burning in his eyes had made him shudder. If the boy gained any power, he would be a formidable enemy. He had thought the boy to be a wizard of mediocre talent, as he had been often told by his son. But that night in the graveyard, he had realized that if Harry Potter survived, he would be the death of them. Even the Dark Lord had pd such praise rang warning bells in his mind. Speaking of the Dark Lord, he had been punishing his followers for their failure to get the prophecy from the Department of Mysteries. Most of the time, there was an order guard present at the entrance to the department, which made it hard for them to try anything. A few times when they were able to enter, they were thwarted by the unspeakables who guarded the place with everything that they had got. A few times, Lucius had been able to reach the shelf of prophecies, but he was unable to lift it off the shelf. The magics guarding it were lethal to anyone who as not the subject of the prophecy he was trying to take. They had tried magical and muggle means to remove the prophecy from the shelf, but they were not successful so far. Every time they failed, the Dark Lord liberally used the Cruciatus curse on him. It was only due to Severus that he was able to recover for the next round of torture, or he would have been broken long ago. Ministry of Magic. Percy Weasley felt foolish. He had alienated his family and sided with the minister because he believed the minister was the most powerful authority figure in Wizarding Britain, but the last few weeks had been an eye-opener. Within a fortnight, the minister had fallen. The minister's senior undersecretary was on the way to Azkaban. Percy's former pet rat had turned out to be a wizard long thought dead, and he was barely clinging to his job. What Cornelius had not realized, but Percy knew to be just a matter of time, was that Cornelius's days as the Minister of Magic were numbered. Like the minister, he had underestimated Albus Dumbledore, but the old headmaster had shown why he was the most powerful wizard in Great Britain. Percy could see his manipulations in everything that had happened in the last few days. What befuddled him was the absence of Harry Potter. If what Dumbledore was saying was true, then Harry Potter would have a greater role to play in the near future, and yet he was kept hidden from everyone. He had gone to the Burrow one day to meet with his parents and to glean some information from them. But, to his surprise, he could not enter the house. There were new wards around T.H. property, and they felt hostile to him. The wards were designed to kill anyone who entered the place with hostile intentions. Perhaps Bill had raised them. He had decided since then to keep his head down and listen to all the rumors that passed through the ministry. If it turned out that Albus Dumbledore had been speaking the truth, he would have to swallow his pride and beg his father to forgive him. He had destroyed his relationship with his family and he would have to take responsibility to mend that by any means possible. Black Townhouse. Arthur Weasley was standing in the tapestry room, fondly looking upon a name on the family tree and lost in his thoughts. Arthur. Molly's voice brought him out of his musings. What are you doing here? Arthur replied in a wistful far-off voice, if she had not been disowned. She would be there on the tapestry, he said, pointing at a small burn on the hanging. Who? Molly asked in confusion. Mother, Arthur said. She was a daughter of House Black. Her father, Lord Orion Phineas Black, disowned her for marrying a blood traitor. Molly's voice was thick with emotion. I had forgotten that she was a daughter of House Black. I never realized that it mattered so much to you, Arthur. Arthur replied in his wistful voice, I never bothered myself with our traditions, not after other ancient and most noble houses ousted us from our position. Since everything had been taken away from us, Father did not see any reason to teach us our family magic. Molly replied, can we not do something about it? I mean, we have been punished enough, Arthur. Isn't there something that can be done to undo the wrongs done to us? I dare say there is. You can petition Lord Black to legitimize your mother's marriage and to reinstate her into the family. Then Lord Black can convince the Wizengamot to revoke the punishment and reinstate the ancient and noble house of Weasley to its rightful place, said Sirius, who had entered the room while they were talking. Arthur turned to him with his eyes lit with hope. Is that possible, Sirius? Can it be done? I confess that I do not want anything for me, but it will be great if I can teach a part of my family's heritage to my children. Sirius smiled at him. Of course it can be done. Lord Black is very partial to your family and does not take injustice lightly. He will see to it that you are given your rightful place in our society. While you are at it, you should also make a motion to claim the seat and magic of House Pruitt and anoint one of your sons as Lord Pruitt. It is only right that L of the old houses occupy their rightful places on the Wizengamot. Eastern Himalayas, India. Harry Potter arrived in a dark forest as the portkeys stopped moving. As they landed, the mystics started erecting tents for their forces. Laying down wards, setting up guards while the leaders retired to a big tent in the middle which looked like some sort of command tent. As Harry sat with other mystics, Harsh sent for him. He arrived in the command tent where the 10 leaders were sitting around a round table with Harsh in the middle of them. He beckoned Harry to sit behind him on a chair and told I am to watch the planning for the battle and to give his input if he felt like doing so. Guruji, I think we should first assess how we are going to start our attack. We have about 2 hours to plan a strategy, said Achala. Right, mates. Let's review our initial deployment and make sure we have all our bases covered, said Mark, who was an Australian. What do you propose, Anil? Harsh asked. Al, who had been listening to everything that was being said, started thoughtfully. Guruji, I think first we should ensure that we have all the information, like how large is his force, what kind of beasts are a part of his army, what is their ability, and above all, we must lay our traps carefully. Anil said, when we are certain as we can be of their numbers, their defenses and other details, then we can plan our attack. Anne, who had been sitting quietly so far, produced a map of a castle and its surroundings, then began, Guruji, we, the Chaya's shadows, have gathered the required intelligence. They have a force of about 300 wizards, 50 or so werewolves, and a coven of vampires. They had around 100 in Fury, but they have been since neutralized, so we can expect around 450 enemies at the most. Petrov raised his hand. I think we should divide our work amongst ourselves. We have 10 teams here and we should leave 3 of them here to act as our backup in case things go pear-shaped. We can choose our target based on our own strengths. Others assented to his plan, and thus Ambar, Pawan and Anne's teams were asked to stay back. Pawan's team was mostly ward masters and their work was to lay wards and traps around the area that they had chosen for battle. After that they would retreat and act as backup. Anne's team was composed of mostly those who worked in gathering intellig. Ensor were expert in covert operations, so they were to stay and keep an eye on things. If something came up that would require their intervention, they would be deployed as such. Ambar's team was composed mostly of newer recruits, and she was to intervene only if their side started losing. Anil's team was tasked with hunting the werewolves because they preferred swordplay more than wands and sill. Veer blades were far more effective against werewolves than magic. Petrov, who was from Romania, was an expert vampire hunter, and so he took the responsibility for dealing with the vampires. Vari's team had the duty to bring down the wards by destroying the ward stones which had been located by the Chayas earlier in the day. Pawan had given them rune stones which they could use to gain entry through the wards and subsequently destroy the ward stones. After they destroyed the stones, they were to join the main force and act as the vanguard. Mark would lead, Chala's team would lead the right flank. Harsh was to lead the middle column. Nikolai would lead the rear guard. Soon enough it was time to battle, and as they were arranging themselves according to plan, Harry found Harsh. Guruji, where is this place? Harsh smirked. Your questions do not cease even in middle of battle, Harry. This is what Muggles know as Eastern Himalayas, and we are on the side that is known as Myanmar. Harsh handed a bracelet to him. Harry, strap this bracelet to your right hand. It is a portkey which would activate when you will touch it with your wand and say, Dharma or Man, and will take you to Adrishpuram. However, do not use it unless you are in life or death situation. Keep your wits about you and do not hesitate to take down your opponent. They would not play fair, and neither should you. After 10 minutes, Vari was giving a briefing to his team. All right boys, this is what we have to do. We will divide ourselves into 4 teams of 5 warriors to each, and we will attack the wards from 4 corners. Use the rune stones which Pawan has given us. These stones interrupt with the wards, destroying them because they are loaded with enough energy to act as ward explosives. As we have gained entry inside the ward lines, we have 5 minutes to find and destroy the ward stones, because as soon as one of the stones are destroyed, Pawan will lay down his own ward scheme over the area, preventing anyone from escaping. Many of you are young and inexperienced in our ways of magical travel, therefore it would be difficult for you to disapparate or use a portkey out of there. Harry raised his hand. Maybe we should set up communication with the other teams so that we keep each other informed and coordinate our attacks better. The leaders can send Patroni to the other leaders to signify that they have destroyed the ward stones, and if someone has not been able to send a Patronus for more than 10 minutes after we depart from here, we can rescue them. The other mystics were looking at him appraising Ly while Vari gave him a rare smile. That is convenient. Get ready boys, and do not forget to disillusion yourselves and silence your feet. According to the battle plan, Vari led Harry and 3 others from his team to the eastern side of the area. They were expected to attack. Just like 2 nights ago, his eyes became cat-like and he could see clearly in the dead of night. The target zone was in the middle of the forest, and a wall ran all around it. It was only about 4 feet high and there was no other defense visible. Vari pointed to the trees and he saw guards sitting in them keeping watch. Ari signaled some of his recruits, who soundlessly disapparated, to appear in the trees and plunged their daggers into the hearts of the guards, killing them. Instantly, Harry watched in morbid fascinity on until one of them wrenched his dagger free and it came out making a sound like a plunger, and blood gushed out of the wound. As the smell of blood invaded his nostrils, he wanted to throw up, but Vari, who perhaps was looking out for him, hit him with a spell which vanished his queasiness. After a few moments, the guards were all dead and the mystics were near the wall. Vari turned to him. Potter, I am going to throw the rune stones now. As I throw one of them into the air, hit it with a finite so that it would be activated. Harry drew his wand and took aim. As Harsh threw the stone high into the air, Harry shot it with a finite, and a moment later, they could hear a faint sound of detonation. Vari smirked. Let's begin the party, boys. Vari and the others with him jumped beyond the wall in a single leap. Harry hesitated for a second before he remembered the trick that Anil had taught him. Jumping into the air, Harry willed his magic to propel him higher and farther. Within a second, he was beyond the wall with the others. Vari led them to a small cabin almost completely obscured by trees and vines. As he was about to open the door, Harry stopped his hand. Did you check if there is anyone inside? Vari smirked. Maybe I forgot. Why don't you check and let us know? Harry cast the Homnum Revelio and found nothing. He turned to Vari, who motioned for him to open the door. The inside of the room was pretty pedestrian for a ward room. There was nothing there but 2 rectangular ward stones. Vari raised his 3 fingers into the air and every mystic readied their wands. When the third finger went down, as one, they cast an obscure spell that Harry did not know. He had an idea that they were about to destroy the ward stones, and so he mixed a reductor in the casting, which caused a small explosion. Vari growled at him. "Are you out of your tree, Potter? You want to let the enemy know that we are here so they can send a welcoming committee." Harry spluttered. But I thought that we had to destroy the ward stone, and so I used reductor on it." Vari scowled and shook his head, then grunted, "We will deal with your failure later." He flourished his wand, conjuring 4 Patroni horses, and sent them to other leaders, telling them that his work was finished. Shortly he grabbed Harry by his hand and they regrouped with the main force. After some time the rest of his team had regrouped. Vari ordered him to be in the front row with some others. Shortly thereafter, Harsh's magnified voice boomed amongst them, "Charge! Greengrass Manor." Daphne was having a pleasant summer. Her father had promised to take them to Greece for a week in August, and she had been enjoying the days as they went by. It was always a relief to be away from the castle where she played the part of the Ice Queen. Although she wasn't really like that, there were only 2 ways to get along in Slytherin: either they were far above others' social standing, aloof and above all reproach, or they were powerful like some of the dark families. She was the Ice Queen, so others who wanted to keep all their body parts never bothered her. Some of the more stubborn ones had to learn their lessons the hard way and had to go visit Madame Pomfrey to sort them out and suffer the humiliation of having their private details being aired to the public. She had her priorities sorted out since before Hogwarts. She wanted to inherit her father's empire and make it more prosperous. To that end, she had resolved to work to that effect while she finished her studies. However, one person had messed up her plans. Harry Potter had entered the equation and disturbed all her plans with her visions of the world being forgotten. She was not one to fall for a boy, but she had fallen for him, and fallen hard. And she had learnt of the deeds he performed while in school. The Hogwarts rumor mill was not very reliable, and one never believed everything that they heard, but she had learnt to spot the truth amidst the rumors. First year she had heard that he had killed Professor Quirrell, however that did not make sense since doing so would have landed him in prison. She heard that they had dueled over something that Quirrell was trying to steal. Although she never learned exactly what that was, but one thing was clear: Harry Potter had caused Quirrell to vanish. In the second year, she had wanted to stand beside him and tell people off for calling him the heir of Slytherin, but she was not a Gryffindor for a reason. She watched from the sidelines as students got petrified one after another. Then suddenly, one day the petrified students were up and about, and what came out of the rumor mill was that he had slain a basilisk with a sword and saved a student from Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. She knew it had to be true because she had spotted him that night as he returned from McGonagall's office, his robes torn, blood smeared on his robes, his clothes filthy, and a sword in his hand. In the third year, she had heard the most ridiculous rumors. She heard that he had cast the Patronus charm and drove away 100 Dementors. That he had saved the mass murderer Sirius Black. She did not know of his innocence then. However, she had started crushing on him hard. In the fourth year, he had taken her heart when he outflew the task and the way he conducted himself all the year. She wanted to be there for him again, but her courage failed her. This year she was determined to grab that one before someone else got her hooks in him. She knew she had no competition in that regard because he would consider only those who saw him simply as Harry and not the boy who lived. There were a few girls who saw him as such. One was Hermione Granger, and she had a feeling that Granger was more like a sister to him. The Pottle twins were in that category, but Padma was too studious and Parvati was too giggly. Another was Lavender Brown, who was one of the prettiest witches in Hogwarts, but she did not strike her as one who would consider serious relationships. Susan Bones was another of the girls who saw him as Harry, and Daphne had a feeling that Bones had her eyes on him for a long time. Too bad that Daphne had set her eyes on him now. She was so lost in her musings that she did not hear the door of her room being opened and almost jumped when Tracy yelled in her ear, "Stop daydreaming, Daph. You were giving the Ice Queen a bad name." She scowled at Tracy but could not hide her blush. "I am not daydreaming, Tracy." "Yeah, right. You were not dreaming about the emerald-eyed Gryffindor." "Not at all." Tracy rolled her eyes. "I have known you since we were toddlers, Daph, and you get all misty-eyed whenever Harry Potter is mentioned." Daphne sighed. Tracy was too perceptive for her own good. She's Sue. LD always figure out what was going on with Daphne. Even sometimes her mother could not fathom what was going in her mind, but Tracy knew. So Daphne, Tracy was saying, were you successful in contacting your emerald-eyed wizard at all? Daphne shrugged. No. For the last week, I have tried every way I can think of to send a letter to him but failed. For the first time ever, even Archibald returned without delivering the letter. Since then he refuses to even take the message. I have tried sending postal owls too, but they can't seem to find him. At that moment, Roxanne Greengrass entered our room, overhearing the last part of her sentence, and suggested, maybe the recipient of your letter has mail wards on him wherever he is, preventing any unauthorized mail from getting to him. Daphne turned to her, blushing furiously. Did you hear everything, Mother? Roxanne smirked. Enough to know that you are suffering from boy trouble. I must say I am relieved that you are showing interests in boys at last. I had thought that the Ice Queen had buried all her feelings. Daphne squeaked. Mother. Roxanne grinned smugly. Don't feel embarrassed about it, Daphne. It is natural to feel ions for someone at your age, especially someone as charming as Harry Potter. Tracy started laughing while Daphne blushed furiously, and Roxanne left the room grinning. India, Myanmar. The vanguard led by Vari entered through the main door and immediately went on the offensive. The enemy forces were inside a large building which looked like a small castle, and they had people on the ramparts and in windows firing at the mystics who were either dodging or shielding while they kept advancing. This side there was about 70 or so enemies who were in sight, while they assumed that the rest were hiding or laying some trap for them. Anil and his mystics had entered shortly after the wards had been erected, and they could hear sword fighting off to one side of the castle, presumably a battle being odd between the mystics and the werewolf contingent. On the other side of the castle, the night sky had been illuminated as the day, and they assumed that Petrov and his mystics had engaged the vampires. Battle with the werewolves. The mystics had entered just behind the team sent to destroy the wards, and as Pawan had raised the anti-escape wards, they had set off to find the werewolves. Not that it was difficult. They were on the western side of the encampment, far away from the vampires who were on the right side. The Dark Lord was ingenious, as he had housed his forces in different buildings. Oh, that they would not be killed en masse if an attack came. They had attacked the building where the werewolves were. While it was not the full moon, they were still dangerous, and as they stormed the door, the mystics went to hack down everyone who crossed their path. There were more than 70 werewolves, as they had been told. Perhaps some new packs had arrived overnight. Anil had divided his team into 4 groups with 5 to each, and they were all busy. After he killed a handful of werewolves, he sought the Alpha and challenged him directly, who roared and charged him. Anil stood ready, his sword poised to strike, and waited for the Alpha, who was eyeing him warily. Suddenly the Alpha jumped into the air, and Anil ducked while slashing his sword through the air, cutting a deep gash on his stomach. The Alpha was enraged and again ran at him, and he sidestepped while slashing his blade in such a way that it nicked the werewolf's right arm. The werewolf howled in pain and tried to swipe at him, but Al caught his arm in his left hand, and summoning his silver dagger from his ankle belt with a mighty strike, lodged the dagger hilt deep into the werewolf's abdomen, leaving him to writhe in pain and agony on the floor. Anil looked around him, and his comrades were doing well, with the majority of the werewolves being dead or in various stages of dying. He found one of the new recruits fighting with 3 of them at once, who had cornered him and would have killed him. He pulled 2 daggers from his belt and threw them at the werewolves, bringing 2 of them down, while the recruit had just impaled the third through his skull. He heard growling behind him and turned to find 2 of them stalking him. He grasped his sword in his left hand and pulled out his wand reluctantly. While he was adept with a wand, he used it very rarely. He conjured a silver dagger which he banished towards the werewolves, and it lodged into one of them while the other charged at him. As the werewolf came barreling at him, he jumped high in the air and kicked the werewolf in the back as it barreled past him, making him fly into the sword of a mystic who was coming to Anil's assistance. As he landed, he found that the fighting had died down, with only a handful of werewolves still alive and fighting for their lives. He went to the Alpha, who was still writhing on the ground, and looked into his eyes menacingly. I had sworn that I will be the one to kill you, Kirkut, and you are dying at my hand. The werewolf was in extreme agony but focused on the mystic with all his concentration. Who are you? What have I ever done to you? Anil's eyes were blood red and he growled, I am the little boy from Baratkot whose family you slaughtered. I had vowed my revenge 40 years ago and today, I will be free of the debt that the vow had put on me. He grasped the hilt of his dagger and spun it in the wound, making the werewolf howl in pain and grunted, I would love to make you suffer for the torment I have been through all my life, but my code does not allow me to cause unnecessary pain to you now that you are dying like the beast that you are. I hope you will burn for eternity in hell, and Yama, the god of Deet, will punish you for all the sins that you have committed. He pulled out the dagger and flashed it in the werewolf's face. The house of Garrett has had its revenge. May the afterlife be hell for you. He slashed the werewolf's throat and motioned for his forces to kill the rest of the werewolves who were dying and to bind any of those who were still alive. Charrick had asked him to bring him some prisoners so that he could teach something to Harry Potter. Destruction of the vampires. Petrov and his group ran into vampires as soon as they entered the property lines. The vampires were well sweet. Deet and night guard duty with their dark vision and nocturnal habits. Thus they were prowling the perimeter keeping watch. They knew of the invasion as Petrov's group entered the property line and started laying a trap around them, circling them. As the mystics came into their line of vision, the vampires roared and they charged. Petrov, who had been anticipating something like this, yelled, Makar crocodile formation and wands out. On 3, we burn them like kindling. The mystics readied their wands and arranged themselves like a crocodile. As the vampires neared them, they incanted as one. Tamari, meaning sun in English and used as a substitute for Solaris in Latin. Bright hot light escaped their wands, lighting the area around them like the day, and the vampires who had come into range of the spell burned like dry wood on fire while the mystics were unharmed. This spell was harmful to vampires and any who came into contact with it would be incinerated. The vampire leader growled, Vampire Hunter Petrov, how interesting to see you here of all places. Did you not run with your tail tucked between your legs when we last met 200 years ago in Russia? Petrov bristled but answered in a calm voice. Levinov, as I recall, even though you got the jump on me, while my back was turned, you still had to run the moment I got over your cowardly ambush. I have hunted you for 200 years, because in my entire lifetime, failing to kill you has been my only failure. Let's settle this now. Further, he raised his wand to his throat and his voice magnified, boys, make sure that none of these creatures of evil escape this night. I have a grudge to settle. He looked at the vampire Levinov with hatred in his eyes and motioned with his hands, you and me. He raised his wand yelling, Dharma or Mon, and charged him. As the vampire tried to run him down, Petrov uttered another incantation, Krishanu, fire, and a whip of fire rose from his wand with which he lassoed the vampire. Giving it a jerk, it threw the vampire to the ground. The vampire flipped to his feet and jumped into the air to make his escape. He cast a spell chain, Vaishvanar, Havyavahan, Pavik, and peppered the vampire with 3 bolts of fire, bringing him to the ground. As the vampire burned and writhed in agony, he swished his wand in a zigzag motion and yelled, Martandam, and a huge ball of fire left his wand and surrounded the vampire, slowly burning him, charring his flesh, filling the air with the stench of burning flesh. He yelled at the vampire, whose cries were heart-rending, this is your end, Levinov. You have caused a lot of grief to everyone. Your soul had died when you were turned, and now I release your body from this curse. Leaving the burning vampire to die in agony, he ordered his men to march to the aid of the rest of the forces. Right flank. The right flank, being led by Achala, did not encounter any resistance till they reached a ring of trees. As they were about to step in it, she raised her hand and mouthed, Trap, to her warriors. She signaled them to split in groups of 2 and to flank the ring of trees from both sides, setting it on fire. As the mystic got into position, 3 of the warriors on either side raised their wands and muttered, Davanalam, fiendfire. Fire leapt from their wands and surrounded the rings of trees, taking the shape of a huge 2-headed bird. Seconds later, wizards started jumping out of the trees straight into the wands of the mystics who were waiting for them. They used all the curses and hexes that they knew. They used a myriad of spells without any compunction, killing everyone who came out of the trees. A few of them who did not die were bound to be taken captive for Charrick. After a few seconds, when it was clear that there were no more enemies left in the trees, she ordered them to extinguish the fire and went further into the settlement where there were a couple of buildings. She cast a wide area, Hominem Revelio, W. Hitch showed her that the enemy soldiers were hiding on the rooftops and on the battlements. Immediately she drew 10 of her men and divided them into 2 groups. She ordered the first group to get up on the roof and kill the enemy soldiers there. The chosen warriors immediately disappeared, and a few seconds later, enemy soldiers started dropping off the rooftops like flies. After a few minutes, he mystics on the ground stormed the buildings and started casting spells at anyone who got in their way. They had almost won their part of the skirmish when a green light jetted towards her, and she didn't see it till it was too late. As she watched in horror, one of the mystics jumped into the way of the curse and his body fell to the ground lifeless, his eyes vacant. At that moment something snaped in her, and she raised her wand and yelled, "Penic," and an arrow as black as the night emerged from her wand. It gave off an aura of death and made everyone in the vicinity shudder. She raised her wand and banished it toward the wizard who had cast the killing curse. The arrow struck him in the chest, blasting his body into 1,000 pieces. She turned towards the remaining enemy warriors who had thrown down their wands and went on their knees clamoring for mercy. She smirked menacingly at them. "There will be no mercy. You have defied Mother Magic and used her gifts for evil purposes. You will die this day, and Yama will sit in judgment upon you." She raised her wand and incanted, Panaka, Kodand, Sarasan, and 3 arrows appeared, each looking as deadly as the other, and banished them at the captives. Needless to say, they died such gruesome deaths that it would cause her mystics to shudder to even think about it. As their enemies were either dead or captive, one of the Tick stunned Achala and signaled one of the other mystics to take charge of her, who immediately picked her up and disappeared. The rest of the mystics went in search of battle. Left flank. The left Florida NK led by Mark immediately ran into problems, as the left flank was crowded by dark creatures like Grindylows, Kappas, snakes and the likes. After they had gained victory over the creatures, Mark led them to spread around in groups of 2 to 3 and find and eliminate enemies. They found little to nothing in the way of resistance until one of them tripped a trap which was rigged with blasting hexes and killed 2 of the mystics instantly. Mark immediately signaled them to stop moving and stay in position. As he cast some detection charms, he realized they were standing in the middle of a trap. The enemy had deployed around 80 soldiers at the left flank, and they had surrounded the mystics and were closing in on them. He murmured to his nearest group, "Chakra, disc, formation and wands out. As they come out in the open, start expanding outwards using every lethal curse that you know. Put all of them to the sword. We are not taking any prisoners today." The message was passed to Ru. ND and the mystics joined together in the formation of the disc, while Mark conjured his Patronus, a raven, go to Pawan and inform him that we are surrounded. Make a disc formation and shrink inwards, so we can catch the scum in a pincer attack, giving them no time to retaliate or cause any damage. As they waited for the enemy to make a move, a Patronus arrived, a lion, and spoke in the voice of Pawan, "The trap has been laid. Now time to close it." He raised his wand and fired green sparks, signaling them to begin their assault. Immediately all sorts of spells left their wands, some of them connected while others were either dodged or shielded. Their relentless attack forced their enemies to show themselves. The enemy forces, thinking that they had the advantage in both numbers and position, began charging Mark's group. Many of them didn't even have enough time to realize what was happening, as they were cut down by Pawan's team from behind. For a few moments, all that could be seen were spells flying. Spells of various colors, and every one of them lethal. Warriors from both sides fell, but after a few minutes and with little difficulty, the mystics were able to best the enemy. Our mystics had died while the ground was littered with the bodies of enemy soldiers everywhere. Pawan's team went back to wait for their next backup call, while Mark's group went looking for the main event. The vanguard. Harry was in the front row of fighters in that he was busy shielding or dodging the curses. This was very different from practice, where he knew what he could expect of the mystics. He even dodged at times what looked like the Avada Kedavra or some of the dark curses that he had read about in his books. He kept casting bone breakers, bone exploders or bone splinters, but none of His spells were aimed at fatal points and most of his opponents were incapacitated, but not dead. He just could not do it. As he fought, he even had to face 2 or 3 of them at once, but Vari was a ways around and would rescue him before any harm befell him. While he was focused on what was in front of him, he was also keeping an eye on others around him, and none of the mystics were leaving any of their enemies alive. Enemies fell lifeless, some with gruesome deaths, some with their bones exploded or crushed, or some were simply blasted apart. As he fought, he just kept casting not even turning to see if his opponent was still standing. He downed one of the enemies with a bone breaker to the shoulder and moved on to the next target. He was so nauseated that he lost sight of what was happening. He did not realize until it was too late that the enemy whose shoulder he had just broken had cast a killing curse with his other hand and it was headed his way, but at the last moment, a misty sea tackled him to the ground and Harry shot a bone breaker in the direction the spell had come from. The sickening sound of bone breaking told him that he had found his mark. The mystic picked him up and barked, "Look sharp, Potter. This is not practice. You do not kill them, they will kill you." Harry looked around and found that the enemy suddenly had swelled in numbers. Just a moment ago, the Batle had been all but one and suddenly they were outnumbered. The mystic started casting with more fervor. There was Vari who cast a magenta-colored spell that sliced 5 of the enemies in one go. Another of the mystics cast a sky-blue spell which pierced 7 of the enemies at once, but they were still outnumbered. He heard a loud cheer of Dharma or Mon somewhere around him, and suddenly Harsh was there with 20 mystics and they turned the tide. In a few seconds, the mystics were the only ones alive on the battlefield, but Harsh was frowning at something. Vari asked him, "What is troubling you, Guruji?" "We have won," Harsh warily answered. "Their Dark Lord is not here. Nor we have killed as many as we had expected to be here. It seems that they have some surprises in the store for us." Vari asked, "What does that mean?" Harsh smirked. "Send a Patronus to Pawan to bring down the wards and send a message to Nikolai to arrive with his team 5 minutes after the wards are taken down." He suspected that someone would come to stop him. "Before we began the battle, the Chayas had told me that he is living elsewhere while majority of his forces are stationed here. I believe he and rest of his forces would be trying to port key in after a message was sent to him about the battle." Vari sent a message to Pawan while Harsh barked orders to them to form the Crunch Crane formation. As the wards were taken down, several wizards appeared amidst them and the mystics started making short work of them. One of the opponents, who perhaps was the Dark Lord, killed 2 recruits before Harsh engaged him in a duel. Harsh flourished his wand and sent a dozen arrows at the Dark Lord, who conjured a wooden wall in the way of the arrows. Harsh incanted Krishanu, and almost sheared the Dark Lord's right arm off, but at the last moment, he conjured a golden shield which shuddered as the spell made impact with it but held under the attack. The mystic immediately transfigured a piece of into a stag and animated it to gore the Dark Lord with its horns, and the Dark Lord cast a killing curse at Harsh which was taken by the stag. Harsh cast Taditum, and a lightning bolt struck the Dark Lord and he fell to the ground. This all happened in a matter of a few seconds and Harry was captivated. True that the duel had not been too long, but Harsh had killed the Dark Lord within a matter of seconds. As the Dark Lord fell, his minions tried to escape, but Pawan had again raised the wards and they were caught. The mystics slaughtered all those who were still standing while captured those who were not dead, and Harsh summoned a man from the backup unit. Harsh addressed the man, "Mr. Chakrapani, we have done our duty. This Dark Lord will trouble no one anymore. Take the prisoners and do what you would with them. The mystics have done this favor unto you, your house and your allies, and a day may come when we would expect to be repaid in kind for this assistance that we have rendered to you." The man bowed low to Harsh. "Master, you have liberated thousands from his fear. We would have died trying to resist him, but you showered us with your benevolence. The house of Chakapani and its allies would be at your call whenever you desire so." Harsh barked orders at his mystics to collect their dead, take them to Idrishpuram with honor, and taking Harry's arm, disappeared. Waiting for your reviews. Chapter 21. Harry's training is coming to a close and I am going to deal with a chapter with a week or 2 of training from the next one because there is not much left that is to be taught. Soon, we will be back in Wizarding Britain and then on to Hogwarts. Thank you Hypergem for the editing that you did. India. Harry appeared with Harsh in yet another forest. This one was not like the forest around Adrishporum. It was darker, denser, more forbidding, more like the Forbidden Forest. As he willed himself to see into the darkness, his leonine form responded to his need by giving him the eyes of the snow leopard. The darkness resolved into sharply defined shades of gray, revealing huge trees, undergrowth of exotic plants and some small creatures staring curiously out at them. Harsh noticed the subtle change and saying nothing and simply gave a brief smile and nodded his approval. Harry was still in shock from the carnage that he had witnessed during the battle. He had seen the minions of the Dark Lord being cut down like a scythe levels fields of grain. The blood and gore had nauseated him. As he remembered the scene of battle, the smell of blood in his nostrils, his stomach refused to stay settled. He bent double and began to retch. After a good 5 minutes, Harsh leveled his wand at him and doused his mouth with ice-cold water. As Harry looked up, he had tears in his eyes thinking of the mystics who had died in battle, but Harsh seemed to be crafted of stone, his eyes bearing no emotion. In that moment, Harry began to doubt if the man felt anything at all. As he was cleaned, Harsh reached down and helped Harry to stand up straight again and said gently, "Harry, I know you are in sorrow over all those who had to die in battle, but they died doing what they had voluntarily accepted as their life's sole objective. Do not cry for them but smile and remember them in your heart. When you are in doubt again or when you think you are too tired to keep fighting, remember those who died so you may live." As Harsh finished his words, Harry could swear that he had felt Harsh's voice waver a little, but he chose not to comment. He knew in that moment Harsh was a human after all who was grieving for all those who had died for him, but he was a leader and one of their qualities was that they never cried. That is, not in front of their subordinates so as not to damage morale. Harsh was just another human who had adopted a mask which showed nothing. He had feelings in his heart and they were private. Harry looked around trying to get his bearings or some clue to his location, but without success. At last, he did what he had come to do so often lately. He turned to Harsh. "Guruji, where are we?" "We are nowhere near Adrishporum." Harsh still kept grave but said in an emotionless voice, "We are in an unnamed forest which houses one of the oldest schools of magic, Harry. One of those schools which do not feature on the list of schools with ICW because they liberally teach including mind magic and dark magic. The ICW is a rule-only published list of those which are more or less inclined towards the light, with the only exception being Durmstrang, and even there, they are pretty restrictive about what to teach to their students in dark magic." Harry asked curiously, "What school are you talking about?" "The Takila School of Magic, Harry," he said, "as one of the oldest schools but secluded from the rest of the wizarding world." "What do you mean, Guruji?" he asked. "Surely students from the school would know where it is situated." Harsh smiled. "No, Harry. This school is situated in middle of nowhere and the location of school is not told to anyone. The students are brought here by flying carriages which are laced with all sorts of anonymity charms to keep its location a secret. Anyone else who is not a student can come only through a portkey which is made by the Pradhanacharya of the school." Harry's knowledge of Sanskrit had reached the level that he did not need to be told the meaning of Pradhanacharya, which meant headmaster in English. The mystic who had been teaching him Sanskrit would communicate with him only in Sanskrit while they were talking. Many times in the past week Harry had to talk with the help of signs because he could not form long sentences in Sanskrit. However, he had made enough progress to understand several words. Guruji, if no one can find its location, how is it that we are here?" "I mean, would we not need a portkey to go to the school?" he asked. "Not when you are with me, Harry. You see, I am a frequent visitor to the Pradhanacharya Shravya Vahan who trusts me enough to give me a reusable portkey. Besides, he is bonded with a phoenix which can take me to him in event of need, like when I had to rescue Prathimon," he replied, his smile back in place. "I thought that we would be going to Adrishporum. There were a number of the mystics who died today. I thought that we would be there to honor and bury them," said Harry anxiously. Harsh said gravely, "They will be given the honor they deserve, but that will not happen for another 3 days. We are here to do something important which needs to done anyway." Shravya Vahan is one of the foremost experts of mind magic and he has agreed to teach you the delicate art of mind magic. Harry frowned. I thought you were going to teach me that. Harsh said genially, I was going to teach you that, Harry, but teaching you may lead you to some of my secrets and I would rather that those secrets were not given to anyone. This will not take long. Anyhow, in 3 days he will be finished teaching you the basics of mind magics and you can do the rest on your own. Harry knew that he could not persuade the mystic to change his decision by any means, so he merely nodded. Harsh started leading him westwards and after about an hour, they reached a copse of trees beyond which was a huge intimidating castle in the distance. The castle was at least as big as the Hogwarts castle and probably even older. From outside it looked like there were 5 floors to it and the distance between the gates and the castle was almost as much as at Hogwarts. The gates were flanked by 2 tall statues. One was a giant bird in flight, the likes of which he had not seen, and the other a giant serpent. The gates themselves were raw tea of different metals fused together and enchanted to bar entry to anyone who was not authorized to enter. They were huge and there were 2 symbols carved on each gate, Om and swastika, he remembered. Reading in his book in Muggle Primary that it was a sign of the Nazis in the Second World War, drawn on either of the gates. The bird was huge. It was around 15 feet in length and around 10 feet high. Its wingspan was around 20 feet and elaborately carved. Its beak was curved and its eyes had a look in them as if he was about to kill the one before him. Its claws were razor sharp and its plumage was of a myriad of colors. The serpent was big and perhaps bigger than the basilisk that he had slain. Its body was in coils with each coil as thick as Hagrid would be. The serpent had many hoods bared, and it freaked him out to even look at it for more than a minute. He asked Harsh, Guruji, what are they? Harsh, who had got down on his knees and folded his hands before the statues, started as if in awe. These statues represent Garrod and Sheshnag. Garrod, the son of Kashyap and Vinta, is believed to be the mount of the primordial god, Vishnu, and the Sheshnag, son of Kashyap and Kadru, is believed to be the god of snakes. These are much venerated in Hindu mythology and are revered as gods. It is believed that Garrod is the king of birds and he has an eternal grudge with snakes. It looks for him to kill them, but it never harms Sheshnag, who is the bed of Vishnu in the Sea of Time, Shir Sagar, the Milky Sea. The epics go on to state that they are always instrumental in helping the god to rid the society of evil. Harry listened with rapt attention and was in awe of the story, though he did not know what he was supposed to do. He was still thinking about the swastika symbol on the gate, which had disturbed him a little. He turned to Harsh, Guruji, why is the symbol of Nazi Germany drawn on the gates? Harsh scowled at him, please do not say this in front of anyone inside the school. The swastika is symbol of auspiciousness, of new beginnings, and a sacred symbol among Hindus and to most of the school students. Hitler just used this sign and perverted it for his own nefarious means. Harry asked again, why would they get angry if I mentioned that to them? Harsh smirked. For the same reason that you would get angry if you knew that Grindelwald used your house crest as the insignia of his forces. Harry gasped. My house crest? What do you mean? Harsh kept silent for a few minutes, gathering his thoughts about how to explain it to the teen beside him, Gellert Grindelwald. LD had a fascination with the heirlooms of the 3 brothers and he spent major part of his life looking for them. While he only wanted the Elder Wand, he sought the others because he thought he would become the master of death if he obtained the 3 Hallows. Do you not realize what the symbol of House Peverell means, Harry? As Harry remembered, the rather simple symbol for House Peverell, realization dawned on him. The circle in the symbol stood for the Resurrection Stone, the line in the middle was the Elder Wand, while the triangle represented the invisibility cloak. His invisibility cloak, which he had taken for granted. He had never tried to discover its origin. He had read somewhere that invisibility cloaks never lasted for more than 2 or 3 decades at the most, and his cloak, Hitch, showed no signs of wear and had never failed him, had been in the family for generations. He looked at Harsh, ashen-faced, and found the mystic looking at him with a grin on his face. A few seconds later, he said, now what would you say if someone claimed your house's symbol as their own and used it when they committed evil? Would you be happy? Harry shook his head. Yes. It bothered him to kn. How that a part of his family heritage had been so misused. It was even frightening to think that some people who remembered that misuse might even think that the symbol itself was evil. Harsh rapped His hands on the gates of the school, and seconds later, 2 men came flying on brooms to the gate. They were tall, heavily built, and had the same tone to their skins as other mystics who he knew for sure to be Indians. One of them had a staff in his hand like he had seen Moody carry around, but this one looked like it was made of metal, was about the thickness of Harry's wrist, and the end was fashioned into 2 snake heads. The entire staff looked like it was made of 2 snakes intertwined with each other. The other man carried a similar staff in his hand, but the end of his staff was fashioned into the head of a garret. They both pointed their staff at the visitors, and one of the guards asked, "Identify yourself and your purpose. Keep it in mind that no one can lie under these gates without Mother Moore lying. The ancient altar of Mother Magic would see if you were lying and smite you if it is found that you come here with malice in your heart." Harsh clasped his wand in his hands and intoned, "I, Sharanga Varun of the lineage of the mighty Sheshnog, do hereby swear on the cost of my magic that I am who I claim to be, and I come bearing no ill will or malice to anyone in the castle. May Mother Magic smite me if I am found to be untruthful in anything that I have uttered. So I say, so mote it be." A pure white glow emanated from the gates and circled Harsh and kept hovering over him. Sometime before it disappeared into his body. He turned to Harry, whose mouth was open in shock, and the mystic deduced that he wanted to ask a question and immediately signaled him to keep quiet with the movement of his eyes. Harry shut his mouth with an audible click, but he had a lot of questions for the mystic. One of the guards, the one who bore the staff with the serpent heads, put his hand on the gate and it melted away as if it was an illusion. Harry gasped with wonder at the sight, and the mystic stifled a chuckle. The guard addressed Harsh, "Welcome to Takila School of Magic, Sarang Varun. I, Karkotik, the son of Vasuki, welcome you on behalf of the Pradhanacharya, Shravya Vahan, who is waiting for you in his quarters. May I know about your companion?" Harry had been listening to the conversation with rapt attention, and when the guard asked of him, he felt uncomfortable for some reason. Harsh was saying to the guard, "Why don't you ask him yourself? He can understand every word of our conversation with ease." The guard looked at the mystic with confusion and then turned to Harry and asked him, "Who are you, young man? Would you give me your introduction?" Harry started speaking, "I am," but suddenly he stopped as he realized that he was speaking in Parcel tongue with the guard, who was looking at him with interest. Harry looked at the other guard, whose face was vacant of any kind of expression, and it occurred to him that perhaps the other guard was not a Parcel tongue. Harsh prodded him to go on, and he started again, "I am Harold James of the House of Peverell of Avalon." Now the guard was looking him up and down, sizing him up, to determine if he was a worthy opponent, and after a few moments said, "House of Peverell. It was my understanding that they were extinct with the death of Ignotus, and certainly none of them could speak the tongue." Harsh chuckled. He was born in the House of Potter, which blended into the line of Peverell later. One of his ancestors was of the House of Black from the ancient country of Kemet. Harry turned to him, "Guruji, why did I state that I am of the House of Peverell?" Harsh did not answer for a few minutes before he started saying, "This place is situated on the site of old magic where one cannot lie. However, it also brings one's real identity out of them. While the Potters were one of the most powerful familias, but I believe ever since you started on the path of becoming a war mage, perhaps the first war mage after the last war mage of Avalon, Ignotus Peverell, died centuries ago, Mother Magic identifies you as a Peverell, and you are a Potter no more." Harry was saddened to hear of it, but he remembered the rush of his magic whenever he would utter Peverell and could understand what Harsh meant. However, he had no idea how it would change things. He turned to Harsh, who was looking at him carefully, and answered the unasked question, "Harry, it is your choice to become what you want. You can present yours elf to the world as Harold James Potter if it pleases you, or you can become Harold James Peverell, which Mother Magic has decreed for you." In that moment, Harry had decided what he wanted to be, but the formal announcement would have to wait. It would not do to declare it where no one can hear it. Rachel had put it into his mind that a lord must speak when he can derive the most advantage from it. Harsh took his arm and they began walking towards the castle in the distance. When it loomed near, it looked even more impressive. It was 5 stories high and spread over a much larger area than Hogwarts did. He could see that the castle was lit with ever-burning magical fires, and that there were many beasts prowling the grounds while wizards were walking the corridors, their eyes alert to the surroundings. He asked Harsh, "Guruji, Why all this security? If no one can find them, then why is there so much security around the place? Harsh grinned. This is because the castle is more than a school. It is a symbol of hope for the wizarding world in this part of the world, and there are so many students from many countries studying in here that fights can break out in a second, and unlike Hogwarts, they can be rather bloody with a death or two, therefore, the security. As I remember, there are around 3,000 students studying in the school right now. It starts when a child reaches the age of 11. ND continues for 8 years till they reach 19, and they are taught everything that is there to teach about the subject. There are more subjects taught here than at Hogwarts, and some students stay here for our year around, while rest get to go home for a month in the year in winters. There are around 150 teachers in this place, divided into groups for the subject that they teach. Each floor has around 18 centiliters. Rooms on each floor with 50 students to one section, like a house in Hogwarts. Students are not divided by houses, and they are divided into sections. The two blokes we met at the entrance are the Rakshak, or the first line of defense. Their position is one of the most vaunted ones, and only those who are the most adept are selected for them. The teachers live in quarters assigned to them on other side of the grounds, and the ground is barred for apparition. Harry asked the question which had been nagging at the back of his mind. Guruji, you can ignore apparition wards, yet we are walking. Why is that? Harsh smiled. That is cost of my entrance in this place. I had promised on the cost of my magic to one of the headmasters of the school that I will never try to enter this place except through the entrance. He led them to the other side of the grounds, where there were a lot of quarters scattered about, and stopped in front of one of them. It looked rather normal considering it was the abode of the Pradhanacharya of the school. Harsh raised his hand to rap on the door when suddenly a phoenix flashed in, trilling, and Harsh smiled. Greetings, Shuka. Is Shravya Vahan awake? The bird looked at him as if scrutinizing him, and then turned its gaze to Harry. It seemed to be looking into his soul, and after a moment gave a long trill, and the gates opened. Harsh led him inside, where the front room was rather bare, with just a portrait on the wall depicting some scene which Harry could not understand. There were a few people in it, pulling a huge snake from either side, which was coiled around a mountain, hovering in a sea, apparently unsupported. The people in the portrait kept an eye on them till they took a seat on the mat spread on the ground. Harry found it odd, but knew that Mo, Saint of the Mystics, preferred sitting in that fashion over sitting on a chair or a sofa. A few seconds later, a man entered who was even more ancient in appearance than Dumbledore, with his snow-white beard long enough to make Dumbledore jealous, and his pitch-black eyes full of power, glowing like two brightly lit orbs. He was tall and muscled, and had a staff in his hand, the end of which was fashioned as a white elephant head. He wore a yellow dhoti, and an angvastram, a cloth to cover the upper body, was draped around his shoulders. He took a seat on the opposite side from them and snapped his fingers. An elf appeared. This was the first elf Harry had seen outside of Avalon, and this one was dressed like the Pradhanacharya minus the angvastram, and said something in a deep voice which he did not understand except for snippets of the conversation, and he understood that it had happened in Sanskrit. After a few seconds the Pradhanacharya dismissed him and the elf with a tray of food and refreshments. Before Harry could touch the food, however, the Pradhanacharya doused him with a heavy jet of water. Spluttering and coughing, he saw that Harsh was using a drying charm on himself, meaning he also had been doused with water. After drying himself, he turned to the Pradhanacharya, who said to him somberly, "While I ask pardon for giving you a bath against your will, it is not custom among us to partake food without a bath when one has returned from battle and is soaked in blood and gore." Harry understood. He himself had been feeling unclean, but could not figure out how he could ask for a bath without sounding rude. He bowed his thanks, then drew out his wand and set about drying himself and removing any of the grime that the dousing had failed to cleanse. The Pradhanacharya was saying to Harsh, "Now that we are away from battle, perhaps you both should get rid of your masks. We are all friends here." Harry realized that he was still wearing his mask and put his hand to his face. The mask came off without an effort on his part, and he turned to the Pradhanacharya. Harry followed the familiar flick of his host's eyes to the scar on his forehead. He looked a little shocked. "You are Harry Potter. I never thought I would see you here, of all places." It was the first time since Harry had come to India that someone had exclaimed at his presence, and the old feeling of being a celebrity and hating every moment of it returned. Rachel's training kicked in at the moment and he said rather amicably to the Pradhanacharya, "I did not know that people know me even here." He chuckled. "It would take even more farther than this for people to not to recognize you, Mr. Potter. You are the only survivor of the killing curse, but I do not believe that it was due to any ability of yours. I mean, you could not even hold a wand at that age. It's just that I have received news of your exploits since you started attending Hogwarts, which makes me respect you as a warrior. You are a formidable wizard, and soon in the future you will be one of the foremost leaders of the wizarding world." Harry wondered at how their host knew about his exploits at school. He turned to Harsh with a grieved look in his eyes, but the mystic was already raising his hands in surrender. "I did not tell him anything, Harry. He did not even know that I was bringing you here to meet him." Harry Ned to the other man who was trying to rein in his laughter. After a few seconds, he started, "No, Harry. He did not tell me anything. I had a second-hand account of your exploits from a couple of your year mates." Now Harry wanted to know who the informers were. "Who? What did they tell you?" Shravya Vahan smiled. "That is story for another time, Mr. Potter. But trust me when I say that nothing negative has been said about you." Harsh, who had been mostly silent and eating the food as it was offered, started to speak. "Shravya, I have brought him here because I want you to teach him mind magics. While I could have easily done it, but it is easier this way because I do not want to chance my secrets to someone when revealing them can be catastrophic." Shravya Vahan nodded his head. "I will do it, but I have only 3 days to commit to this task." Harsh rubbed his hands in excitement. "Excellent. We will start tomorrow." After dinner, Shravya Vahan showed them to sleeping chambers within his quarters and offered a change of clothes to Harry like the clothes that he wore. Left with no better option, Harry donned them and retired to sleep, fatigued by the exertions of the day. Hogwarts. Albus was in his chair anxiously waiting for some news from the battle that the mystics had fought. It was early morning and he had not been able to sleep a wink. The mystic had said nothing about Harry Potter fighting in that battle, and so he wished to be certain that he was safe. The door to his office opened and the mystic entered looking grim. Albus's heart sank with the anticipation of some unfortunate news. However, before he could speak, the mystic himself started. "The battle was won, Albus, but we lost around 15 of our ranks." Albus spoke anxiously. "What of Harry? Is he okay?" The mystic took a full minute before he started answering. "He handled himself very well, as it befits a wizard of his caliber. He had been made a part of the army and served at the front, and he conducted himself as it suits to his station. I am told that he is learning very quickly and has already mastered sword fighting and erected his mindscape. Guruji is teaching him the delicate art of mind magics, which would be useful to him in the long run. As it happens, he does not have much to learn now, but still it would take him at least 3 weeks to finish his training. After that he will return to Avalon to pursue his destiny." Albus was relieved but had some qualms about the mystics which he chose to raise. Why was he included in such a battle? He has not learned enough to be a part of such an endeavor. The mystic smiled. "I know you care about the boy Albus, but this was necessary in order to tell him what can be the cost of war. He had to have taste of battle so that he would not falter when it came to fighting. He has learned so much in the past 2 weeks that I fear you would not be able to connect him with the boy who had left on the Marichika." Albus said nothing but thought about what the teen was being taught. He never wanted Harry Potter to be inclined toward the dark, but the mystics were not fussed about such fine distinctions. He would just have to wait for the boy to come back so that he would be able to see for himself. In the meantime, Albus had work to do. The cottage on the hill had been employed to train the less talented members of the order to fight. Every evening, Mad Eye would teach them things that may just save their lives. There weren't many members who were fit to fight, but those that were able turned up every day and practiced. Sirius had brought some books from his library which Moody used to teach them. His primary concern was the Horcruxes, and he intended to check one place where he was sure he could find one of them. He had found the wizard who had been sent to serve Morfingaunt his summons when he had been arrested for attacking Tom Riddle Sr. the first time. Using his memory, he had found the location of their home, which was more like a shack, and he intended to visit the place once to see if one of the Horcruxes was hidden there. He turned to the mystic who was sitting on the other side of the table. "I think I know where one of the Horcruxes is hidden." The mystic eagerly asked, "Then why we are dallying here? Let us go and retrieve it at this moment." Albus chuckled, "Patience, my friend. I need someone to take care of the castle before we can go. As it happens, the castle is empty during the month of July and only Mr. Filch, the elves and I live here during that period. I need to secure it first because if Hogwarts fell, no other place would be safe." With one motion, the mystic drew out and flourished his wand, producing a Patronus, a bowl, and murmured to it, "Go to Vivaswat. I need him and a team of 10 mystics here in the next hour." He turned to Albus. "Now your castle is secure, Albus. I have called a team of mystics to stay around and look after the castle in your absence." After a little less than an hour, a team of 11 mystics entered the grounds of the castle and Dumbledore met them at the double doors. The leader of the mystics raised his fist to Hart and intoned, "Dharma or Mon," and the gesture was reciprocated by Aparichet. Aparichet addressed the man, "Vivaswat, we are going on a little mission and in the meantime, you have to guard the castle and the grounds with your life. We do not know how long it may take, but you will remain here until I come to release you from your charge." Vivaswat bowed to him, "As you say, Pundarich." As they left the grounds and approached the gates, Albus turned to the mystic, "Pundarich." The mystic smirked, "Albus, you honestly did not think that my name is Aparichet, did you? Aparichet simply mean that identity when I do not wish for myself to be known. None of us use our real name when we are on some mission." Albus said nothing but fished out a piece of rope from his pocket and gestured for the mystic to grab hold. A second later, they had disappeared. Little Hangleton. They appeared in the shade of some trees at a crossroads where a sign directed them towards Little Hangleton. As they walked, they could see the town in the distance, but where along the way a country road diverted from the main road and went off to one side. The path was old and neglected, very nearly obscured in the overgrowth. It had not been used, perhaps for decades now. They followed this path and after a little trouble reached the ruin of a very decrepit old house. It was so far gone in decay and obscured by climbing plants that if Albus did not already know exactly where it was, he might have missed it. Albus amused himself by casting Confundus charms at the numerous snakes that seemed too curious about them for his comfort while the mystic waved his and casting detection spells around them and the ruin of the shack. After a minute or so, the mystic nodded that there was no one around. Albus started towards the shack when the mystic's arm shot out and restrained him. "Watch where you are going, Albus. There are wards around this property which we will have to destroy before we enter. While we cannot still be sure that there is a Horcrux inside, but the security belies the fact that there is something precious inside it. The magical signature on the wards resembled to that of Tom Riddle." Dumbledore employed his own wand, Birchwood and Unicorn, Tail Core, and cast a series of detection spells, then frowned. "He has interlaced these wards with some particularly nasty curses. Anyone who tripped them would die a rather nasty and painful death." The mystic reached into his pocket and produced some small runestones. Turning to Albus, he said, "I am going to toss these into the air, Albus. Your work is to hit them before they reach the ground with a finite. These rune stones are ward explosives and will destroy most of his wards without tripping any of the traps." Albus looked elated, "Really ingenious. Would you lend them to me to study? I could use them for better purposes." The mystic smirked, "Hasn't Guruji told that we do not share our proprietary magic with anyone? This is a special creation of mystics and we use it to break down wards such as these. For those wards which are older and more complicated, we have to destroy them with brutal force." Albus sighed. He really wanted to learn at least one of their secrets, but it looked like they would not yield to him. He gestured to the mystic to toss the rune stones and with a few seconds, most of the wards on the property had been destroyed except for a proximity ward which Albus insisted that they leave intact. As the mystic asked him why they left that ward intact, Albus gave him a feral grin. "Sooner or later Tom will know that we are hunting his Horcruxes. He will return to this site to see if it has been disturbed. The presence of his own ward should give him a feeling of false security. When he steps inside, he will set off the wondrous combination of jinxes, hexes and containment wards which we have linked to and hidden behind his own work. It is unlikely to kill him, but it should incapacitate him and keep him here. He may be able to apparate out eventually, but the effort will exhaust him." The mystic had to give it to Albus that he was a genius. The mystic started casting some more detection spells and Albus reciprocated the gesture, but they yielded nothing. The mystic frowned. Perhaps there is no Horcrux here. Albus smiled genially. I do not think so. We have searched the upper surface, but I believe there is a little hole in the middle of the floor where he has stowed the Horcrux. We have to find a way to enter and retrieve it without tripping the proximity ward. The mystic immediately disappeared, and a few seconds later, he returned beaming. You are right. There is a little hole in the middle of the floor rigged with all sort of protections, and one cannot access to it without falling prey to them. I have opened the entrance to T. He hole but did not try to access it because there are many nasty curses tied to it to kill people instantly, while Tom Riddle would know immediately that someone has found his secret. But the curious thing is that it does not seem to affect animals, particularly snakes. Albus transfigured a snake out of a tree branch and animated it to reach inside the hole and bring the Horcrux, which he was sure was being kept here. The snake returned a few minutes later with something in its mouth which it dropped before Dumbledore. It was a stone bearing the Peverell crest set in a silver band to be worn like a ring. It was clear that it was the famed resurrection stone. The stone awakened some long-dead hope in Dumbledore's mind. It reminded him of a time when he was younger and sought the Three Hallows. Unlike his friend Gellert, he sought the stone the most because he believed he could have resurrected his sister with its help and escaped the guilt that he carried in his heart for more than 100 years. Dumbledore kept staring at the Horcrux for minutes, captivated and as if in trance. He stretched out his hand to pick it up, but the mystic pushed his hand away before it could touch the stone. Albus's vision came back into focus and he looked at the mystic, with confusion in his eyes. What? Why did you do that? The mystic was scowling at him. Honestly, Albus. Did you not cast a detection spell at the Horcrux? There is a withering curse over this stone which cannot be negated, and a compulsion charm to force anyone to wear it. Albus looked down embarrassed. I was lost in my thoughts. It's just that this stone brought back some really old memories and made me lose my wits. If you were not here with me, I do not know what would have happened. The mystic levitated the ring and Saku read it in a box made of cedar wood and lined with runes which Albus recognized as runes to contain the effect of something from escaping. The mystic slipped the box into his robes. With the Horcrux contained, for now, the two of them went to work laying down a surprise for Tom Riddle, hiding their work, and then linking it all to the ward that they had preserved and made it possible to hide the last trace. After a few minutes, they were back in Albus's office at Hogwarts. After Vivaswad sent off the mystics telling them to inform Harsh that they had found another of the abominations, they sat down to decide what to do with the stone. The mystic said to him, "We should destroy it, Albus. There is no other way." Albus looked as if the mystic had suggested committing sacrilege. He paused, this is the resurrection stone. An heirloom of legends and part of Harry's rightful inheritance. We cannot simply destroy it. I thought that your leader, Harsh, said that you had a better way to exorcise the soul fragment than our crude methods. The mystic smirked. Of course we do, but that would not remove the withering curse or the compulsion charm. We need to destroy it so that it would free of any taint. This is one of the most powerful relics ever made, and I do not believe that its powers would be broken anyway. Albus conceded the point. So how do we destroy it? The mystic grinned. The sword of Gryffindor, of course. Quote, an hour later, the men returned to the castle with the stone showing a crack down the middle, free of the taint of Tom and working as the resurrection stone again. The mystic handed the stone to him. Keep it safe in your possession, Albus, until Harry Potter returns. Albus was genuinely curious. You do realize that this stone can call back anyone who has passed to the other side. Do you not want to use it to talk to someone you feel you should make your peace with? The mystic smiled humorlessly. I do not have any ghosts in my past, Albus. When I became a mystic, my old life ceased to exist. There is no one that I wish to see again, but I feel like you need to see something that happened in your life sometime. Just remember that it is not wise to be the dead more than it is really needed. Use this wisely. Albus said nothing but only nodded. There was someone he needed to make his peace with, and perhaps he would do so in the presence of the only family left to him. Takila School of Magic. Harry Potter was sitting in front of Shravya Vahan, who was telling him the intricacies of mind magic. Mind magic is a delicate thing, Mr. Potter Bako. Say the mind controls the body and any small mistake on can cause great harm. Mind magics are not practiced except those who have well-organized mind, and then too, most of them can only use it to employ occlumency or legilimency. Most of the more exotic applications of mind magics are not available to general public for a simple reason that it will lead to chaos and anarchy. Imagine every wizard capable of intruding others' mind. That is why the exotic applications of mind magics are kept out of the reach of people. Most of these include using force to bring down someone's mental shields, even when they are keeping it raised to the full, utterly destroying their mindscape, making someone insane with a little force, and these must not be used liberally but with a little caution and not be taught to someone whose morals are questionable. Harry nodded, taking in every word that the venerable Pradhanacharya was telling him. He had been interested in learning mind magics because Dumbledore had hinted that he would keep the prophecy away from him until he was sure that his mind was his own. Besides, legilimency sounded cool and a little part of him wanted that kind of power. Shravya Vahan was saying, the first and most important thing is to have well-organized mind, which is very useful for a wizard or a witch. Having organized mind gives them the ability to learn a spell quickly and also to recall information with perfect clarity without having to shift through one's memories to find it, saving a lot of time. As Harry listened, he realized that the main reason that he had to work harder to learn new spells was that his mind was a jumble. Often when he tried to concentrate, old memories and unwanted emotions connected with them would intrude and distract him. That was why Hermione was scarily smart, because her mind was well organized and she grasped things easily. He also realized that things were a lot easier for him since he had started to sort his memories through the mindscape that he had made. Do you know about occlumency, Mr. Potter? Shravya Vahan was asking. He turned to the other man. Guruji told me what it is but not how it works. Shravya Vahan sat gathering his thoughts for some time before he started to speak. Occlumency comes from the word occlude, which roughly translates to hide or guard, i.e. hiding something from others. An occlumens has the ability to hide his emotions, his feelings, his memories from others. To be a proficient occlumens, you must have substantial mind defenses which would hold against any attack. To be able to hold against any attack, you must learn to identify if someone is trying to enter your mind. How do you know if someone is trying to enter your mind? Harry asked, his frank curiosity plain in his every word. That depends upon one's sensitivity to magic. Has it not ever happened that you felt like someone else was in your mind, or that you felt like someone was watching you but it turned out there was no one around? Shravya Vahana asked. Harry remembered a few times when he felt like someone was reading his thoughts, especially in the presence of Dumbledore or Snape. Harsh, or was he Sarong, had told him that they were master legilimens, which meant that they likely had read his mind. Dumbledore always seemed to know what he was thinking when he peered at Harry from behind his half-moon spectacles with that twinkle in his eyes. Mr. Shravya Vahan, is it possible to read someone's mind without using your wand? He asked, just to be certain of his assumptions. The other man smiled mischievously. It is possible to do that, however it requires one to be proficient in wandless magic and extreme willpower, because to maintain the spell and to shift through someone's memories requires intense concentration. The magical power itself required to cast the spell is little, and the only effort is required to maintain your contact. A master legilimens can shift through your surface thoughts without making a connection through eyes, but to see your memories, it is essential to maintain eye contact. The next thing required is to have mental shields which would protect your mind from an intrusion. Mental shields? He asked. But I have a mindscape. I thought that was a mental shield. Is there more required? The other man chuckled. Mr. Potter, mental shields are required so that one would not be able to enter into your mindscape. It is the first and foremost line of defense before one can have run of the mindscape. It's like tearing the gate before you would be able to intrude into Hogwarts in case of intrusion. So how do I make a mental shield? He asked the other man. To make it by yourself requires time which we do not have on our hands. There is another way which we can use, but that requires complete trust between two persons. It would require me to enter your mind and construct your shields. You can decide how you want them to be, the other man explained. Now the question is whether you trust me enough to enter your mind and construct your mental shields, the other man asked him, his stare intense and fixed on him. Harry did not know what to answer. Since D started reading about occlumency and legilimency, he had become conscious of his privacy. He now knew that his mind could be invaded with a mere flick of thought. He did not know if he could trust the other man to keep his secrets from anyone else. He turned to the other man. I would not choose to offend you in any way. We have only just recently met and I must carefully consider the consequences before I allow you into my mind. May I have some time to think it over before I give you my answer? The other man smiled. If you had allowed me into your mind promptly, I would have been surprised. You have started to realize the importance of keeping secrets, which is a good thing. Take a couple of hours to mull over this and let me know. In the meanwhile, why don't you step out and see if his school is anywhere up to the standards of Hogwarts? He clapped his hands and a man entered. Rajveer, Mr. Potter here is our guest for the next 3 days and I want you to give him a tour of the school. If he want to see any of the classes, inform the teacher that it is my wish. Harry followed the man out into the castle. There were big dungeons in the castle which were used for dueling classes. There were at least 5 arenas dedicated to dueling and there were a couple more which were used for physical exercises and athletic games. The entrance to the castle was flanked by 2 huge doors made of a type of wood that he did not recognize and were covered with carved runes. Harry identified many of the runes from his study of Sanskrit. Beyond the gates was an entrance chamber like the one at Hogwarts, but twice as big as it looked from the outside. Perhaps it was done with extension charms. The great hall was likewise extended. He turned to Rajveer. How do the extension charms hold together and never fail? The man smiled genially. The charms are done by runes which are etched into the foundation and are powered by the 8 ley lines that pass through here. This castle stands on the site of the most ancient of magics. Harry nodded. As they progressed, someone called him from behind. He turned and saw Harshvardhana, who was beckoning him to a classroom where he was sitting with another man. The other man was square-jawed, his face marred by scars and his brown eyes bore such an expression in them as though they had seen everything in the world. Harsh introduced him. Harold James Potter meets Sarveshwar Markand, who is a dueling master at Thewar. This is Harry James Potter, a protege of mine. The man extended his hand to Harry. There are a very few people who do not know you, and none of those are found in places such as these. Harry did not know what to say. With few exceptions, the people he had known either fawned over him, hated him or treated him like a child. These people knew of him and treated him as an adult. Harry thought he could get used to this. So Mr. Potter, Sarong here told me that you are very proficient dueler for one who does not use lethal spells. Would you like to try your hand at dueling? Sarveshwar asked him. Harry considered refusing, but, somehow, he wanted to see how good the best students at this school were. Of course he knew that Bulgaria and France had their schools, but he had never heard of Takila and his interest was piqued. He nodded his head and the dueling master took him to one of the arenas where students were practicing. As they saw him coming, the students ceased their practice and made room for them. He called one of his best and the duel was set. It was to continue till only one of M was standing on his feet and only non-lethal spells were to be used. As the round began, Harry began circling his opponent, sizing him up. He had become proficient in casting and defending, but he had to see if he could use it here. His opponent waited for a few minutes, but Harry did not lead the charge. His wand was hung loosely at his side, his knees bent slightly, ready to dodge to either side according to need. Finally his opponent lost patience and fired a stunner which passed through the place where Harry had been a split second before. Harry cast an answering Tarantulagra before the stunner even finished passing by. His opponent looked befuddled, not understanding how such a simple charm could be useful in a duel. Harry thought he could use that to his advantage. He followed up Petrification Hex followed by a stunner and a stinger. The opponent raised a Protega and took all 3 on his shield, but almost dropped his shield seeing the stinger. Taking Harry to be immature, he started casting some dangerous but non-lethal curses at him which he could dodge or shield easily. He waited for a few seconds before he began his own barrage and peppered his opponent with bone breakers and added a shield-shattering hex in between the bone breakers. His opponent, who had been shielding all the bone breakers, gasped as the shield in his hand exploded with the shield-shattering X and his wand hand was broken by the bone breaker. Harry immediately cast the petrification hex, stunner and completed the chain with an incarcerus. By the time he finished, his opponent had been stunned and bound with chains. The dueling instructor clapped enthusiastically. "Bravo, Mr. Potter. You did great." Harry bowed his head and accepted the praise being lavished on him. Then he enervated his opponent and returned his wand to him. His opponent bowed low to him and Harry felt he had gained a few more allies. Harsh escorted him with Rajveer throughout the castle, showing him the classes. The staircases were made of sandstone. Although they did not move like their counterparts at Hogwarts, there were many trick steps concealed in them. There were a lot of ghosts in the school, just like at Hogwarts. What amazed him was the absence of any house divisions and the students mixed with each other freely. Then there were the subjects. He was told that they taught many subjects that W.E. taught at Hogwarts and many more which were no longer taught at Hogwarts. There was dueling, defensive and offensive applications of magic. Dada was not a subject there. Transfiguration, charms, potions. Herbology, they were taught a few more plants which were not available in Britain. Ancient runes, the 7 languages and Brahmi runes. Arithmancy, Muggle studies, there were many Muggle born among the students and staff. So the curriculum was fairly recent. Wizarding culture of Bharat, for those who were uninitiated. Introduction to alchemy, general healing classes, astronomy, magical creatures, enchanting. For some reason, Harry found that Quidditch was not very popular at this school, and as such, brooms were used only for flying or to commute. Their broomsticks were not as he was used to seeing them. His companion Rajveer had told him in an undertone that every broom had been made and enchanted by students in the past, which was a terribly long process. Most of their brooms were re-prototype versions, which fascinated him, but as he knew he would never get his hands on them, he simply shrugged. He thought that making flying brooms sounded like a good career option. Maybe something to ponder upon later, as he had 45% shares in the Firebolt Broom Company. They spent about 3 hours touring the school. With all there was to do and see, Harry felt that he had only just begun. Harsh took him to the kitchen, which, like Hogwarts, was situated in the dungeons and manned by elves. The elves served them happily, and as they ate, Harsh started making small talk. "So Harry, what has worried you?" Harry now knew how the mystic could know everything that was going on in his head. "Guruji, Pradhanacharya asked me if he may enter my mind and construct my mental shields for me. He told me of the risk of exposure of my secrets to him if he is in my head, but we do not have to do it the normal way." Harsh smiled. "Harry, this is a decision you have to make. Understand this, that to trust him or not to trust him is up to you. If you refuse, we will find someone else to teach you mind magics, but he is the safest person that you can get." Harry asked him, "What makes you say that?" Harsh winked at him. "While we are here, he is bound by the duties of a host to do our bidding, and by that duty he cannot expose anything that has been confided to him by me or you. To do so would be a breach of etiquette, and this is a practice punishable by Mother Magic. However, there is another way which is equally safe, and we can be more certain that he would not divulge your secrets to anyone." Harry grinned but said nothing. Half an hour later, Harry was in front of Pradhanacharya. "I allow you to enter my mind to help me construct my mental shields. However, this invitation does not tend to you going any farther or to see my memories or to try to enter into my mindscape. My mindscape is private and a lot of lives depend on me keeping their secrets. If you transgress the trust confided in you, I hope Mother Magic will smite you for your transgression." The Pradhanacharya smiled. "A smart move, Mr. Potter. Did Sarong put you to it?" Harry just smiled, then sat down and entered into meditation. As the Pradhanacharya entered into his mind, he felt it and stiffened, but a calm voice pervaded his mind. "Do not worry, Mr. Potter. I will ensure that no harm is caused to you in doing this." He relaxed and he could feel the other man in his mind chanting something. A few seconds later, he said, "Now while I am chanting, start imagining what kind of mental shields you want in your mind. Imagine them to rise from nothing and form fully. Imagine what you want them to do if someone is trying to enter your mind." Harry started imagining a trap that he had heard once from Pashupati when he was out grooming Black Storm. The mystic told him about a trap that he had run into once. This trap was a sturdy wall which he could not scale, therefore he started prodding around, looking for the weak link, and when he found one, He stormed his way in. As he did, the wall repaired itself and walls around him started closing in. It was only due to his ability to disapparate that he lived to tell the tale. He imagined such a wall around his mind, slippery and unclimbable. There was a little place in the wall where it was weak and once one entered with very little difficulty, the breach in the wall would close behind them and the person would be trapped with the likeness of a torture curse being used on them. As he kept imagining the mental shields, it kept rising from his mind while Shravya Vahan chanted. When they were done and he OD'd been 6 hours. Shravya Vahan dismissed him for the night and he happily went to sleep. In the next 2 days, Harry visited the castle twice more. ND saw the portions he had not seen the first day and was impressed, but still nothing would ever replace Hogwarts for him. Hogwarts was his home. The master of mind magic had taught him to guard his mind against intrusion. How to detect an intrusion and how to fight it. After he used the Legilimens spell, with Harsh's permission since it was illegal to use it on a minor without permission from a guardian, on him for an hour, Harry had been able to detect his presence and raise his mental shields to repel him. He still entered despite the shields a few times before Harry was able to successfully oust him from his mind. He taught him to use diversion, i.e. place a horrifying image before the intruder and then oust him while he was distracted. Harry had a few such memories and he relished the idea of scaring someone who would try to enter his mind the next time. The important moment had been when Shravya Vahan taught him wandless casting, telling him that passive legilimency could not be done except wandlessly. He told Harry to practice wandlessly for the simpler spells at first, and as he succeeded, he should try it with more complex spells. So far, Harry was able to use petrification, hex and stingers wandlessly, and he was confident that he would be able to cast more wandless spells with more time and practice. On the 3rd day, he taught him the theory of how to destroy someone's Mindscape and told him not to try it on an accomplished Legilimens or someone who was able to fight back. If someone was petrified or otherwise disabled, they could not resist it. He taught him how to utterly destroy someone's mindscape with fire or to cause enough agony to break their spirit, like with Slughorn, to gain something they had. Harry was thoroughly tested by Harsh on occlumency and Legilimency, and he was pleased with the progress Harry made during his time with Shravya Vahan. At the end of 3 days, they returned to Adrishporum. That evening they had the funeral of the warriors who had fallen in battle. Their bodies were placed on pyres made of wood, draped in the mystic cloak and their wands on their chests. A mystic stood on one side chanting some hymns while other mystics stood rigid. Their faces impassive but their eyes full of tears which fell without any inhibition. When the mystic was done chanting, Harsh raised his wand and cast a wide area, Pavakam, fire, which engulfed all of the bodies. The blue-white flames roared heavenward for some time, then left the ground, leaving no trace of the bodies or the pyres behind. Harsh summoned Harry to his room that night. "Harry, I trust you have some questions for me." He nodded. "What is your real name? Why did we not place the bodies of the fallen warriors into crypts and bury them with honor, but burn them instead?" The mystic sat and considered before starting. "My real name is Sarang Varun. Centuries ago, I was the prince of this little kingdom where Adrishporum is now situated. When one becomes a mystic, his old identity burns away and there is nothing left but only the mask and the cloak. We do not inter them into the crypts because we are not like other magical families. We believe that we return to where we come from. We mystics come from nothing and we return to nothing. Only thing that is eternal is magic and soul." Harry nodded, yawning. Harsh saw this and immediately dismissed him. Harry returned to his room thinking all the while that the whole of Adrishporum once belonged to the mystic. Please leave me some reviews. Chapter 22. Hey guys, thanks for your reviews. I am honored. Weaver, it is little sad to see that this FIC does not attract general attention like other fics out there. But well, I am writing for you awesome people out there who are giving their valuable time to read it. Thanks you guys. Thanks everyone for the reviews. Thank you Hypergem for the editing and changes you made. Adrishporum. The morning after the funeral, Vari came sneaking into Harry's room to see if the lad had learned anything yet. He was fairly confident that he would not be detected under a disillusionment spell with his feet silenced. Unknown to Vari, Harry was feigning sleep in Ion with his wand ready in his hand and his cat-like night vision active. When the rather subtle proximity ward, which Harry had placed in his doorway, informed him that there was an intruder, Harry blasted the doorway with an augmenti that had the force of a Muggle fire hose. He thought that perhaps he had overdone it as Vari went tumbling backwards out of the door. Vari did a backflip and landed back on his feet. Wet and spluttering, Harry knew that there was no serious harm done, but, watching the glint in Vari's eyes and the amazingly Snape-like curl to his lip as Vari dried himself off, Harry knew that training today was going to be fun, for Vari. When Harry arrived at the track, Vari vanished. His trainers then banished him to the middle of the lake, where he landed with a splash. Before beginning his training with the Mystics, Harry had only the slightest idea of how to tread water, never mind swim. To make matters worse, since the healing and all the physical training, his aim was much denser and well-muscled than he had ever been before. This meant that if he stopped paddling, he would go right to the bottom. Vari gave him a minute to get over the surprise of being in the water and get himself sorted out before he began bellowing instructions at him. After a few minutes, Harry was treading water easily. After a few minutes more, Harry was able to make some progress toward the shore. As Vari worked with him, he was able to use his magic to help him stay afloat and propel him forward. When Harry climbed out of the lake, Vari had his wand pointed at him. Potter, you will run until you drop and I will keep things interesting while you do so. Harry took off and started running while Vari shot at him with a wide variety of dark curses. He yelled at Harry to dodge and keep running. Harry managed to complete 3 laps before he dropped. Without a word, Vari peppered him with stingers. Harry started push-ups. First, he spread his feet apart, then alternated 10 push-ups on his left hand. Then 10 push-ups on his right hand. When he was no longer able to do any more one-handed, he put his feet together and continued two-handed until his arms seized up. In his studies, Harry thought he might have an easier time of it because his newly organized Mindscape made it easier for him to learn and recall things. But no, his teachers, sensing his improved abilities, just piled on more. By the time he crawled into bed, sore and tired, he neglected to replace his ward and passed out. The second day, Vari came sneaking back. Detecting no ward at the doorway, he entered Harry's chamber. His non-verbal hominum revelio showed him that it was the real Harry Potter slumbering away obliviously in his bed. Disappointed, he let loose a stinger and laughed as Harry leapt, yelping from his bed. When he arrived at the track, Vari just gestured to the lake and Harry dived in. By the time Harry had sorted himself out enough to swim across and back, Vari had a Noombe. Of mystics assembled around the track. This morning, you disappointed me. You allowed me to enter your chamber undetected and unchallenged. You will work extra hard. My friends here, he gestured to the group, have kindly volunteered to make your laps more interesting. You will run. You will dodge. You will not permit any of their spells to touch you. And, Harry anticipated him, I will run until I drop. And Harry took off at a full run. As he ran, the mystics fired bone breakers and bone exploders at him while he dodged them. Dodging had become easier for him now. He was learning to ain't and fake so that the mystics could not easily predict his movements and kept casting their spells where he wasn't. There were several near misses, but he was able to escape without any serious harm. It looked like brutality in the training a notch. By the third day, Harry had learned his lesson and Vari was not able to enter his room unchallenged again. Swimming had become a daily routine. By the end of the week, Harry Potter had become a good swimmer. He had taken to swimming hard at the beginning of his workout to warm up and loosen his muscles and swimming in a leisurely fashion, swimming underwater. Testing himself to see how long he could stay down, at the end of his workout to cool off and cleanse the sweat from his body. Not only did the swimming leave him feeling clean and refreshed, it also helped him to build strength in all of his muscles and improve his endurance. The same pattern continued for the next full week. As word got around with the mystics about Harry's routine, more of them turned up to hex, jinx and curse him as he ran, making the laps around the track so interesting that Harry could hardly run a step without having to dodge something. He was getting better at dodging and guessing in which direction the mystics were likely to hex him. He had started to love feinting for them, which worked wonders for his reflexes. He came to realize that all Dodging was working wonders for his agility, which might have suffered otherwise with his increase in size and strength. One-handed push-ups, Russian push-ups, swimming and sword fighting plus the mountain air. The diet of the mystics and the healing ritual had all contributed to him gaining strength in leaps and bounds. He thought he could beat Crabbe and Goyle in an arm wrestle now, likely Flint too. And yet, he had not become muscle-bound but was now more subtle than he had ever been. Even Mrs. Weasley would not be able to say that he looked peaky or underfed now. Harry missed his friends, of course. He had not heard from them since he left Wizarding Britain. The few times that he had been able to talk to Sirius, the Marauder was living at a different location. Harry was seriously concerned that Sirius had left the safety of the Blacktown house. There was still no word that the Ministry had called off the manhunt. If he were caught, he was still under a death sentence. When Harry talked to Moony about allowing Sirius to leave the safety of the Blacktown house, the werewolf chuckled briefly over this, then assured Harry that adequate precautions had been taken. He had not received any message from Dumbledore either. When he asked Harsh about this, he told him that Adrishporum had some heavy-duty mail wards which allowed no form of communication to pass through. Homesickness was beginning to set in. More and more each day, he thought about Sirius, Remus, Hermione, Susan, Neville and Ron, but he missed them all. He also missed Mrs. Weasley's wonderful home cooking, her 3-course meals, Mr. Weasley's obsession with all things Muggle, bread and Fjord's pranks, and even Ginny. He thought of Susan the most and how pretty she was. She had been loyal to him without asking anything in return. He felt he should have cultivated more friendships than just in the lion's den. There were people in the badger's hole and the eagle's nest who he should have tried to know. He had been such a private individual that he did not even know the names of all his yearmates except those in Lion's Den, i.e. Ron, Neville, Seamus, Dean, Hermione, Parvati, Lavender, Faye Dunbar, and there was a girl named Runcorn, but he could not remember her first name. He was determined to make more friends than just the trio and occasionally Ginny he used to have around him. Of course, there had been Ron running interference all the time. He hadn't minded it so much when people were just being annoying, but now, things will have to change. Harry was going to let Ron know, in no uncertain terms, that he would decide who his friends are for himself from now on. The potions master had started to give him free reign of the dungeons. As soon as Harry would enter, he would give him a list of potions he had to brew for a particular day and then would step into the role of a spectator. There were generally 3 potions on the list each day and it kept him busy for 3 hours a day. Thanks to the new Mindscape, Harry had no problem recalling even the most complicated and fiddly potion recipes and getting them right every time. At the beginning of class, he looked at the list of what he would be brewing today and recalled the recipes. Before he started, he went over each recipe and decided if and how he would modify each one, then made notes on parchment about any changes he was making and what effect he expected from each one. He laid out a schedule in his head of each step for each potion so that he could brew them all simultaneously. He laid out his ingredients and checked that each one was properly prepared and pure. He set out the cauldrons and conjured fires to get them to exactly the right temperature, then started brewing. As he worked over the cauldrons, he recalled facts about each ingredient. Where it came from, how to care for the source plant or animal, how to prepare them for use, their properties and their other uses. The potions master had informed Harry that he had taught what he could to Harry considering the time they had together and the position of Harry in the tribe. He could not teach him the more exotic potions which were only known to mystics because Harry had no practical uses for them in his war. He had taught him every potion that he thought would be useful for him, like the blood replenishing potion, pain relief potion, Skelligro, nutritional potions, draught of living death, Wiggenweld potion, and a few others that he was expected to brew in his owls or newts. There were 2 potions that he taught Harry which was not a part of his academic curriculum. One was the poison made from the plants, which was the magical cousin of the Mimosa pudica. To make the potion from it was very simple. It required mixing ingredients from a couple of poisonous plants and then boiling it till it started emitting green smoke. However, the smoke was extremely dangerous and was to be stored in a crystal phial and kept sealed at all times. When it was meant to be used, The vials would be hit with a heating charm bringing the potion to a boil and then thrown into the air. It should be hit with a bombarda. The vapor that would spread would kill those who came into direct contact with it, while those who got even the tiniest whiff would be paralyzed at the very least. Harry wondered if a tiny amount of thermite could be placed at the center of one of these vials to make a gas grenade that could be used by the Order. But he did not share this idea with the potion's master. The other potion was a side project that Prathimon had given him. That was to brew the polyjuice potion correctly. As a reward, Harry could take the potions with him. Harry had started the potion a week ago, and today, it had to be left to simmer for a full moon cycle, which meant about 2 weeks later the potion would be ready. Potions class was just before lunch with Harsh, and the mystic had a savage sense of humor. His frequent pranks were both subtle and inventive. He would strike at the most inopportune moments and never the same way twice. Harry was more wary of him than Vari, and Vari used him as a practice target. He had learned some prank-worthy tricks from Mystic and was looking forward to trying them out on the Marauders. Although he thought that this would earn their ire, he thought that he may even be able to teach the twins a thing or two. 1 Pr. Enk had been when Harry had sat down to eat after making sure that there was nothing amiss, and as soon as he sat down, his chair trapped him with chains around his wrists, and a jinx which was tied with the chair locked his tongue. Harsh just sat there amused, watching him try to cast non-verbal wandless spells unsuccessfully. It had been a very agonizing 20 minutes before Harsh released him, telling him the secret behind non-verbal casting and to practice it any time he could. He had started to do so, but it had been very difficult going. He had tried to cast the spell which was his Pruradev Sanrakshanam Expecto Patronum inaudibly. After working at it for an hour straight, he had not been able to so much as conjure a wisp of silver. When Harsh asked which spell he was trying to cast and Harry told him, the mystic started laughing so hard that Harry felt he would fall over. After he controlled his outburst, Harsh told him that Expecto Patronum could not be done inaudibly. It was one of those spells, along with the Unforgivables and a few other curses, which required being cast audibly. So, Harry had started with a stinger, which was easy. Then he went to work on the stunning until he could fire them effortlessly without even thinking of moving his lips. As he worked at it, he added progressively more difficult spells, some of them getting into the borderline dark spells. The non-verbal spells didn't quite have the same punch that he got by shouting incantations at the top of his lungs, but the trade-off for the element of surprise or being able to cast when speaking aloud was ill-advised or impossible was well worth it. Speaking of surprises, he decided to keep this new ability to himself. There was a certain satisfaction to keeping secrets, especially those that could give him a tactical advantage. However, he resolved never to keep secrets that may allow harm to come to another person. Another time he had been caught in a prank was when he had been walking to classes. And suddenly his feet started dancing of their own accord. He was sure that nobody was near enough to curse him in any way. He tried to use finite and all other counter curses he knew, but nothing helped. When he went to the healer, Charik discovered that his robes had been enchanted to keep him dancing on his feet, and he had been trying to finite himself, thinking someone may have cursed him. He had been totally embarrassed the day when he was walking towards his room after his classes for the day and his shoes vanished from his feet. As he turned around, he found Harsh holding his wand and grinning at him. Harsh often enchanted his stuff, and the jinx tied to them took effect when Harsh was not around, so Harry was unable to retaliate. Harry was determined not to let it get to him. The mystic would get what was coming to him. He often ran into traps which were meant solely to prank him. As he stood there laughing, Harsh would send him off to stable duty because he had not been vigilant enough. As a result, Harry was on very good terms with the animals now. They seemed to know him and often expressed their joy when he came to visit them. In Transfiguration class, Ambar was teaching him animation. She had taught him all the basics of animation in the last week. She also showed him memories of some of the animation she had seen or done in her life. The most impressive had been when she enchanted water to resemble a horse and attack her opponents while she brought them down. It was a very fascinating event where she had been deployed to kill a group of 9 wizards who were starting to become a menace, and the mystics had chosen her for the job. In yet another ambush she had transfigured a boulder into a stone golem and enchanted it to shoot fire bolts at her enemies. She wed him another memory where Harsh was fighting 30 wizards and animated a couple of statues to come alive and fight on his side. Yet again in another duel, he was shown that Harsh had transfigured Nay boulders into animals and animated them to attack his enemies. He had been having the most trouble in animation because his raw power was his own enemy. Animation required him to use his power in controlled measures rather than putting in too much power at once. He was able to control the amount of power in his spells lately, but animation required him to use his power in controlled amounts for longer periods of time. So far, he had been overpowering his animations, causing them to explode. Ambar had been patiently dealing with him. She told him how power rushed into one's body and in his veins. He had to control the flow of magic he put into animation, and to that end she had told him that as he achieved proficiency in occlumency he would be able to successfully animate things. His Animagus training had been coming along beautifully. She had taught him to transform his nails into claws. In the same manner, he had been getting his other features to develop. He hoped that his Animagus form would be complete before the final confrontation came. If he had to, he would be able to tear Voldemort limb from limb without any wand or magic. In the last week, he had been successful in earning his hands and feet into the paws of his leonine form and was working on the midsection now. He was sure that his complete Animagus form would cause a great sensation if he changed to it in front of his friends. She had been teaching him everything that she could and sometime even dueled with him using only transfiguration. In the past week, they had tangled 7 times and yet he had not been able to best the mystic. She would often pull something on him at the last moment. In charms, he had been disturbed to learn that Achala had been in the care of the healer for 2 days after she came back from the battle. She had some sort of meltdown at the battle when her subordinate soldier had leapt into the path of the Avada Kedavra curse which was meant for her. She had been very patty. And while he attempted the Fidelius charm and whenever he failed, she would only encourage him to work harder. He was finally able to learn the Fidelius charm and was able to attempt it on the classroom. Achala told him that he would be able to do it easily for any place when he was in tandem with his magical core. She also taught him all the shields that were there from Protega to Contigo to Protega Maxima Horribilis to Mage Shield. Achala was more ecstatic than him with the prospect of bearing a mage shield into battle. She even dueled him at times using charms only. He was amazed. She was a charms mistress renowned for her skills throughout the world, however that had been 50 years ago when she left the general wizarding world and joined the mystics. She was a fierce fighter and Harry had seen her training some of the other mystics. She was ruthless with them. She would use some of the more dangerous and difficult charms with such ease that it boggled his mind. She was ruthless and she had a wand in her hand and an opponent before her. She had left the world because her talents had caught the eye of some unsavory wizards and they wanted to use her talents for nefarious purposes. Her family had been slaughtered when she had refused to join, and since then her sole motive had been to serve Mother Magic and prepare new warriors who would save helpless wizards from evil ones. He had been doing the exercises recommended to him for getting in tandem with his magical core. Since he had built his Mindscape, sorted his memories and arranged it, he was able to find his magical core more often. That alone meant that he could draw more from his core without worrying about getting exhausted after a matter of a few spells. The use of his core to full capacity was restricted by his inability to connect fully with his magical core. Harsh had assured him that he would teach him to connect with his magical core when he learnt to find his core without concentrating upon it. He watched Harry's progress each night and was satisfied with what he saw. Harry knew that he had made some progress, but he also knew that he was not fighting at the level of the mystics. He was still in awe every time he thought back to seeing them in battle. They all fought fiercely, casting with abandon, dodging whatever was thrown at them, and he wanted to fight like them. Pawin had been teaching him clusters now that they were done with wards. He told Harry that he had taught him things that would help him in the war, and if he wanted to learn more, he should pursue the subject on his own. He also had encouraged Harry to learn Parcel Tongue because it was a magical tongue, that there were a handful of people who spoke it in Wizarding Britain, therefore managed to find your wards, they could not decipher them. He suspected that even Tom Riddle, who can speak parcel tongue has no idea how to read it. He recommended that Harry go to the Nagas. They would be able to help him with reading and writing the runes and with speaking the language without having a snake in front of him. Perhaps they would even consent to teach him parcel magics while he was there. He had progressed to teaching Harry runic clusters, which were important because they had a lot of uses and could often be used in wards to make a single ward perform multiple functions. He often told him to read ahead and would explain things once, and if even then Harry had a problem, he would draw a cluster and explain it to him by example. The mystic had taught him to construct anti-escape wards like the goblins made, and some which even escaped the goblins. He had traveled across the world and knew of many ward schemes, and as such, he taught him a lot of them. Harry had a pretty good idea about using those runes. There were a few runes which could even be used to kill, however they required fast wand work because those runes were to be etched in the air. For them to work, it was imperative that they were cast with precision without any time gap. It was slightly hard for Harry, but Pawan helped him a lot by explaining how it was done, and after struggling for a day or two, he had got the gist of it. Vari had been the hardest of the lot. He had started to teach Harry some of the lethal spells that he had seen being cast on the battleground that day. He taught Harry the motion and then left him to practice it. He would conjure a dummy before him and ask Harry to start practicing, generally shooting a particular part of the anatomy of the dummy. The dummies were smart and would often move, dodge or shield against his curses. This also helped him improve his casting by trying to guess where the dummy would move if he cast a curse. At the start, most of the time he had been wrong, however, lately he was able to defeat a dummy by predicting its moves. When Vari noticed that his dummy did not present a challenge to him anymore, he put the dummies in pairs of which one would shoot while the other defended. The mystic had told him to evade any of the spells shot by the dummies, and if he ever got hit by one, it was stable duty. When he had enough of practice for the day, he would make a small mistake and Vari would send him to Pashupati, where he would spend the rest of the day grooming the animals and cleaning out the stables. While some considered stable duty to be beneath themselves, Harry was starting to enjoy it because often Pashupati had some creature to show to him. Reading or hearing about a creature did not measure up to meeting them up close and personal. He had time to become friendly with them and to learn more about them. As much as he learned to love these creatures, he didn't think he would ever develop Hagrid's tendency to think of really dangerous creatures as cute and cuddly pets. He was filling his journal with notes and drawings of every new creature he met. He often thought about meeting Newt Scamander to tell him about those creatures and wondered if Newt Scamander was still alive. Besides learning to duel with the dummies, Vari had started to teach him dodging. Harry was impressed by the way that the mystic was able to dodge and weave around Harry's spells, and no matter what he did and make it look like a dance, laughing and taunting Harry all the while. Harry wanted to be able to dodge like that too, and so resolved to study the art. For their entire lesson time for 2 days, Vari taught him what he called the slippery fish. When he was sure that Harry would not embarrass himself practicing it, he bombarded Harry with stingers, making him weave in and out of the way of his spells. After the mystic was sure that he could handle it, he often placed Harry before 2 or more mystics who would fire color spells at him while he tried to dodge. He ended up drenched in colors every single day. As he got more practice at it, a little less each time. Finally, the day came when, after a half hour of being bombarded by 6 mystics, they only managed 5 hits. Anil sparred with him on every alternate day since there was not much that he could teach him in sword fighting. He had become proficient with sword and dagger, and the mystic told him that there was nothing more that he needed to learn in that particular skill, since the only enemy that he could face with blades were werewolves, and while they were fast, Harry's reflexes negated that advantage. Still, the practice helped Harry to keep his skills sharp, and it was good exercise. Then there was Charik. The healer was a very jovial bloke who always had a smile on his face for Harry, but he wasn't like that with everybody. Harry had long since seen evidence that the man was capable of doing violence when the occasion called for it. The few captives that were brought back to Idrishporum had been given to Charik, and he had asked Harry to join him every evening for 2 hours since he had something to show him. He had no idea what the healer wanted to show him, and that just made Harry curious. He had always been kindly toward Harry, a good listener and, Harry felt, a good friend. The first night, the healer had told him about healing as a profession. He told Harry openly that healing was not just an art to cure people, but it was equally deadly. He had told him that he could kill a man in 30 different ways without even making him bleed, and Harry had been left open-mouthed. The healer did not look like a killer, but rather one who would do everything he could to save everyone. Perhaps his empathy was limited to those who served Mother Magic. A completely different story for those who defiled it. In the first class, he taught Harry about human anatomy, including everything there was to know about vital locations and the sensitive points which could disable a man. He told him the best way to kill a man and the ways to make one scream for mercy. He even taught him about how to torture someone, and based on their resilience, he had different modes of torture. He told Harry that since he had no hatred in his heart, he would not be able to use the Cruciatus Curse, which was a rather unimaginative way to torture someone anyway. The Cruciatus Curse was used by those who did not know about other exotic ways which could be used to break people's spirit. For the second class, he had tied down one of the captives and asked him for information. The captive did not deign to answer, and he tried to persuade him otherwise, showing him fear of death and everything without actually doing any physical harm. When the captive did not budge, he plunged a silver knife in the man's thigh and made a deep incision. As the werewolf, yes, it was a werewolf, howled in pain, the mystic poured molten silver into the wound and knit the wound haphazardly with stitches, all the while winking at Harry that some forms of Muggle healing were quite as effective as any form of torture. As the werewolf writhed in pain, he handed the knife to Harry to do the same to his other thigh, and Harry was so nauseated that he refused to do it. It was the first time that a mystic scared him. The healer pinned him to a wall with the knife at his throat, telling him that this was not a game and he did not have a choice. He told Harry firmly that while mystics do not kill all werewolves, there were some who by their deeds had earned death, and this one on the table was one of them. No one could know how many people a werewolf had turned. After he had shamed Harry enough for lack of will to do the right thing, Harry reluctantly slashed the werewolf's other thigh, and as a result the incision was not deep enough to cause any real pain. The mystic snarled at him and buried the knife hilt deep into the already made incision and twisted it for good measure. Harry poured the molten silver in his thigh with shaking hands, and when he stitched the wounds his hands shook so much that he was sure that the werewolf would be cursing him more not having the guts to do it properly. After the werewolf sang like a canary, Charrick had simply slit an artery in his neck, making a point to show it to Harry, and watched in grim satisfaction while the werewolf bled and died in agony. After his session with Charrick and the werewolf, Harry retired to his chamber and called the Marauders. As soon as he said Padfoot, Sirius's grinning face appeared in the mirror. "Hey pup, how is it going?" Harry was still nauseated and said morosely, "I don't think I can do it, Padfoot." Sirius, who could see that Harry was looking pale and morose, asked him, "What is the matter, Promslet? Did something happen? Are you okay?" Harry could still remember the werewolf bleeding and dying slowly. Watching the werewolf, he had been thinking of Remus and asked in the same morose tone, "Is Mooney okay?" Sirius, who had not got an answer to his question, understood that the teen wanted to see the werewolf and hollered for him. Mooney was more perceptive than Padfoot and immediately realized that something was not right with him and said to him in a kind voice, "Cub, I know something is bothering you, but you can always rely on me and Sirius to help you. What happened to make you so grim?" It was then Harry lost all control. "Mooney. Today the healer Charrick had me over for a class. He was teaching me torture methods. He had a werewolf captive, he did not tell them about the battle, and he wanted some information from the werewolf. The werewolf refused to say anything and he just slashed his thigh open, poured molten silver into the wound, then closed it with Muggle stitches. He asked me to do the same to the other leg, but I could not help thinking that it was wrong." Remus was frowning but still said to him in his kind voice, "Harry, was the werewolf innocent? Are you sure that he had never turned anyone or was not a killer?" Harry shook his head. "The werewolf was not innocent. We captured him during a battle. He was part of the forces defending a Dark Lord's castle. During his initial interrogation, he boasted that he had turned at least 10 children." Quote. Remus looked sick for a moment, then his voice hardened. "Harry, listen to me. This man was a monster. It is creatures like him that cause Muggles and wizards alike to hate and fear us. The werewolf was not someone innocent, nor was he interested in living life like an ordinary person. By his admission, he had turned 10 children, and that alone makes him a beast undeserving of any mercy. He deserved to die. In fact, if I were in your position, I would have gladly taken the knife and impaled him in the throat, leaving him to choke on his blood. There is war coming, and werewolves are already gathering. Unless someone stands up to them, they will run amok, turning children and spreading misery. I wish you to diligently take up everything they are willing to teach you. You will need everything to survive the war, and we will be cross with you if you fail to learn anything. Harry gave his full attention to every word the werewolf said and understood what he was saying. He turned to the both of them. I promise I will not hesitate again. I will learn whatever they are teaching me, and then I will use it on those who deserve it. After he ended the connection, he went to practice occlumency. He set up his wards, then he retired to his bed. From that time on, he did not hesitate to learn whatever the healer told him. He taught him to kill by a single cut, how to prolong someone's death keeping them in agony. He taught him to bleed someone by 1,000 injuries while keeping them alive. Harry learned everything with grim determination to succeed. The entire week, Harry and the healer worked together, torturing the werewolves one by one until they were all dead. By that time, Harry had a solid knowledge of the most effective techniques. It disgusted him, but he learned it to the best of his ability anyway. The upside was that Harry had become less sensitive to blood and gore. Next, Harry went to work on the wizards. Harsh told him that his was an opportunity for Harry to practice his mind magic, but cautioned him to go gently and not to destroy their minds. The first captive had been very hard for him because he had solid mental defenses. Then Harry remembered Shravya had taught him to petrify the enemy, and he would not have so much trouble. He petrified the enemy and ran through his defenses. He conjured a giant fist and broke his defenses as if they were made of cardboard. He had done it twice in 3 days before he was sure that he could do it again with ease. The second one was tougher for him, and he had simply Ned down his mindscape with a raging inferno and sifted through his memories at his leisure. There were no secrets left for him to pursue after he was done. Blacktown House. Hermione Granger had learned more in this last month alone than in her entire 4 years at Hogwarts. The big difference was that this was not for an essay. This was 100% practice training. In her schooling, she had been all about the theory and only attempted to put things into practice to prove that she understood the theory correctly. It still rankled her that she was not allowed access to some parts of the library. Understood Sirius had reasons, but still she had wanted to read those books. She even tried to persuade Tonks to bring some of the books for her, but the Metamorphagus had scrunched up her nose and told her in no uncertain terms that she was not touching those books, which made her skin crawl. She had already finished the books which Remus had brought for the students, and she had nothing else to do on the days when she had no training. Molly, noticing that Hermione had free time, had given her an alternative which was equally exciting. She had offered to teach her the life and living of pure blood families, seeing she came from one such family, i.e. the Pruitts. There were things that all Muggle-born should know, and there was nothing stopping Hermione from learning those things like etiquette, behavior and customs of the wizarding world. Ever since Molly made that offer, Hermione had something to look forward to, something which she should have known when she entered the wizarding world. She was flabbergasted to know that the wizarding etiquette classes at Hogwarts had been banned a century ago, as was dueling. Green Hughes. Croaker had arrived in the entrance hall where he bumped into Neville, who had just returned from training at the cottage on the hill. He had been teaching non-verbal casting to the team for the last week, and he had learned enough that Croaker appeared to be satisfied. Neville turned to him. "Great uncle, what have you planned for me today?" Croaker was almost finished with teaching him the finer points of family magic and was content with leaving it at that. He had instead started to teach him dueling, and they usually dueled using only family spells for an hour every evening, with Neville being left battered and beaten in the end usually. That evening, as their duel came to an end, Croaker sat with him. "How goes your training with the students?" Neville enthusiastically replied, "I have learnt a lot. We are almost done learning what Dumbledore WOULD allows, since he does not want us to dabble in dark magic. These days we mostly do duels mixed of defense, transfiguration and charms. Mad Eye still runs us through the ringer though. Croaker chuckled. He is one sadistic person who takes pleasure in others' miseries, but he has a good heart. He is focused on giving you all a chance to make it alive through the coming war. Neville nodded. Now Neville, how about you take up Dumbledore on that offer? Croaker asked, smiling. Neville grinned. I thought you would never say that. I will write him a letter tomorrow. As Croaker left, Neville flew OED to Longbottom Castle to see his parents. They were mostly up and out of their wheelchairs now, walking around the property as much as they could, building up their strength. Bones Manor. Susan had been having a good time now. It had become easier for her to train since her body adapted, and her confish also was able to cast with more speed, and her dodging had improved as had her repertoire of spells. She loved dueling with Andy because while Amelia did not cut her any slack, she was not a taskmaster like Moody who took sadistic pleasure in torturing the students. She had another little thing on her mind for which she had written a letter to one person who she knew would be able to help, and that particular person had arrived the next day in her manor to offer his help willingly. She intended it to be a surprise for others and could imagine Harry Potter's face when he would be left open-mouthed after her secret was revealed. Her training in family magic was almost complete, and Amelia was proud of her for what she had achieved. She had confided in Susan that she intended to declare her heirship at the upcoming session of the Wizengamot, which was already promising to be explosive, since it would perhaps be the last session where the three factions were on an equal footing. After the upcoming session, the politics of the Wizengamot were sure to change. Susan was less interested in politics and more interested in Harry Potter and why he never even sent her a letter from wherever he was. She sometimes wished to slap him for his foolhardiness, and sometimes she wished she could drag him into a broom closet to snog him so much that his brains would melt down. As she thought of the green-eyed raven-haired teen, she remembered that it was the 21st of July and Harry Potter had been gone for 3 weeks now. It was his birthday in 10 days and she wished he was here. She had decided to buy him a gift and to present it to him the next time she saw him. Andy had told her that he would be back in about a month, which meant he was expected to return sometime in August. Cottage on the Hill. The students had gathered for dueling practice again today. They had been having these sessions almost daily for the past week, and while they did not come out on top often, they were making progress. Moody took it upon himself to put them through the ringer whenever he felt like he was having a bad day. He avoided facing the twins because he did not relish ending his duels covered with multicolored feathers and fur with assorted body parts of other creatures, hog-tied, upside down, or whatever else they thought would be funny at the time. He claimed that those two would beat him too easily and there was not much left that he could teach them. He always left them for Minerva or Phileas. Minerva had taught them all that there was to teach, but not the advanced transfiguration because they were energy-taking and time-consuming. Animation would take a lot out of a wizard, and although they had improved greatly, she did not think that they had the level of mastery required to attempt animation in the middle of a duel yet. They knew that not all of the Death Eaters were such accomplished head fighters that the students would need to be trained like soldiers. Flitwick had taught them some advanced charms which were not terribly tricky and were quick to cast. He often tested the students by dueling with them using charms only. While Flitwick was usually the winner, the students were coming close. He was satisfied that they had learned enough and that the training was over for all practical purposes. The whole point of the training was to teach them to survive, which they were excelling at. Adrashporum. A week later. In the past week, Harry had managed to get some satisfaction. Between his wards, transfigurations and animations, he had managed to make his chamber look like he was sleeping blissfully while he remained concealed. His wards alerted him no matter what measures Vari took to gain entrance to his room. After retreating from Harry's room drenched 3 mornings in a row, Vari took to apparating in, dousing Harry and apparating out again. What he didn't know is that he had just doused a very clever replica of his intended victim, but Harry could not allow even the appearance of failure. None of the wards he had learned would stop mystic apparition. Harry had to give this some thought. He placed a series of trap runes all over his floor, then hid them using the Fidelius charm. When Vari popped into Harry's room the next morning, he found himself disarmed, hanging from the ceiling by one ankle and thoroughly drenched. As soon as Harry was able to stop laughing, he levitated very gently to the floor and returned his wand to him. The mystic growled at Harry, "I will expect you every day on the field before dawn," and stalked out of the room. Harry accepted this as total victory and made sure that he was never late. It seemed to Harry that every mystic he had ever seen turned out to make his morning runs more interesting. He could not run a step without someone forcing him to dodge. After 2 near misses in a row, he had enough and started firing NNERS at his tormentors without a wand and without breaking stride. He felt a grim satisfaction when a couple of stunners from each volley found their marks and the mystics fell unconscious. The Podio.NS master had told him that he needed no further instruction from him and not to attend any more sessions if he didn't want to. But Harry enjoyed his company and so spent an hour a day in conversation with him anyway. He never went away without picking up some new trick that would come in handy in the future. The polyjuice that he had been brewing was nearly complete and required only a week more before it would be ready. The only exciting thing that was left for them was to test the modification to the Wolfsbane potion, trying to make it less poisonous because aconite was poisonous to everyone. Harsh had helped him to meld with his magical core. It had been easy after Harsh instructed him while he was doing it. He could still remember when the mystic had helped him do it. Flashback. Y was sitting before the mystic who asked him, "What is the problem, Harry? Why are you not able to connect with your magical core?" Harry, who had been hoping the mystic would teach him how to do it, scowled. "Maybe because you are not telling me how to do it." Guruji. Harsh chuckled, still complaining, "I see. Okay, while you meditate I will try to help you to connect with your magical core, but on CE you are able to do so you will have to learn to do it by yourself so that you would not need me time and again to take your hand and do it for you." As Harry sat in meditation, he found his magical core very easily. It was like he only had to think of it and he could see it. It looked like a big ball of grayish light which seemed to shine in the surrounding darkness. He was staring at it hoppin'. It would connect with him when he heard Harsh's voice, "Concentrate, Harry. Can you hear the low thudding sound being made by your magical core?" Harry concentrated hard and pushed all other thoughts out of his mind to try and hear what the mystic asked him. After trying hard, he could hear a low thud like his heart beating in his chest. He was surprised that he had never heard it before whenever he found his magical core. But then he was only used to standing there and watching his core. He had never even tried listening as he was now. Harsh's voice echoed again, "Now concentrate upon the sound and visualize as if you are trying to find the source of this sound. Follow the thudding sound and find where it's coming from. Imagine your magic as a sentient being which is waiting for you to come and accept it. As you imagine, you would feel the rush of your magic around you, and it may be gentle or fierce. Do not be scared of it but welcome it and embrace it as a part of your own." Harry followed the instruction and after what felt like hours, his magic was swirling around him like a tornado, but he reveled in the feeling. It was soothing on his nerves and he welcomed it with all his heart. As it melded in him, he felt like someone had fed him a drink of pure energy and there was nothing that he could not do. Harsh's voice broke him out of his trance, "Now come back, Harry. UWILL do it again on your own till there is no need to do it over and again." Found Harsh looking at him with a smile. "You have achieved everything that I wished for you to do. With the melding of core, you are ready to learn to fly or to travel like we do." Flashback ends. Since then, the last week had been frustrating with him attaining little further success. Right now he was sitting before Harsh who was teaching him tranquility. Tranquility is a state where your body would become one with nothingness, i.e. where your physical presence is not bothered by anything. It means dissolving your body into nothing but only your essence remains. When you wish to reappear, your body would again take a physical form, but that requires extreme concentration, and your magical core and your body are not two different things, but your body becomes your core. In that condition, your magic, which is sentient being, would do your bidding with just a thought. However, to be able to things like flying, you will need to practice. It would be hard at first, like you would not levitate for more than a few feet for the first few times, but with practice you will be able to fly higher and will be able to control it even. I will only teach you to start flying, but you have to do the rest on your own because you have not much time left here. We are already on the end of our tether and 2 weeks at most is We can manage, of which 1 week would be required by the Naga people who have sent me a request to that effect. So it was that Harry sat in meditation and the mystic instructed him in that state. Since your core is one with your body now, you can ask your magic to do your bidding. Will it to raise you? Imagine that you are levitating from the ground and hovering in air. As you feel like you are in air, will it to keep you hovering? He tried to imagine himself hovering in air and pushed at his magic. After a few moments of concentration, he felt like he was hovering a few inches from air. After an hour, Harsh told him to come out of his trance, and when he did, he found that he was spent. Harsh confided him that after practicing the meddling regularly for 1 month, he would attain a nothingness which would enable him to pass through wards undetected and no wards could stop him. However, the little nothingness would be hard to achieve and Harry will have to do it on his own. His sessions with Pawan were nearly at an end because the mystic told him that there was little more that he could teach him in the short amount of time they had remaining together. He had taught him very useful wards and to erect them in different languages, but that was it. To know of the more exotic applications would require years of study, and they were down to their last week. He instructed Harry to keep practicing what he had taught and to enlist the help of Professor Babbling, the runes professor at Hogwarts, if he ever had any trouble. However, he acquiesced to test Harry on the knowledge that he had imparted to him to make sure that he would not make a mistake in any way. One more thing that the mystic was going to teach him was to create the ward explosives, and they were the hards to master, but he had faith in Harry's abilities that in the next week, he would have learnt to do it correctly. Vari, who was a ruthless taskmaster and liked to torment him in the arena, had replaced the dummies with mystics who would duel with him in groups of 2 or 3 at once because Harry had come a long way from one-on-one duels. The mystics used all sorts of underhanded techniques which sometimes irritated him to no end, but he was determined to outshine them. At times, he was hurt by one of their curses. When that happened, he was sent to work in the stables with Pashupati. That being sent to Pashupati was no real punishment because the mystic never asked him to do anything dangerous or really difficult, so he asked Pashupati about the real punishment. The stable master told Harry that the real punishment was to send the mystics to stand under a waterfall without any clothes for the full night. Considering that they lived in the Himalayas and that the waterfall was fed by glacier melt-off, this chilled him to the bone to think what would have become of those who were awarded those punishments. Pashupati also confided in him that he was cutting Harry some slack because Harsh had forbidden any sort of real punishment from being given to him. Vari taught him some of the spells he had seen flying around at the battle. He also gifted Harry vials of memories from the many mystics which contained some very special spells. He warned Harry to never show those memories to anyone who was not a mystic because those spells, being known to the outside world, could see Oz unforeseen destruction and no one could perform them anyway. He had been fascinated and nauseated at the same time when he saw a couple of those memories in a pensieve which Harsh had gifted him. The pensieve bore the mystic crest and it did not require him to enter into the pensieve, but with a tap of the wand, he could see the memories like watching a television. For the last week, Vari made him duel others using those spells and would often chide him if he failed to do anything flawlessly. As a result, his casting speed, accuracy and power behind his spells had become very controlled. He had once or twice dueled Vari and the mystic defeated him with great difficulty. Outside of Vari, he had taken to spending an hour a day by himself in the arena to practice his spells with dummies. He used all of his lethal spells with abandon and was pleased at the results when often the dummies were destroyed with all the magic that was put in those spells. The dummies also would attack him from all sides, sometimes together, and he would apparate from one point to another to keep them busy. Every duel, he learned something new but still felt as if he was missing something. He had learned the entire spell book of the mystic by heart by now, but he felt like there must be something that could sat his hunger. Perhaps he would have to ask Harsh what this feeling was. Ambar had helped him to overcome his difficulty with the Animagus transfiguration by showing him that he should employ occlumency whenever he was working on his transformation. As a result, he could transform the tail, his paws, and some part of his torso. He hoped that within a month, he would be able to transform his torso completely, and the mystic told him in no uncertain terms that within 2 months he would be a full-fledged Animagus. She also told him not to register his form with the British Ministry of Magic but with the ICW, because in that way, no one would be wiser about his Animagus form and he would not be an illegal Animagus either. She dueled with him regularly with the transfigurations and he enjoyed it the most. While she won often, he had won his fair share of duels. He was working extra hard in her subject because he wanted to surpass his father in transfiguration and he had been an expert. Sirius had told him a few stories where James had used his formidable transfiguration abilities to his credit. Lately Ambar had started to teach him to transfigure humans into animals, which was fun. She had started the demonstration by transforming Harry into a stag. He remembered the theory that she had told him. In every transfiguration, it is essential to know what you are going to do. For example, if you want to transform a person into an animal like a rat, you must be able to clearly see in your mind. Like you must be able to see its skin color, its paws and every other detail, and then when you cast the spell, you keep that image in mind and will your magic to do your bidding. If your mind is not into it, you would not be able to do it correctly and the person may end up as half man and half animal. Harry chuckled remembering Dudley's pigtail when Hagrid had come to rescue him from the rock in the sea. The half-giant's education had not been complete, so he probably did not know how to do it properly. Since then, he tried the spell on some of the captives. Sometimes, he failed and they would end up only with sows. After failing 3 times, he had advanced enough to transfigure them into animals with a thought. Ambar had pronounced him ready for whatever was out here waiting for him and bade him to keep practicing so that he could transform people into animals without putting much thought into it. She also taught him transmutation as he had seen Moony do to the bike. He had to attempt it a number of times before he was proficient at it. He had enough in his arsenal to keep people on their toes with his pranks. Achala had been teaching him all the charms that she knew. She had taught him the Fidelius charm. Once he got it right, the spell was fairly easy for him to perform. It only required a fair amount of power and skill at his hands. After he had shown his prowess in Fidelius, she had started teaching him what was long promised: a way to slay Dementors. She taught him about a charm which had been made centuries ago and could not be performed by average wizards but only war mages. Since Harry was a war mage, she believed he would have no trouble in learning the charm. To do the charm, one would be required to hold his wand in his hand, waving it in a circular motion while keeping his hand raised over his head and chanting with all intent, Danav Sanharik Kashan Prabha Avahanam, Demon Slayer Shanprabha, I summon you, and light would emerge. At the tip of his wand like a blade made of it with serrated edges, and whenever it connected with a Dementor, it would cleave them in two or simply disintegrate them. She also told him to keep people around him who could cast the Patronus, because once he started the process, all the Dementors who were in the vicinity would be attracted towards him like moths to light. Having Patroni around him would ensure that he would not be kissed by them or faint, while the Dementors in his vicinity would not be able to escape. This evening as he arrived at sword practice, Pawan asked him, "What do you know about killing giants, Harry?" Harry spluttered, Giants, what do you mean?" He shook his head. "Perhaps Guruji has not yet told you, but your friend Hagrid's mission was a failure and he is now returning back to Avalon, while 30 giants have allied themselves with that abomination. They too would reach Avalon in their own time and his army is bolstered by their numbers." Harry was horrified. Adding giants to the fray was catastrophic, seeing there was no one he knew who had slain a giant. He turned to the mystic. "Do you know how to kill a giant?" He smirked. "As a matter of fact, I do. You see, giants cannot be killed by magic because their blood makes them immune. So, to kill them you need to attack their weak spot with things like rock, boulder, swords, a very big, extra heavy and sharp blade, etc. Or you can disable it by tying it down with heavy chains. After it has been disabled, do as you please with it." He told him of a few stories he had heard about slaying giants by wizards, and Harry dutifully wrote down all the ideas in his journal. Pawan also told him to share this information with his friends in the order because it could save a lot of lives. One evening as he went to practice his spell casting and dueling with dummies, He did not find Vari there but Harsh, who told him that he was going to teach him something. He asked Harry to not use his right hand but his left hand to cast the spells, and he wanted to see if he was successful. Harry was able to use his left hand to cast spells, but not with anything like the same accuracy and precision. Harsh ordered him to keep casting with his left hand. This continued for 2 days before Harsh gave him the old wand he had loaned him to use, and told him to cast simultaneously. He wanted to see if he could cast with both hands at the same time. Harry had no trouble, and then for 2 days, it was his work to do. He did parallel casting and simultaneous casting till he became proficient. Then Harsh took it up a notch by asking him to use different spells with each hand, and for the last 3 days he had been casting different spells. One evening, Harsh joined him at dinner and asked if he knew where the 3 heirlooms of the Peverell brothers were. Harry told him that he knew where the cloak is. Harsh eagerly asked him to bring out the cloak, and as he did, Harsh had to stifle his laughter. "How do you wear it, Mr. Potter?" Harry told him that it was given to him in this form and that he had no idea how to wear it. Harsh had smirked, and taking the cloak, gave a twirl to his wand, shot a spell at the cloak, and it folded itself on itself, and within a matter of seconds, there was a regular cloak in place of the blanket-like cloak he was used to seeing. He handed it to Harry. "Here, Mr. Potter. This is how you wear this cloak. This cloak can even absorb most hexes except for the unforgivables, but since you would not be seen by anyone, there is little chance anyone would use them on you. This cannot be summoned, nor can the Homnum Revelio charm detect someone who is standing under this cloak. Nothing can stick to it, therefore, it cannot become soiled nor retain your scent. It cannot be damaged or become worn from normal use or any form of common magic. Just take care not to misplace it or allow it to fall into enemy hands, and it will never fail you." He also told him about the Battle of Bavaria, where Dumbledore had duelled with Grindelwald for hours before he had emerged victorious. While Grindelwald was a powerful wizard, he was nowhere near as powerful as Dumbledore and had only been able to keep it due to the fact that he had the Elder Wand in his possession. From there, Dumbledore had taken the wand and kept it in his possession through all these years. He told Harry that the wand was his, and when he went back to Avalon, he should ask Dumbledore to surrender the wand to him. He told of the third Hallow, which was also with Dumbledore after they had destroyed one more Horcrux in it. This Hallow was important for him because they formed a set, and anyone who held them together would emerge victorious against any foe. He warned him to keep them away from public eyes because the were people who actively searched for the Hallows, and it would not do to openly flaunt them. He also told him that Slytherin's necklace had been cleansed of the soul piece and it was once again functioning as was intended. He told him that several mystics had been stationed in Avalon, and if he came across any such Horcruxes which were made of historical relics, he should send them to the mystics, and they would relieve it of the taint. Waiting for you reviews. Chapter 23. And so, a lot of people gave their awesome reviews regarding this story, and I thought I would reply them here. Thank you, Raymond J. Obsessed CHP Fanfiction. Anarian, Great of All and Reap the Souls, and Hypergem for your reviews. Epiquever, thank you for taking so much time to read this fanfiction and giving your reviews. Park 850G, thank you so much for your detailed review of the story and I really appreciate it. The anomaly you pointed out. Nymphadora told him that he is her cousin through her mother, but he did not knew it before. Sirius was reminiscing about whatever family he had left when he visited the Blacktown house. Becoming a lord does not automatically means that he would know about everyone. If here are any other such anomalies which are bothering you, please let me know. Thank you. Thank you, Hypergem, for editing this chapter before I posted it. This chapter will end with Harry Potter return to Wizarding Britain, and after a couple of chapters we would be back to Hogwarts. A week later, India. In the last week, as promised, Harry had been at the lake before dawn, swimming across it without magic, alternating between breaststroke, backstroke, butterfly and crawl. When he did use magic, he rocketed across the lake, coming near the same speed he could attain when running. He kept getting stronger and the workouts just kept getting more intense. Yes, Harry had kept his word, but constant vigilance. But Vari still had to test and make sure that Harry was remembering his lessons. He didn't and was getting the best of him most mornings. Harry had taken to creating very convincing illusions or creating animated replicas of himself, slumbering peacefully then protecting them with elaborate wards and traps which were well concealed. He had started adding other things to the wards so that once when Vari tried to enter the room he was petrified, another time he set off a caterwauling charm and another time. Before he knew it, he had been stunned from behind. To add insult to injury, the boy wasn't even there. He was already in the lake. The mystic grumbled about being shown up by an upstart. Not to mention that it was embarrassing, but, inwardly he was happy that the young warrior was taking his lessons seriously now. When he first saw Harry, he doubted that this small, skinny lad could have done any of the deeds that he was reported to have done. There was no denying that the lad had guts. But, he was so small and he seemed to have almost no skill. In the last few weeks, Vari had watched him grow in leaps and bounds, in every way. When he had seen, firsthand, how the lad had accepted every challenge, then rose to meet them with courage, determination and an inner strength which did not compromise. He began to understand how he had stood up to Voldemort. As he watched Harry touch the opposite shore and turn around to swim across the lake again, he recalled the time when he expressed his doubts to Harsh. Flashback starts. Harsh was busy reading some reports which had come in about the increased dark wizard movements from Burma and a letter sent by Chakrapani when Vari came to speak with him. Guruji, are you sure this boy can defeat that abomination? He asked Harsh. Harsh replied in his usual jovial tone, Varunesh, that boy is more than he looks like. He is a child of destiny which alone makes him more powerful than anyone. His magical core is big and it will grow. As he has time to reach of age. He already has clashed with Tom Riddle or some form of him since starting Hogwarts and every time he came on top, not to mention he recently escaped Tom Riddle again. He has slain a 1,000-year-old basilisk already with a sword and drove away 100 Dementors at the age of 14. Not to mention he outflew a dragon and rescued a hostage from depths of Black Lake and bested creatures like Sphinx in the maze. Vari's eyes grew wider as he heard each achievement. He still had some reservations. He remained silent for a few moments, gathering his thoughts before he spoke again. These are incredible feats for anyone to perform, never mind at his age. Do you believe that he is capable to learn what we have to teach him? I have seen him and he looks malnourished, skinny and too small. The physical training alone may be too much for him. Harsh smiled. He will be able to do it. We would have to be extremely harsh with him and overburden him with work and exercises, but that is the only way it will work. Mother Magic has agreed with the way we have to train him. There is a time of great change coming for Avalon and Harold James Potter will need to stand up to ensure that they are not for the bad. If I could I would have raised RAR. Mayan marched in force against that abomination, but, Mother Magic has assured me that what we shall do is sufficient. We know better than to tamper with fate. Vari nodded. To expose ourselves would be like bringing chaos into already fragile society. The most that we can manage is to give a nudge here and there. I will train him, but I want a free rein in this. I will treat him the way I like because treating him with kid gloves would only feed his ego and help no one. I see lot of potential in him. But he is hindered by his moralities. To be a warrior he has to act like one. Harsh smiled brightly. You can train him any way you prefer. Just remember that he must be able to duel and kill that abomination. Flashback ends. Harry vaulted out of the lake and producing his wand, seemingly from nowhere, cast a non-verbal hominum revelio before he even dried himself off. The charm did showed his result as negative, however that was not very reassuring. As he ran, he set up a shield as a precaution. Then worked his way rapidly through his detection charms. Finding no one, he increased his pace and remained alert. The entire last week he had spent dueling mystics while he ran. They would appear out of nowhere and engage him in a duel. Vari had set the rules that he was to defeat his opponent as quickly as he could and then keep running. Each morning, Harry Potter fended off at Leah's T20 mystics in the 4 laps around the track, and then he would proceed to his push-ups, which also had become torture. Vari had decreed that push-ups were becoming too easy for him, so he started pilling weight on his back while he did his push-ups. That was really torture, but Harry did not complain. He had long since accepted that Vari did not like him, though he did not know why. The mystic never treated him as if he was the dirt on his shoes, but he did not respect him like other mystics. Harry had not been able to win a duel against him either. Although Harry was getting better at it, Vari was the master of the slippery fish, and Harry just could not hit him. Their duels often lasted for an hour before Vari would eventually win. Harry was trying hard and hoped to win against the mystic. The potions master had long since given up on teaching Harry anything more, but always encouraged him to do something innovative. He had introduced him to a lot of herbs and their properties and told him to work on it. When Harry had asked him, he merely shrugged, telling him that he would love to see another potion added to the potter's contribution to the art of potion making. The polyjuice was finished and worked perfectly, as they had discovered when Harry pranked Harsh into drinking it, and he ended up looking like Prathyman. However, that had earned him the ire of Harsh, who was taking every chance to prank him. 5 days ago, he and the potions master had made an excursion by night into the forest to catch a werewolf. He remembered how they had eventually succeeded in catching one. Flashback starts. Prathyman had summoned him to the dungeons in the evening, and he arrived promptly to find his mask and cloak was waiting for him. As he donned his gear, he asked, "Where are we going, sir?" He replied casually, "We are going to catch a werewolf, Harry." He spluttered, "What? Why? What do we need a werewolf for?" The mystic smiled, "Harry, remember we are brewing a different version of the wolfsbane tomorrow. We will have to start our test on a werewolf and feed him the potion for a week to see if we are successful. I do not have to tell you that if we can find a suitable substitute for aconite, then it will make it painless for many who have to willingly take the poison in order to keep their sanity." Harry nodded. He recalled discussing this with the potions master earlier, and now they were to do it. Remus had told him that the reason he looked so ill around the full moon was that aconite is poisonous to werewolves. But he had to take it because the alternative was too awful to even consider. He reminded Harry about the night when Wormtail escaped and how he could have attacked Harry, Ron and Hermione because he had not taken his potion that day. He would rather die than take that chance again. Harry was determined to find a better way. His hopes were pinned on this trial. If it worked, it meant a better life for Remus and a better life for all the afflicted who wanted to have something like a normal life. The two of them walked out of Adrishporum. As soon as they were outside of the wards, Prathyman took Harry by the hand and they apparated. They arrived in dense woods which were nothing like Adrishporum or the forest around the Takila School of Magic. These woods felt different from those forests. He turned to the mystic, "Mr. Prathyman, where are we?" Prathyman turned to him with a smile, "We are somewhere in what the Muggles call terrain, or the foothills of the Himalayas. There is a settlement of werewolves not far fetch one of them and take with us to Adrishporum to test the potion on him. We will see if we succeed." Prathyman continued talking, "Now Harry, we are going to capture one of the werewolves and take it with us. This may earn bloody, but remember that you can kill him if you are threatened. The alpha of the werewolves, called Kitchak, is a sadistic vermin who will get what is coming to him very soon. Guruji wanted to exterminate them long ago, but Shravya stayed his hand on the promise of Kitchak that he would not cause trouble. Recently we confirmed that they are turning young innocent children, and so we take one of them captive, and the alpha will do something stupid. Shravya, who is a force in himself, would have put him down while exterminating others if it came to this. But what about the innocent ones? Those who have not done anything? Would you punish them for others' mistakes?" Harry protested. The potions master sighed, "You do not think that we would exterminate the innocents, do you? The innocent ones are already ready to move, and when we take one of them captive today, they will leave before Shravya comes down hard on them." Harry had nothing to say because the mystics had thought about everything in advance. He was getting to understand their true character now. They were assassins, manipulators, guardians of ancient knowledge, and much more than met the eye. Before they proceeded any further, Harry applied a silencing charm to his feet and put himself under a disillusionment charm. The mystic nodded his approval and did likewise. Harry said, "I don't know if disillusion me NT will do much against werewolf night vision, but it can't hurt." Then when he concentrated on seeing into the darkness, and his eyes became those of the snow leopard in response. As he turned and looked in the mystic's direction, he could plainly see that the charm did nothing against his vision, and made a mental note for his next morning encounter with Vari. They trekked toward the werewolf settlement stealthily, taking care not to make a noise. Harry had taken his sword in his right hand and his wand in his left, a curse ready on his lips. As they walked for a kilometer or more, they came upon the settlement and Harry saw a couple of werewolves patrolling the perimeter. He raised his wand to cast the stunning spell and Prathimon caught his arm signaling him not to do so. When he raised his eyes to the mystic, he pointed him towards the trees lining the perimeter and Harry could see the guards hiding there. The two of them could likely defeat the whole lot, but that was not the mission and there was no reason to take the risk. Harry thought that a diversion would do the job. He transfigured a convincing-looking lion from a deadfall branch that was lying on the ground nearby. Then, with one of his best animations yet, the lion came to life, roared and pounced on one of the guards, making a gory mess out of his chest and face. As the other guards responded, the lion charged off along the path and they pursued it. Harry disapparated with the mystic and apparated somewhere further up the path where they were sure to cross the werewolves. They concealed themselves and waited for them to pass. A few moments later, the lion ran by followed by the werewolves. Prathimon picked off the second from the last by banishing a boulder at him. Harry took out the straggler with a haymaker to the jaw. He could tell by the sound of crunching bone that he no longer knew his own strength. The two werewolves were levitated before they could make any noise hitting the ground. The Mystic bound their prisoners using Incarcerus and they apparated back to Idrishporum before any of the other werewolves realized what was going on. Werewolves heal fast and these two were no exception. However, Harry took the opportunity to practice some of the bone mending he had been learning to repair the damage to the two prisoners. The results were less than satisfactory as he had neglected to set the bones first. Something he would have to take up with the healer later, he thought. Later they interrogated the werewolves and both turned out to be ruthless savage creatures. The worst of the worst. If Remus were there, he would have executed them himself. They were patrolling the borders because they had heard a rumor that they were going to be slaughtered by forces unknown. Harry wanted to try mind magic on one of them. Prathimon advised him against it. When Harry asked why, the mystic explained that a werewolf's mind was a dangerous place and if anyone tried to enter it, they would be torn to shreds. Harry's recent training had given him other ways of gaining information. He practiced his torture technique on one prisoner while the other was forced to watch. This had the desired effect. When Harry explained that they were testing a new version of the Wolf's Bane potion and they were looking for volunteers, the second prisoner readily agreed, hoping that he would be spared the torture. His hope was in vain. But there was no reason to correct him just yet. Flashback ends. For the last 5 days, the potion seemed to work and what's more, without any toxic side effects. Tonight was the night of the full moon and this would be the real test. If these two retained their minds, that would be all the proof they needed to know that the new formula works. Sadly, these two were so completely savage in their human form, that it may be hard to tell the difference. If the stuff worked, it would mean a better life for Remus and many more like him. If it didn't, it may be years or even never before coming up with anything else that might work. Another new trend that had cropped up in the past week was that whenever he was walking between classes, one of the mystics would apparate in, shoot a spell at him and vanish with a pop. Sometimes he was hit, sometimes he dodged and at times, he managed to hit the mystic who had just attacked him. A couple of times there was a group of mystics who would apparate in, shoot spells at him from different directions and disapparate. While he scrambled to defend himself, another pair of mystics would apparate in, shoot a spell and would be gone. These were the hardest because he had no idea what the mystics would shoot at him or from which direction they would come. Sometimes, he had even found them dropping from the sky and hitting him. It was all rather tiresome, and when he complained to Harsh, the mystic told him that this was normal for other trainees and everyone went through this. This was meant to teach him to react faster than one can blink. And to test his defenses. There had been lessons of fighting from horse or hippogriff back, where he had been taught to fight with staff, or sword or wand from the back of a beast. The mystics taught him to fight from hippogriff back, telling him that he could course through the skies and hex a lot of them at once this way. They also taught him the way one of them had jumped on his hippogriff in their first skirmish. All in all, this had been a wonderful lesson so far and he wished to take the most advantage from it. Then there was the celebration 4 days ago when he turned 15. He appeared to be sleeping when Harsh negated his wards, making note of a rather nasty set of jinxes that would have been set off the moment he set foot in the room, and levitated Harry's bed 20 feet into the air. As Harry woke up he found his bed to be hovering around 20 feet in air and jumped down with leonine grace to find a large group of mystics waiting for him. It looked every single mystic was present there. Before he could finish drying off, a crate of magical fireworks was let loose which formed the words, "Happy Birthday, Harry." Harry was awed. He had never had so many people gathered to wish him happy birthday before. Then it was time for the gifts. Pawin had presented him with special tools to craft his runes. Their tools included a calligraphy pen which acted with a thought and used one's magic to draw the runes. This was meant to draw runes easily into harder surfaces like stones, wood, etc. Ambar Ha chest containing vials of memories which contain applications of transfigurations and charms in battle. She had asked T'Challa for those memories as she and T'Challa had done on numerous occasions. While this was not an ideal gift yet it was sure to be useful in the upcoming war. She confided in him that if he wished, he could share some of the most common transfigurations and their use in battle with his friends except the dangerous ones. She told him to keep up practicing at Hogwarts so that his skills would only improve with time. T'Challa gifted him a bag which was like any ordinary bag that he had seen until she told him to open it. He opened it and his eyes spread in surprise. There were a number of books in the bag and yet it did not look like it. She explained him with a wink that she had enchanted the bag with an extension charm to make it bottomless and intertwined in a feather-light charm to make it easy to carry. The pack contained what she called survivor gear which was the standard survivor pack for mystics. It included a tent, books, a change of clothes and a number of potions which could be used to save someone. The tent also had a kitchen which was stocked with utensils, a magical burner except for food but he LD easily forage for it now that he had lived with the mystics almost for a month now. He knew where it came from and how to procure it. Anil had gifted him what he found to be the most exciting. He had given him a sheath made of dragon hide fused with goblin silver and told him that the sheath had inbuilt runes so it would adjust to any sword. It also had a strap so it could be strapped to one's back. The mystic had told him to kill any werewolf he met who was on the side of Voldemort and that not all werewolves deserved his pity. He should not stay his hand when he met any creature of dark because not all of them deserved mercy. Most of them were driven by their inner desire and as such had to be put down. He also told him of a design for a catapult which would be helpful for slaying Janssen cautioned him that the contraption would take time and energy to create besides requiring materials from the best builders possible. Vari had likewise given him memories of his own and some other masters he had met in the tribe. There were mystics spread throughout the world and almost every country had some who would report to Idrishporum if they needed help from them and a set of La robes like the one he had but these were more bulky. He told him that this set was crafted from the hide of a Ukrainian ironbelly. The best body armors were made from its hide however since the dragon was on the verge of extinction. There were not many ironbelly armors available in the market. He also told him that Harry could always call upon the mystic and he would come to help him. Harsh gave him a book titled On to Nothingness, a Journey, which was written by one Sarang Varun and Harry grinned because he knew who Saran Varun was. This book detailed the journey one must take to attain nothingness. Harry decided to look into it as soon as he could manage. There was a huge cake which had been baked by Rachel for his birthday and it had been a delicacy after eating the mystic's food for a month. She also gave him a photograph of Charles and Doria with baby James in Doria's arms telling him that she had enough of their memories to remember them but he needed something to cling to. He had been summoned in the evening by the wand maker Shilpagya who eyed him for a while before he said, "Too mighty are you, boy. Wand lore does not fascinate you. Never came to see after I crafted a good wand for you." He bowed his head, "Honorable wand maker, I did not purposely ignore you. I have been well occupied these last few weeks. However I would willingly accept any gift of wisdom you may choose to bestow." The wand maker softened a bit, "Just that never let your enemy disarm you in a duel because if you lose it, it would change its loyalties and then would not work for you. They follow the law of victor. To win back, you would have to defeat your opponent again. Just to be sure that such misfortune does not come to you, I would advise you to go to Ollivander's and ask him to fit you for a new wand. His wand would be helpful to you for school work, and your own wands can remain a secret. This is something that I did not know and would not have considered until it was too late. I thank you. Harry thought for a moment, then started, but why would he sell me another wand? Would he not ask how I have been able to live without a wand for this past month or so? The wand maker grinned. No. Just ask Dumbledore to write a letter to this effect. Talking of Dumbledore, ask him to return the Wand of Destiny to you. It is yours by right of inheritance. Harry nodded in affirmative. The wand maker tossed him 2 wand holders. Strap them to your wrists and keep your wands in them. Such fine wands must be kept in wand holders and not stowed inside your pockets. They deserve to be treated regularly. Purchase some wand polish and treat them regularly. They are not weapons but your arms. Happy birthday, Peverell. After that, the day had been very ordinary. Pawin had spent each day giving him a ward to make. When he was successful in doing so, he would be asked to make a cluster. He tested Harry on everything and often asked him questions about the 7 languages, the rune symbols, and how the wards worked. He also taught him to make the ward explosives, which were made by stones which were found on ley lines. Since these stones absorbed the Earth's energy from the ley line, they were already full of magic. There was a specific rune designed by the mystics of the past which would tap into the energy and give it the power to explode the wards. The rune was designed with 3 functions, viz. to tap into the energy contained in the stone, to convert it into explosive energy, to destroy the wards by releasing the energy. He had spent good time the past week earning to create those stones, and now had a respectable arsenal of ward explosives which he could use in battles. Pawin also had him practice some runes which could be used to attack some dummies, and he had been having fun doing it. To see that they could be killed, disabled, or even bound by runes was interesting, and he regretted not having taken the subject before, but that was short-lived. He realized now that there was perhaps no student who would be able to best him in the subject. Achala had taught him everything that she could, and most of the time, she would pull a memory and they would watch it together, and he would notice everything that she did or did not do. Ambar was done teaching everything, but she and Achala had started ganging up on him. They both teamed up on him to duel him, and usually he ended up losing to them. In all the duels that they fought, he had lost to them, but not before giving them quite the scare. During their first duel, Ambar had sent a transfigured dog at him while Achala hit him with a smokescreen. Blinded by the smoke screen, he tried to get his bearings and could not hear things. He whipped his wand in front of him, slashing the smoke screen in 2. Achala was going to subdue him with the Incarcerus, and he rolled away before the charm hit him. Ambar conjured some birds to attack him, and he conjured some hawks to kill those birds with 1 wand. He released pitch black smoke with the other. Soon no one in the room could see anything, and even his leonine vision was no help. He tried the Homnum Revelio, and it was of no use either. He conjured a snake and asked it, "Where are the humans in the room?" The serpent hissed at him, "There are no humans in this room except you, speaker R. There is a 4-legged creature and 2-clawed one which seeks to kill me. Our mighty enemy, the falcon." Harry hissed again, "Where are they? Point them out to me." The snake replied, "In the northwestern corner, the 4-legged one is standing with the wall to its back while the falcon is flying, stalking me." Harry heard the rush of wings and the snake's pleas for help read away by the falcon. He shot a couple of stunners in the air, and a thud told him that he had found his mark. He shot a spell chain of petrification hex, stunner, and Incarcerus in the northwest corner, and a thud told him he was successful. He dispelled the mist to find falcon sprawled on the floor while a fox was stunned and bound in chains. Grinning, he went to enervate the fox and was stunned from behind. As he was enervated, he found the 2 witches smiling at him, and he was tied with chains. He cast a wandless finite and freed himself. Achala was smirking at him. "Not so smart, are you, Harry?" Harry sheepishly smiled. "So you are both Animagi, huh?" Ambar laughed. "You did not think that we would tell you all our secrets, did you? You were brilliant but failed when you thought that the falcon was stupefied. You conjured that snake, and that was some quick thinking. However, as you started throwing stunners around, I simply played possum, dropping to the floor, making you believe that I had been stunned." Harry lowered his head, embarrassed. He had Nev. Thought for a moment that they may trick him, but the mystics were crafty in their ways and often pulled some surprises on him. In another duel, where he was pitted against the two of them together, he had raised a wall of earth between him and them and was hiding behind it to shield himself from the barrage of spells when suddenly his own conjured wall grew hands and grasped him. He, orated out of its grasp and reappeared a little distance away, and as soon as his feet touched the earth, two hands rose to grasp his feet. He immediately used a reductor on them while Takila shot him with an incendio and he was sent flying. Midway, he pulled both wands and shot Pavok incendio at both of them, forcing them to dodge. As he landed, he pursued them with a barrage of Pavok and they kept dodging his spells. As he became lax and dropped his guard, Takila returned fire with a flame-freezing charm which froze his Pavok charm, and Ambar willed the earth to rise like a big giant cage. Bound him and tendrils of earth captured him, pinning down his arms, and for good measure she gagged him. Duels like these continued throughout the week, where he often was on the verge of defeating them. And they would coordinate their attacks against him and pull some tricks at the last moment. Vari dueled with him regularly and once decided that he wanted to test his shields. He gathered a bunch of mystics and they all shot all kinds of spells at him, forcing him to raise a new shield every time a more sinister curse was used on him. At last, when they were using the most lethal curses in their repertoire of spells, he reluctantly conjured the Golden Mage Shield, which could stand against the onslaught of all lethal spells except the Unforgivables. The Mage Shield amazed the mystics because it could not be lightly used by someone unsure of his abilities. It also required a good amount of energy to maintain one. Each time a curse hit the shield, a gong-like sound would reverberate. By the time he dropped the Mage Shield, a lot of mystics had gathered to see the spectacle. After the practice, Harsh had congratulated him on his feat, telling him that maintaining a Mage Shield for that long and to remain standing was a testament to his extraordinary powers, and no Death Eaters could stand against him now. Even Tom Riddle had not been able to maintain a Mage Shield for more than a few minutes when Harsh had fought him. Another day, Vari decided that Harry would cast with abandon while the mystics would defend. They all started with the reflector shields, which would reflect his spells back at him. After dodging his own spells a few times, he started firing high-powered shield breakers which shattered their reflector shields, and they conjured the Protega Maxima Horribilis, which was easily the best shield after the Mage Shield. They all joined their shields together and they fused to form a kind of block around them, and no spell could pass them. He kept casting for an hour and all his spells were stopped. Vari later told him that to break such a shield he must use his most lethal spell with all his power. Since he was more powerful than most of the mystics, their shield would not be able to take it for more than a few hits. Vari's duels were often tiring for him. The mystic never started a duel with a non-lethal spell but would use some dark spell which he would be forced to dodge. This would go for some time before he got the chance to retaliate, and often he retaliated in kind to him. He used all the spells that he had learned from the memories, and the mystic would bark his appreciation whenever he would feel that Harry's execution of the spell had been flawless. However, the mystic often would disapparate all over the arena and fire at him from whichever direction he preferred. He often made Harry keep moving and on his toes. During the duel, he would often surprise him with something which would cause him to be distracted, and in that moment the mystic would win over him. Once, while the fight was very intense and they were trading spell for spell, the mystic sent a volley of conjured arrows at him. Harry conjured a wall to block the arrows, then banished the wall towards the mystic. Vari transfigured and animated the wall into a stone golem that attacked Harry. As he was busy sparring with the golem, the mystic sent a spell chain of petrification hex, a stunner and a bone breaker. Harry was in a fix because dodging the spell chain would allow the golem to pummel him, and getting hit would lose the duel. At the last moment he pushed his magic out and flew out of the way of the curses which hit the golem instead. Vari was anticipating his narrow escape, and the Incarcerus bound Harry before he reached the ground again. The mystic freed him and grinned at him. "Don't worry about it, lad. You are learning fast. However, you could have used your other wand to blast the golem away while you shielded the spell chain I sent at you. You could have used to shield while you flew, so the Incarcerus would be ineffective." Anil started dueling with him, often using wandless magic. He could not even guess what the mystic would throw at him in such duels. Once when they were dueling, he shot a disarming hex at Harry and his sword clattered to the ground and the mystic kept him on his toes, forcing him to fend off like a muggle. Harry wandlessly conjured another dagger while he was dodging around and used it to block his sword strikes. The mystic shot a Incarcerus at him and he jumped out of its way, but the rope kept following him no matter what he did. Finally he cast an incendio causing the rope to burn and found the mystic to be laughing hard. He pouted, "What was that, sir?" When Anal was finally able to control his laughter, he answered, "It is a slight variant of Incarcerus where the caster keeps guiding it to the target unlike the normal ones. Remember it. It may come in handy someday for you." He showed Harry the movements and the necessary requirements for the spell. Harry had become more adept at transforming his body to his snow leopard form, but he still had a way to go before he could transform completely at will. There were some parts on which he was still working and hoped to finish the transformation soon. He was able to morph his hands and legs into paws whenever he desired, like his leonine vision, and sometimes, while he was dueling with Anal, he would morph his hands and attack the mystic with his claws, which would throw him off balance, giving him a chance to score a win. Anal was the only mystic he had been able to defeat a couple of times. Each time that Harry had managed to defeat him, it was because Harry had found something in the environment to give him an advantage. To Harry's surprise, Anal seemed happier on the occasions when this happened. Harsh had been giving him some more lessons in fighting, where he had taught him the art of taking over someone else's animations like he had seen Ambar do against him. He had dueled with Harry for some time, only using Transfigurated, a stone statue, to attack Harsh, but Harsh enchanted the animation to attack Harry instead, and then he sat explaining the intricacies of taking over another's animations. There was not much to it but a slight variation to the animation spell at the end which would allow one to control others' animations. He taught him another beautiful technique where he taught him to flick aside others' spells. It was hard at first and Harry was hit with bone breakers twice before he got the gist of it. Flashback start. Harsh met him in the arena while he was practicing with the dummies, using different spells with different wands in each hand. He watched Harry for some time before he called, "Halt." He turned to the mystic. "Yes, Guruji. Is anything wrong?" The mystic smiled. "No, Harry. It is just that I wish to teach you something that can be useful and kind of intimidating for lesser enemies." He asked curiously, "What is it, Guruji?" The mystic grinned at him. He had started to hate it when a mystic grinned for no reason. "Fire your most lethal curse at me." Harry blanched for a moment. He knew at his most lethal curse would reduce any normal wizard to a rapidly expanding cloud of vapor if used at full strength. What if Harsh didn't block it? Instead, he cast a bone crusher, knowing that he could heal it if the spell actually struck home. The brilliant violet spell made straight for Harsh's chest. Harry did not need to worry. With a motion that was nearly too quick for Harry to perceive, the mystic flicked his wand and batted the curse aside, saying, "Keep them coming, Harry." Harry shot every spell that he knew and all were batted aside by the mystic. Finally, he had to leap to one side when his own bone breaker came straight back at him. He shouted in indignation, "Were you trying to curse me, Guruji?" The mystic chuckled, "No, Harry, I have seen you dodge. There was no chance that would hit you. I was teaching you an art form which would give you some leverage over your enemies if you find yourself in conditions where you are hard-pressed to dodge or shield, or there are multiple foes and you have to bring them down while defending yourself at the same time." So he started to teach him the art of batting aside a spell. The trick is to have quick reflexes, since some of the curses are really fast while some give you decent amount of time to ready yourself and retaliate. You must be able to see when your opponent cast a curse at you and move your wand so that you are able to bat it aside. Remember, speed and agility is the key to it. He started casting spells at Harry, asking him to bat them away or send them back. To send them back, he was to move his wand in an arc-like motion with a jab at the end. It took 2 bone breakers to the wrist before the lesson set in. Flashback ends. The healer had also taken this week to teach him some healing. He told him possessing some healing skills may come in handy someday when he was hard-pressed and there was no healer around. He gave Harry a book on counter curses to most dark curses and told him how to perform them. He even had some of his mystics hexed and then showed him the counter curses by performing them. While it was hard, he was confident that Harry would be able to pick up at least some rudiment. Terry's skills which may save some lives one day. He also encouraged him to approach Poppy Pomfrey to ask for some healing tricks because there was so much to healing which could not be taught in a day. All the week, he would call Harry for a lesson and together they would attempt the counter curses on mystics who were hexed, and most of the time, he would leave Harry while he would merely watch thou. He did step in if it looked like Harry was getting something wrong. A few nights ago, he had started studying the concept of nothingness in the book which Harsh had gifted him. The book was a little complicated and very interesting. Harry had been engrossed ever since he started. What most intrigued him was the concept of nothingness. It said, nothingness is not meaning nil, but it is a state beyond our physical presence. In this state the physical matters not but only our essence. Every one of us is made of some essence which is magic. Magic is what remains and what matters. Magic is our driving force, and without it, we cease to exist. The physical form can change, a person can obtain a new body, and the old can become young if they know of the concept of nothingness. Not all mystics have been able to achieve nothingness, but most have some degree of proficiency in it. When one is ready to let go of this physical form, willing to surrender their essence to Mother Magic, then Mother Magic can be really kind to them, blessing them with nothingness. However, most of us are somewhere conscious of this physical form and the ties associated with it, so we are afraid to give up. Mother Magic may ask one of his willingness to give up his identity, and if they hesitate even for a moment, that may be their downfall. Since then they would not achieve nothingness. But for that happy moment to come, one must have accepted their identity truly. They must accept what they are before the choice is presented to them. So, dear reader, this begs us the question, do you know who you are and do you accept this truly? Remember that knowing your true self and accepting it are two different things. You may see yourself as chivalrous, valiant and generous person, while in reality you may be mean, coward and cruel to others. Sometimes knowing our true self can cause us agony, and you must be ready to face all that comes if you want the state of nothingness. I entered the state when I was going through a very hard time in my life where I had lost everything which I ever held dear, my loved ones were dying and I was standing alone. I knew I was coward because I could not convince myself to stand against injustice and unjust violence which resulted in everyone dying around me. Mother Magic took pity on me and gave me a chance to serve her. The reading had been eye-opening for him. He had to think exactly who he was, and that was a question that he had to answer for himself and no one else could. Sure, he was brave because he was a Gryffindor, he loved his friends and family, he stood for what was right rather than what was easy, but that was it. There was nothing more to it, was there? Who was he really? The question had been pestering him since he started thinking about it, and even talking to Harsh had yielded no result, which was surprising since the mystic always sort of knew of the right thing to say. The mystic's answer seemed rather cryptic. Harry, this is your quest to decide who you are. This was a big question which would need to be answered because it was now a question about his essence, in a very literal sense. Longbottom Castle. The last week, Alice and Frank had been declared fit by the healer, and Frank had wasted no time in showing her the door, though she had promised that she would return eventually. From the time they had been declared fit, Frank had started to use magic, and the first few days had been very hard because his magic was unstable and difficult to control from not being used for years. His spells were overpowered or of no use at all, and there was nothing in between. When, out of desperation, he called Healer Lynn back, she grinned and told him, "I told you I would be back." She gave them exercises to do before they were to start using magic, telling them these were recommended so that their magic would be in control again. After a few days of exercise, their magic was more stable and they were able to use it, but Healer Lynn had cautioned them not to overwork themselves and start small, like the stinging hexes, stunners, etc., and gradually try the more complicated things. Neville had been able to return Frank's wand to him. It felt as comfortable and familiar as an extension of his arm. However, Bellatrix Lestrange had destroyed Alice's wand years ago, and being imprisoned in her own mind ever since, there had been no need to replace it. Augusta brought a number of wands from the family vow. Not one of the wands felt as her old wand did. She chose the best of the lot and it served her well enough for now. She vowed to visit O.L. Livander's to get another wand as soon as she could. She was already trying to remember where they kept the flow powder. For now their primary concern was to get fit in time for the next session of the Wizengamot, which was scheduled for the 15th of August, where they were to make an appearance before the Wizarding World. They were fit enough to walk and had even taken to doing some exercises to get their bodies back into shape. There were a lot of things to do and not much time to do them. They were practicing the easier spells and getting used to the feeling of magic coursing through their veins again. The thrill of using a wand, seeing Neville every day and to be able to talk to each other was all that they wanted for now. Turning the entire Wizarding World on its head could wait just a bit longer. Neville came every day and often stayed late into the night, and they would trade stories, anecdotes from their times at Hogwarts. One thing which had angered them was Severus Snape's attitude towards their son. To hear of all the things that he had said or done to him made their blood boil, and setting him straight was definitely on their agenda. Neville thought that this was a good time to tell them about the Boggart. Professor Snape got a bit of his own back. Neville began. You see, Professor Lupin was teaching us how to deal with boggarts in my 3rd year. When he asked me what I thought the boggart would become for me, Snape was the very first thing that came to my mind. He took me aside and asked me how I would make that seem silly, and I had no idea. You see, I found the thought of him too frightening. And then he asked me about Gran, and, well, I thought that he would look silly in Gran's clothes, stuffed vulture hat and all. So, when that greasy git came skulking out of the closet, I pointed my wand at him. Pictured just how silly he would look and, ridiculous, poof, and we were all laughing at him. They all had a good laugh at the story, and when they came up for air, Neville said he was even nastier when he heard about it. But, I just kept picturing him in Gran's clothes, and he's never seemed quite so scary since. He also told them how he had stood up to the Golden Trio, trying to stop them from going after Quirrell in their 1st year. Frank told him that Neville was no different than himself because he also had at times tried to stop the Marauders from going on their mischief-making spree, and at times had told on them to the teachers. Whenever he went to the teachers, the Marauders mercilessly pranked him till he went to them asking for their forgiveness. They also heard about how Minerva was still tough but fair. They had another chuckle when Neville described how thin a line she could make with her mouth when a student displeased her with sloppy work. No matter how hopeless Neville had been at Transfiguration, but it was his favorite subject because it presented him a challenge before, but now with his own wand and the training he received, he hoped to breeze through it. They heard of Flitwick, who was still there and teaching generation after generation of students with the same enthusiasm, making things fun for them and being the most adorable teacher as he used to be. Frank also wanted Neville to learn basic occlumency and Mindscape. Frank's own Mindscape had been severely damaged over the last 14 years, and he had to set it in order before he could teach Neville himself. For now, Croaker would have to teach him the basics and help him get started with the skills. Neville had a long discussion with the Unspeakable and Frank. After thinking hard and a long discussion, they decided upon making a Mindscape mixed of Hogwarts and Longbottom Castle with many other features. There were a lot of details involved, and Croaker even gave some parts of his Mindscape the touch of the Department of Mysteries. In the last week, they had made the Mindscape where the castle had 7 floors plus dungeons. The outside of the castle resembled Castle Longbottom. The 7 floors contained memories in order of importance. The entrance to the castle was not like the double doors but the entrance of the Department of Mysteries, where you had to speak where you want to go. The dungeons were his worst memories which he never wanted to bring up, so the entrance had been barred by a solid wall after he sorted his memories. The first floor was about his life yet, his memories, and his friends. The second floor was his school years which he had spent on the fringes, watching everything and yet not getting embroiled in anything. The third floor was all the knowledge of his family magic which he had obtained in the last month or so, while the fourth floor was dedicated to all his other knowledge or memories. The fifth floor contained secrets, and he had a lot of them considering that he only sat on the sidelines. The sixth and seventh floors were vacant and would remain so, with only traps and snares which Croaker had come up with. There was a central staircase which would vanish for anyone who would try to intrude in his mind, sending them tumbling to their deaths, or would snare the intruder and treat them horribly. The IRST floor was guarded by a legion of trolls who, while they were idiotic, they were also magic resistant and hard to kill. The second floor was guarded by a battalion of suits of armor, and the entire floor was covered with magic suppression runes, something Croaker had suggested. The third floor was guarded by elves solely, and there were a lot of them. The fourth floor was guarded by the three he-added dog that he had seen in his first year, and like the second floor it was covered in magic suppression runes. The fifth floor had some serious protection, like the arcane magics protecting the prop Hessies in the Hall of Prophecy in the Dome, the brains which would latch themselves to anyone living and cause them grievous injuries. The entire castle was warded with wards the likes of which were found only in one place in Wizarding Britain, i.e. the Department of Mysteries. The sixth floor had a number of traps which were meant to incapacitate anyone who was foolhardy enough to walk into them in. The seventh floor had a replica of the Death Veil for an entrance. The entire Mindscape was surrounded by Death Veil-like walls, and anyone who tried to cross it would face some other defenses which would activate with any foreign intrusion like Fiendfire or Devil's Snare or some more dangerous plants which could prove fatal. Beyond the entrance to the Mindscape, the first level of defense was plants which could kill. Then there were the hippogriffs, as were raised in Longbottom Castle, and the beasts were wild. They would cheerfully trample anyone with the slightest provocation. There was a dragon which prowled the grounds, and there was a boggart hidden somewhere in the Mindscape. Frank taught him the basics of the Mindscape and how to detect an intrusion, and while Croaker tried to penetrate his mind, he would often give tips to Neville about detecting foreign intrusion, how to fight it, how to distract it, and finally how to shut someone out of their mind. Hogwarts, Headmaster's study. Albus Dumbledore was counting the days now. There was about a week left before Harry Potter would return from his time with the Mystics. Getting set up to defeat Voldemort was going to take a lot of work, and there wasn't much time to get it done. He was also eager to know what the Mystics had taught Harry, and he was willing to do some passive legilimency to be absolutely certain that Harry had not turned to the dark side. Albus had no problem with the team killing dark wizards, but he hoped that Harry Potter would not turn insensitive to death, because that was a path which was fraught with darkness. Besides, Albus wanted to learn some of the Mystics' secrets, and even a glimpse into their world would be like an old wish coming true. He wished he could have joined them when he was young. Of course, Albus had no idea thathed him for a long time before they gave up on inviting him to become a mystic. His main concern was that this year students should learn enough to be able to survive in the coming war. War never came looking for someone of particular age or blood status, but it was indiscriminate. It came for everyone and devoured every offering, yet would remain hungry for more. There had been so much death and strife in the last year, but Albus hoped this time there would not be so much heartache. Minerva had vowed to be more considerate towards her students and try to understand them more, since she had learnt that Neville had been using his father's wand, yet she never realized it. She hoped the teen would not hold a grudge against her for not being more helpful towards him. Albus was thinking to introduce dueling again in Hogwarts, but Punderich had discouraged him, saying that there were children of Death Eaters in the school who would use the knowledge against the defenders in case there was an intrusion. Besides, once they graduated, they would join the Abomination's army, and that would only cause more troubles for them. So, Albus had dismissed the idea, but resolved that if he lived through this war, he would introduce some classes which were removed years ago. Hogwarts standards had fallen a lot, and it was about time that he did something about it. As Albus was pondering over the events which had passed and events he anticipated, an owl flew into his office. It bore the Longbottom crest on a silk collar around its neck. Albus accepted the letter, and as he opened it, he smiled. And so it begins. India. Harry Potter woke up before dawn broke and remembered the meeting last evening with Harsh, who had summoned him to talk about something. The mystic told him, "Harry, the chief of Nagas had visited me a few days ago, as I had told you. Since we have taught you almost everything that we could within this short period of time, and now he wants to train you in parcel tongue, and I have agreed to his proposal. You will leave as dawn breaks and will return every evening to Adrishporum. You will not hesitate to learn anything that they are teaching you, and will not balk off at anything. However, before you leave you will finish your physical exercises every day." Harry nodded his head, and Harsh continued, "After a week, you have to return to Avalon. And this time I will not be going with you." "What do you mean?" Harry asked him. How will I go then? Harsh said, I have arranged a portkey for you under the name of Jameson McAllister, and it will take you to Port of London, where the mystics who are placed in London will meet you. Vari will be escorting you all the way for your safety till you reach the Black Town house. Harry felt very tense all of a sudden. Then where are you going, Guruji? Why will you not go with me? And what about Blackstorm? The mystic smiled. Harry, we have the world to look after, and something or other keeps taking my attention. I have to go deal with some problem which had arisen in Africa, and I am told it is rather very grave. Perhaps another battle, and as such, we are taking the Marichika with us. This is why I have arranged portkey for you, but do not worry. I will be there when you will need me. Your hippogriff will be sent to Wizarding Britain and from there to Hogwarts, if he does not reach you by the 1st of September. As he remembered that the mystics were moving out today, he rushed out after his daily ablations and saw more mystics than he had seen assembled to fight the previous battle. Vari and his other trainers were not going, however, and he asked Vari, why are so many mystics here and where did they come from? The mystic muttered, portkeyed during the night from all over the world. We have headquarters in almost all the countries around the world. The situation in Africa is grim and will require a lot more planning, effort and resources, and as such, we have called for additional troops. Guruji himself will be taking up residence there till we can be sure that the situation has been sufficiently addressed. Nobody knows how long that will be. Harry was curious, how many mystics are out there? The mystic smirked. You think I would tell you that? No, lad, you are not entitled to information because it exists. As Harry looked, hundreds of mystics left by portkeys or by the mystics' means of transportation, and in an hour, the settlement was almost empty. Harry was thinking of all the things that Harsh had taught him and the enchanted thread which was still on his wrist, when a powerful stinger jarred him out of his musings, and rubbing his backside, he glared at Vari, who was openly smirking. Don't think I will cut you some slack. Start running, Potter. There is too much to do in so little time. The Nagas are impatient people. After his daily routine of being pummeled and getting a chance to pummel the mystics at the track, Harry left for the Naga village, where they were apparently waiting for him. Naga village. As he materialized in front of the chief, the man gave him a smile which Harry knew too well, and it never bode well for him. The same smile that I gave when he had some new torture planned for him. Welcome, Harold, son of Peverell, the Naga chief said. Harry hissed back, I am Potter. The Naga chief smirked. Are you sure you are Potter and not Peverell? I have heard otherwise. Are you still trying to find you? Harry said nothing but processed the Naga's words. These words sounded like someone was answering a question he had but could not find the answer to it. The only question that he had been pursuing lately was, who am I? He shelved the thought for later and answered the chief, that is a question I am trying to answer myself. I am trying to find myself, and when I do, I will answer to you. For now, I wish to learn some parcel magics from you. The chief replied, you come from a family which had some prominent speakers in IT's blood line, but the ability was lost to inbreeding. In their delusional attempt to keep their magic pure, they have lost the benevolent gifts of mother magic. You are part of some very powerful blue D-lines, therefore mother magic saw it fit to bless you with this gift. Harry nodded. He had little instruction in these matters, which basically fell into the domain of magical research, and these facts were not publicly available, and yet here it was. He lapped up eagerly all that he was being told. The chief was continuing, for your instruction, it is necessary that you can learn the language without being faced with a snake. While if you were brought up in your family in days of old you would have been taught to control this, but since there has not been one who could speak the language for generations now, I dare say there are none who could teach this to you. He instructed Harry to go and make small talk with everyone who was there in the Naga settlement in the snake tongue, and that oath. Urs were instructed not to say anything unless he opened the conversation between them. When Harry expressed his inability, the Naga told him that he had to simply will his magic forth and it would be easy. Harry spent the next few hours trying to coax his magic out while trying to talk to others in the Naga settlement. At first he was hesitant as to what would they think of him. But his suspicions and doubts vanished as he talked with the first man. He was hunchbacked and looked ancient, and talked with him very jovially, even giving him a few tips on how to speak the language without putting too much stress on his magic. After that it was easy, and he even sat with a group of men and talked about life in Wizarding Britain, his family and little things just to ease into speaking the language. After about 5 hours, he was spent and hungry. The upside was that he had become fluent in speaking the language. Lunch was another affair, and he found that it was a communal lunch in that the NT tribe sat together and partook of the food without caring too much about him. In fact, he was included in their revelries as much as they engaged their own. After the lunch, the chief took him aside. "And oh, you know of spell casting in Parcel Tongue?" he hesitantly explained. "I never tried to. In Avalon, wizards look down upon those who can speak the language, and therefore I did not use the tongue so much among them." The chief said nothing for a few moments before he replied, "Harold, it is not a matter of embarrassment. As I have explained to you, being able to speak to serpents is a blessing. And it is foolish to scorn of such blessing simply because you care about people's opinion, which changes every day." Harry nodded his head. He had seen how fickle the wizarding world was and how it could make him a hero one day and a villain the next. The chief was saying, "Now Harold, casting in Parcel Tongue is easy. You can say the words of spells as you know from other languages in Parcel Tongue, and your magic will work for you. For example, if you use Pavacum or Incendio in Parcel Tongue, you will get the same result, with the only difference being the effect. You put even minimum power in the spell and the effect would be fourfold. We often use spells in Sanskrit and use minimum power and yet get exemplary results because both are magical languages." After that, Harry practiced what the chief had just taught him. He tried stunners, stingers, bone breakers, and while he did not put much power into it, the spells were powerful only because they were being cast in Parcel Tongue. He tried to imagine what would happen when he had achieved fluency in Sanskrit, because it was also a magical language. Unlike Parcel Tongue, however, Harry had no innate gift to speak Sanskrit, and he would have to learn it the hard way. It would take some time before he was fully fluent like the mystics. He decided to cast those spells he knew though. For the next few hours, he cast every spell that he knew and was often amazed at the results. The drain on his magic was minimal, and that would give him a definite advantage in battle. As he was leaving, the chief asked him, "Did Lord Harsh put you through the Kayakalp ritual?" When Harry replied in the affirmative, the chief asked, "Would you go through another ritual which we do? This is not anything special, but it would help you decide who you are. It is an awakening ritual which wakes up one's consciousness and opens the door to the answer to this question. However, I must remind you that you would still be presented with the question, and you will have to have firm conviction in your answer, because if you wavered, the ritual would be useless." Harry thought for a moment before he spoke. "I want to think this over because this could be a life-changing decision for me. I want to ask a few others whose opinions matter to me and who have the right to be informed about every such decision." The chief nodded and said, "Take all the time you want. Just as long as you have an answer for me when you return here tomorrow." Harry understood from the chief's words that this was an important decision and it should not be put off. He bowed to the chief and replied, "As you say, honorable chief," and Harry disapparated without a sound. Adrashpuram, Harry's chamber. Harry made a brief visit to the library to try and obtain a copy of Harsh's book in the original Sanskrit. "Ah, yes, Mr. Potter, I have been expecting you," said the mystic attending the library as he produced the volume from under the counter. "May you find it enlightening," he said as he placed it in Harry's hand. Harry gave the mystic a bow, muttered a thank you in Sanskrit, and headed to his chamber to read. His grasp of the ancient language was still shaky, but, he thought, he had already read the book twice in English, and maybe this would help with his understanding of the written form of Sanskrit and his understanding of the book itself. He had the 2 volumes open, side by side on his bed, making notes and reading the original text as quickly as he could manage. Prathimon appeared at his door and said, "I have good news, Mr. Potter," and there was a huge smile on his face. Harry looked up from his work and pointed his wand at the potion master's chest and asked him, what potion did Prathimon gave to Harry Potter to brew for the first time when Harry Potter came for his first class? "That, Mr. Potter, was a pepper-up potion with some of my own alterations," he said without hesitation. Harry lowered his wand. "Please excuse my rudeness, Mr. Prathimon. It is just that you have never visited my chamber before. You speak the truth, however, You failed to come and visit me this day, and being an impatient man, I have come to see you," his eyes smiling at the formality. Harry conjured a chair and invited the potions master to sit and be comfortable. "What is the good news, Mr. Prathimon? Will you accompany me back to Britain and take up the post of potions master at Hogwarts, thus ending the reign of terror of the dungeon bat? Have you come up with a potion that will restore the hair on a muggle's head, and you are prepared to make a fortune? Are they forming a Quidditch league here at Adrishporum and they want me to be a team captain? What is it? What?" Harry spoke faster and faster, with each word bouncing on his bed like a hyperactive preschooler. By this time, the mystic was nearly falling off his chair laughing. Between gasps as he recovered, he said, "Any of those would be good news indeed, my fine young student." And he pulled his best doleful expression, "But alas, that is not my news." Then, much more sober, Harry asked, "Is it the Wolfsbane potion?" The genuine smile returned to Prathimon's face. "Yes, Harry. The 6th dose has gone well for our volunteer. If the final dose goes as planned tomorrow night, you may place your name upon the alteration," he said, rising from his chair and patting his student on the shoulder. "But, Mr. Prathimon, that's not right. This was at least as much your work as mine. I insist that my name will go on the alteration only if yours appears first," Harry said earnestly. Prathimon's expression became a rueful smile. "My young friend, it was my quest for glory which led to me becoming a mystic. I have had my fill of glory for one lifetime. No, my name shall not appear on this alteration and not on any other. Besides, it was your love for your friend which made us take this risk into this discovery, and Mother Magic has rewarded you for that." Harry could sense the man was not content with his lot in life and asked, "Are you satisfied with being where you are?" The potion master merely sighed. "I am happy here, Harry. I can tinker with potions to my Earth's content and no one bats an eyelid. It's just that I have not been able to find myself yet. I did not find answer to the question, who am I?" Harry raised his eyebrows at the mystic. "From the way that you always seem to be happy and smiling and have no complaints about your life, I would have thought that you had answered that question for yourself. In fact, I am more worried about me because I do not know who I am, and now I have to tell Anaga if I have full conviction in whatever answer I have found because he wanted to do a ritual for me." The mystic's eyes spread in wonder. "He offered you the nothingness ritual? That is offered to only a selected few, and not even all of his Nagas are offered this. However, I understand your dilemma. Any wavering in your conviction to your answer and the ritual is useless. My answer is that you try to find who you are really. Try to find this answer by lining up your faults, your qualities, what Mother Magic has decreed for you. When you have got an answer, stay firm by it, no matter how bitter it may sound to you, because this is all the answer that anyone can give to you." Harry called the marauders who had been true to him every time he asked them something. He pulled out the mirror, tapping it, and called, "Padfoot," and Sirius's grinning face appeared in the mirror. He was walking on a road somewhere, and Harry immediately went berserk. "Are you insane, old man? Whatever possessed you to go out when there is a manhunt going on for you?" Sirius barked out a laugh. "I will have you know that I am only and not an old man. Besides, what is life without a little adventure? By the way, you do not have the moral high ground to preach to me, considering you are the same bloke who smuggled a dragon illegally out of Hogwarts, who ved at the school in a flying car and almost destroyed the Whomping Willow, who foolhardily went into the Chamber of Secrets to slay a 1,000-year-old basilisk with nothing but your wand, and it never even occurred to you to use a rooster. As I remember, you are the same bloke who stunned Snivellus, who used a time-turner, who fought 100 Dementors single-handedly and broke me out of Flitwick's office on the top of the castle. The same runty bloke who outflew a dragon, dived in a lake without knowing how to swim to save his friend who was in no danger at all, and then fought all sorts of creatures in that accursed maze. So tell me, son, how you can lecture me about it." Harry shot back, "Padfoot, although it's true that I took a lot of crazy chances, in every instance, I did it because I saw no better alternatives. In most of those examples, I was trying to save people I care about. So, then tell me what life-saving mission you were on and I'll forgive you for taking stupid chances." Sirius waved his concerns away. "Do not worry about it, son. I have ditched the order and bamboozled the ministry. Besides, I am in Italy, far out of their reach. I needed some fresh air and to look up one particular wand maker. I need something special and I don't think that old Ollivander is quite up to the task. Harry thought it over for a moment then said, not rescuing someone in imminent peril, but getting yourself a decent wand will have to do as an excuse for going walkabout. Just be real careful. I don't want to hear about you being hauled off to Azkaban or worse, Harry said with real feeling. Sirius gave him a real toothy grin. Don't worry about me, pup. I'll be fine. How is your training going anyway? Harry's demeanor immediately fell. I am trying to find the answer to a question and I have no idea what to do about it. Sirius realized something was not right and asked him kindly, what is this question, Promslet? Harry sighed, I am trying to find who I am. Sirius said, what does that mean? You are Harold James Potter. Harry shrugged, a lot of things have changed, Sirius. I visited a place where it is said that Mother Magic is most sentient and she identifies me as Harold James Peverell. Quote, realization dawned on him, and you are struck about not being a Potter anymore. You think that it would change your identity? Harry nodded, that is my concern, yes. I am afraid of this change. Sirius adopted a warm demeanor. Look Harry, I told you before and I am telling you now. It will change nothing and you will be what you always were. A beacon of hope to many helpless wizards and witches, a source of joy to me and Moony who consider you family, a friend and non-adopted son of the Weasleys, a brother from another mother to Hermione, something to Ms. Bones though I do not know what. He winked at him making him blush, and above all you will remain James and Lily's son. Harry felt at peace with himself after talking with Padfoot and he realized he had found his answer. He knew who he was and how it mattered. Telling Sirius to take care, he slashed at the mirror breaking the connection. After performing his daily occlumency exercise, he retired to bed. The Naga village. The next day, when Harry appeared before the chief of the Naga, he showed that he was not a being to mince words. Are you ready, Harold James Peverell? Harry looked the chief firmly in the eye and said, yes, I am ready. The chief led him deep into the forest to a clearing where there was a symbol carved into the ground. Harry did not recognize the symbol. There were people sitting on the symbol at specific points. The chief spoke to Harry, you see, we have anticipated your answer and all is in readiness. Mr. Potter or whoever you have decided that you are, you will remove all of your clothing save the bare essentials. When you have done, sit yourself in the center of the symbol and face toward me. You will then enter into meditation. I warn you not to open your eyes until we stop chanting. No matter what happens, what you see or hear, continue your meditation. When the time comes, remain true and steadfast to your answer. If you waver, the ritual will fail. Harry followed the chief's instructions to the letter. As he sat down, the people stationed around the symbol began to chant. As he meditated, from the words that he understood, they were chanting about waking up. Praying to some primordial god asking for blessings. First the chanting felt alien to him but as time passed, he eased into it and after a few moments, everything ceased to exist around him except for the pitch-black darkness which threatened to engulf him. He stood for some time before he decided to explore. He could swear that it was getting darker which would have been ridiculous because there are no shades to dark. However in that moment, he felt like it was dark. His fears danced in front of his eyes, his nightmares tried to haunt him, every instance when he was mistreated or abused by Vernon or Petunia tried to claw its way to the front of his mind. Voldemort's red eyes seemed to be glaring at him in the dark. Harry wanted to run away or to hide but he somehow knew that this was some sort of test which he was determined to pass. None of this was real, he told himself, and even if it was real, so what? He had faced it all before and that was a part of him which made him strong. He heard Dumbledore's voice, it is our choices which make us who we are, and it was gone again. Determined to find out what comes next, Harry strode off into the thickening darkness. When the darkness seemed so thick that he could no longer breathe, he saw something which made him almost cry. He saw that the ground was littered with the bodies of everyone he had ever loved or cared about. The Weasleys were dead. There was Sirius who was sprawled on the ground, a big wound open in his chest. There was Moony who had his body bent at a crude angle and his eyes were lifeless. Dumbledore, Minerva, Hermione, Susan, the Longbottoms, everyone he loved was dead. He wanted to cry, to hold them, but he told himself that it was not true. They were all safe in Wizarding Britain and he would see them in a week. Suddenly the darkness was dispelled as if it had been waiting to see what he would do, and a woman stood there. Harry thought of her as a woman, but her features and figure were continually shifting, changing appearance to his view. Harry gazed at her face and watched, fascinated as her features continued to change from moment to moment. When she giggled, Y realized that he had been staring at her for some time. He cleared his throat in an effort to say something but could not find his voice. The woman took pity on him and spoke, "Who are you, child?" Even her voice was pure melody. It was such a sweet voice, the likes of which he had not ever heard. He stuttered, "My lady, may I have the honor to know your name first?" The woman laughed a girly laugh. "Is it gentlemanly manners to ask questions while not answering questions asked of you?" "Who are you?" Harry said. "I am Harold James Peverell, scion of Potters. I am called Savior by some, brothers by others, a few even call me son. Some may call me their world and some call me their enemy. I am something of everything and yet nothing. I am what Mother Magic has made me, and beyond that I have no identity." She giggled. "I made you. I do not remember ever making you, Harold James Peverell. Are you sure you are nothing more than this, or that you do not exaggerate?" Harry blanched as the man called herself Mother Magic, but he felt that she was speaking the truth. Her presence had made him feel at peace with himself. Such peace as he had never experienced in his entire life. He realized this was the moment where he had to have conviction, stand firm, and he said without a trace of doubt in his voice, "I believe every word of your auspicious presence, and it is the truth. I am I say I am, and nothing more, nothing less." She smiled. "Well answered, Harold James. You have my blessings, and nothingness will become yours in a matter of time. To do so will be easy, since one of my favored children has already given you the way, and I have accepted you into it. Never stop being true to yourself, your essence. Your physical form for the world matters nothing to me, but your essence is mine. Remember, child, when nothing is left, all that matters is magic." Harry bowed low before the entity who called herself Magic, and she touched his head, causing his magic to swirl wildly in him, and he passed out. He woke up in the hut he had bunked in when he was on his way to find Adrishporum, and looked around to find the worried faces of Vari, Prathimon, who had their wands clasped in their hands firmly, and the Naga chief, who was grinning from ear to ear. Vari grunted, "Are you all right, Potter?" Harry felt hungry but could hear his magic singing. He said to the mystic, "Physically I am good. Magically I have never been better, but I am feeling very hungry." Everyone present in the hut laughed. The chief had some food brought in, and Harry tucked in with gusto. A week later, the last week had been very fruitful for the raven-haired teen, because he had learnt the mystic's ways of travel. However, he was disappointed to find that his nothingness did not work any wonders with other aspects of his training, and he still had to work on his skills as he had been doing. Prathimon confided in him that if the ritual had done that, Harsh would not have sought him out to train to defeat Voldemort. The Naga had taught him to duel wandlessly and to perform magic with his actions only. The Naga were what he called Sons of Earth, meaning they did not need any wands or staff to do magic. While Harry did not get the ability, they taught him to summon Earth, to force it to do his bidding with only a thought and no wand waving or any fancy stuff. They taught him to change someone's spell mid-flight and direct it back at them while changing its nature, which would have been tricky if Harsh had not taught him the art of flicking aside other spells. The trick was to hiss a word at the spell while flicking it, and it would change its nature. He even showed Harry how to do this by asking Harry to cast a stunner at him. When Harry did, the Naga just waved his hand and hissed at the spell, and in place of his stunner a bone breaker was flying back at him. Only his instincts made him jump aside from the path of the spell. They taught him a few curses and jinxes in Parseltongue WH. It all had some properties of snakes, like one spell would spew snake venom at the enemies while other would entangle them in coils like a python, which would get tighter as one struggled against it. Here was the bone-weaving spell, which could be used to give some first aid in case someone's bone was broken or their bones had been vanished. Lockhart, wink wink. Another breakthrough which had Me for him was that the alternate component which they used in place of aconite in the wolfsbane potion had been a resounding success, and the werewolf had been able to keep his sanity for the night. In return, the mystic kept his promise to set him free. He was indeed set free the next morning, with the mystics hunting him, and needless to say what had become of him. Harry also heard from Vari that Shravya Vahan and some of his teachers had eliminated Kitchak and his werewolves. Shravya Vahan had come with a huge army of 100 wizards which were teachers from the Takila School of Magic, and killed all the werewolves. That is, the ones who did not flee after 2 of their numbers had been abducted by Harry and Prathimon. This morning Harry arose and felt sadness in his heart. He had come to El Ove living in this place despite how hard Vari made it for him. In this place he was treated as ordinary as he wished to be, and in fact they treated him like family. They did so many things for him, without asking, and showered so much love on him. His portkey had been set for evening when it would be afternoon in London, and he decided to make the most of the time he had remaining. He donned his Saint dress that was in his trunk and first went to Rachel. As he knocked on the door, she opened the door sleepy-eyed and her hair in a bun on her head. She yawned widely before she curtsied. "Lord Potter, how may I serve you?" Harry was embarrassed with her curtsying all the time and decided to call her on it. "My lady, you are my grandmother's friend, and in this place, you are my elder. It will always be my place to bow to you." He spent an hour together with her and listened to her speak while she wiped her eyes when she thought he was not looking. She may have been formal with him in his instruction, but she had come to love him as her own child. As he was leaving, she murmured, "Remember the request, Harold. Seek Terence out and save him if he can be saved, but if he has sold his soul to the abomination, then let him be at fate's mercy." He went to Prathimon next. He had a little trunk ready for him which contained the 5 plants he had found during his stay in India, and the plants whose leaves could keep him warm. He had put them under stasis charms, a large number of potions which he had brewed in the course of his education, and a lot of samples of the plant they had used to replace aconite in wolfsbane. It was a common plant called Cyprus rhodantus, and Prathimon had been doing experiments with it to determine if it could be used successfully. After an hour with Prathimon, he said his farewell, knowing full well that perhaps he would never meet the potions master again. Ambar had hugged him, telling him that he was the brightest student she had taught, and that he would send her a letter and if possible photos when he had achieved his Animagus transformation. She confided in him that she had every faith in him that he would be able to kill that abomination. After an hour when he left, she also told him to keep writing so he would not forget that he had a family among the mystics. After Ambar, he went to Achala, who did not say much, but her moist eyes told him everything that there was to know. The charms teacher told him to work hard and bring some pride to her name. Pawan Bear hugged him, telling him that he was honored to have taught a student like Har Rai, and that maybe someday they would meet again and trade stories of werewolf slaying over drinks. Harry had no proclivity to drinking, and he wished to keep it at the minimum, knowing how much the Arding world savored this particular habit. Lastly, he went to say farewell to the animals and Pashupati, who was morose. He whined to Harry that not all mystics cared about animals and rather looked down upon it. He confessed that he loved talking about animals with Harry, and that he would miss the most out of all the teachers because they all had recruits while he was generally free unless he was sent aboard the Marichika, and with the Marichika sailing to Africa, he was stationed in Adrashpuram. He also told Harry that Blackstorm would be sent to Avalon sometime in the next week, and that Har Rai would be able to see his hippogriff after about 2 weeks. After grooming Blackstorm for about an hour while making small talk with the mystic, he took his leave to reach his chamber and packed his trunk, giving necessary attention to details. Some of the space in the library had been put under the Fidelius charm by him, where he kept the mystic journal, the books the mystic gave him, the trunk he received from Pashupati, the caskets of memories he had received, the pensieve, and Salazar's necklace in a beautifully carved box etched with runes. These things were too dangerous in the hands of anyone else, and he wanted no one to have them. As he finished packing, he shrunk the trunk and stowed it carefully in his pocket. He made his way to the library to return the copy of Harsha's book in Sanskrit which he had borrowed at the beginning of the week. The mystic who was stationed there said, "Mr. Potter, you here? You had best make haste or you will miss your portkey." Harry produced the book and laying it on the counter said, "I have come to return this. I don't know if I can pay overdue fines from Britain." The librarian handed the book back to him. "Mr. Potter, this book is gift to you. Guruji wishes you to keep it." Harry said, "Please thank him when you see him." Looking at his watch, "I must go." And he ran from the library. Green Hues. Neville had received Dumbledore's N.S.W. this afternoon, and the headmaster had agreed to start training him when the next year started so that no one would find it odd. He intended to announce that Neville was his apprentice at the end of his training because announcing it beforehand would put him under the lens of the wizarding world and it would not be conducive to his training. Frank and Alice had returned to Green Hues because they complained that they got bored in the castle with nothing to do. As soon as they arrived there, Frank found their old Auror manuals and they started reading them, no doubt preparing to train themselves as soon as the healer pronounced them to be fit. The healer had confided in them secretly that she had been told of the ritual by Harsh, who had visited her a few days ago to check on their health. She had taken an oath not to disclose it. It would not have mattered anyhow because neither she nor anyone else she knew was powerful enough nor knowledgeable enough to do the ritual. London. Harry Potter started moving as soon as he felt the portkey had stopped pulling him and landed on his feet. He and Vari were met by several mystics and their leader Himvot. Harry recognized him from Aya Rlier, who put his fist to his heart and intoned, "Dharma Arman." Vari reciprocated the gesture while Harry pulled his wand out and leveled at Himvot. What was the name of the man who met Harry Potter in St. Mungo's when Himvot was escorting him? The mystic smirked. He was an old bloke named Octavius Rhine whose family was killed in the last war and he has only a grandson left who works as a technomancer in Germany. Harry lowered his wand muttering, "Sorry. Had to check that you are who you claim to be." Vari grunted, "Good move, Potter." He turned to Himvot. "Did you bring me the secret to Black Town House?" he asked Himvot. The other man produced a piece of parchment which Vari read quickly and burned with a wandless pavakam. Vari turned to Harry. "Remember, Potter, you must stay vigilant in whatever you do. One of us will always be around you and it is upon you to find us. We will see if you can recognize one of us." Harry nodded. He had suspicions that the mystic would keep someone around him and he would have to be pretty careful about the people around him and those who lurked in shadows. Vari took his hand and they both disapparated to apparate in the middle of an order meeting in number 12. Grimmauld Place, where a lot of astonished faces were looking at him. Finally Harry Potter was home. Reviews please. Chapter 24. This chapter took a little long because I was busy in some other works which kept my attention. I hope you all will like it. Black Town House, London. There was a meeting of the Order going on where Dumbledore was appraising the order of everything that was being done by them and what he sought to be done further when suddenly two men just appeared without any sound. Mad Eye, in his paranoid way, shot a bone breaker which was flicked aside by one of the men. Kingsley, Nymphadora, Hestia, Emmeline also had their wands out pointed at the newcomers while Albus sat back in his chair, relaxed and waiting to see how this would turn out. It was true that he could not recognize the two men by their looks, but he recognized the magical signature of one of them. It was all too familiar for him, the magical signature of one Harry James Potter. Alasto. R had seen his effort go to waste and his wand was leveled at the newcomers with a menacing look on his face. Remus Lupin was there, but he simply sat in his chair and looked amused, like this was a spectacle that was going to be interesting. Sirius Black was not there, having sent a message to Dumbledore that he was taking a leave of absence going to look for a wand maker in Italy. Albus understood that the younger man did not want an off-the-shelf wand, but there were wand makers who could make a custom wand in Britain too. Why he needed to go to Italy for a wand, he could not understand. Seve. Russ was also not present in the meeting as he had been summoned by Tom. The Weasley twins were at the Burrow. They had begged off saying that they had some essential errands to run. Hermione Granger as camped out in the library reading a book which Remus had brought for the students just today. Ronald was also at the Burrow while Ginevra was in her room in the Black Town House. Mr. Longbottom and Miss Bones were at their respective manors. Minerva was there, her wand out, but she looked very relaxed compared to Moody, who was taut as a bowstring. The other Order members were sitting in their seats, but Albus had no doubts that they were fingering their wands in their cloaks ready to begin casting if it came to it. Finally one of the intruders said, "Looks like you have this covered, lad. I will see you again. Farewell." With that, the man disappeared while the other one looked around at the others and said, "What? This is the welcome home I get. Did no one really miss me at all?" They all looked Harry up and down. How could this 6-foot-tall, well-muscled, young man possibly be Harry Potter? And, where were his glasses? But, there were the green eyes, the permanently untidy raven black hair and the scar on the forehead. And the voice, though deeper and more powerful, sounded like the raven-haired youth who had only spent a few weeks away from them. Dumbledore chuckled while Minerva said uncertainly, "Harry." The teen smiled a jovial smile. "It is very pleasant to see you too, Professor." And as he smiled, they could all see that his teeth were white and strong and even. Moody, who still had his doubts, growled, "What did I say to Harry Potter when he was leaving for India?" He smiled. "You told me that you wanted me to be able to duel you, Master Orr. I am waiting for you to decide the time and place." Moody barked a laugh. "I like it, lad. You have got spunk." Molly Weasley, who had been sitting in her chair all this while, rose and ran to him shouting, "Harry." Harry took hold of her by her shoulders, kissed her forehead and said, "Hello Mrs. Weasley. I missed you too." Remus stood up from his chair and embraced the teen, murmuring, "It's good to see you, cub. Life was not the same without you around." Harry looked around and did not find Sirius and asked Remus, "Where is Padfoot?" Dumbledore answered his question when he realized that Remus would not say a word. "Sirius is away to Italy looking for a wand maker and has not reported since then." Harry wanted to pull out his mirror and give a tongue lashing to the marauder, but decided to do so in perso. Which would be more satisfying, and turned to Dumbledore, "So what is this meeting about?" Dumbledore pointed him to a seat. "Take a seat. We are about to start and are waiting for a couple more of our members." Harry sat on Dumbledore's right-hand side, and after a few moments the door opened and Amelia entered the room. She found a stranger sitting on Dumbledore's right side and asked, "Do we have a new member today?" Everyone at the table chuckled while the stranger's eyes were gleaming with mirth. He stood from his place, came towards her and gave her a perfect bow, taking her right hand and pretending to kiss her knuckles. "Madam Bones, Harold James Peverell at your service." His proclamation caused total silence in the room. His demeanor, his manners and the grace with which he conned UCTED himself already screamed, "Pureblood," to everyone. He introduced himself as Harold, rather than Harry, and using Peverell rather than Potter made them realize that this was not the same boy who had gone traipsing off to who knows where. Most of them did not know about the name Pevidia, that it was one of the oldest houses and had 5 votes on the Wizengamot. Amelia, who had just realized who he was, hit him on the shoulder playfully. "Did I not tell you that you are to call me Amelia or Aunt Amelia but not Madam Bones? You may have attained the manners of a pureblood lord, but you do not yet have the same charisma that your father had. And you know that." "How?" said a voice from the door, and Sirius Black had just entered the meeting room. Harry ran to the man, picked him up by the should RS and whirled him around 3 times before putting him down and embracing him, laughing all the time. "It's great to see you, son. I have missed you so much." Alistair, who had been sitting quietly, growled again, "If the pleasantries are over, we have a meeting to be getting on with." Albus sobered up and asked the members to sit, while inwardly he was bursting to know all that the teen had learnt with the mystics. As Harry Potter sat, he tried to scan his surface thoughts and was astonished to see that he could not learn anything at all. Harry Potter's mind had no surface thoughts whatsoever. He turned to Sirius. "Do you have anything to report, Sirius?" Sirius turned to him. "I found the wand maker all right, and he fitted me with a wand that my grandfather had made. An excellent combination of ebony wood and chimera claw tied with a dragon heartstring. It is a strange thing that it had not chosen anyone yet, but the moment I touched it, well, let's just say it's better than my old wand ever was. I tried to contact some of my friends and family acquaintances to solicit their help in the war, but right now the Italians are adopting a wait-and-see approach. I presume they would intervene only when they are sure that we are already winning." The people at the table made noises of scorn and disappointment, but Albus silenced them. "Silence, please. We know that the Italians are not very forthcoming and usually do not jump into the fray unless it is imperative to do so. We must not be disheartened. We can contact the French through Miss Delacour, whose father is head of international magical cooperation in France. Likewise, we can look for some associates in Bulgaria where Mr. Crumb's family is very prominent. I believe Harry had cultivated very good friendships with them during the Triwizard Tournament. As everyone fell silent, he started again. We have achieved some headway in bringing about Tom Riddle's downfall, and we are a step closer to it. The Wizengamot session is just 4 days from now, and we have to make sure that we are ready to turn some heads. The guard at the Department of Mysteries will continue for the foreseeable future until we see fit to remove the guard entirely. Croaker has promised his help to us in guarding the secret that Voldemort, everyone except the Marauders. Harry and Amelia flinched or shuddered or gasped as after that the meeting. G turned towards other topics like how many believed the Order and things like that until Dumbledore dismissed the meeting, telling people to keep eyes and ears open to listen to every rumor. Most of the members had left, leaving only a few behind when Harry asked the question he had on his mind. Headmaster, when are you going to tell me the whole prophecy? Dumbledore sighed. I do not think that we can postpone this anymore. We soon will make a journey to the Department of Mysteries to pick it up. Remus, who had been sitting quietly, asked, what does the prophecy say? Can we hear it? Dumbledore turned to him. It is Harry's secret. He will have to decide if it is appropriate to share it or not. Sirius, who had been sitting quietly, turned to Harry. So pup, what you have learned with them? Remus guffawed. He has become the perfect pureblood. Sirius grimaced. The horror. I tried to stay away from it, and my son becomes the perfect pureblood lord. Oh, how will I show my face to the world now? While everyone chuckled at his antics, Albus felt compelled to unshot an inaudible wandless legilimens and tried to scan the teen's mind, who had been looking at Albus for some reason. Too curious to see if what he had sensed was indeed true. He found the mental shields easily enough and found that they were down. He was disappointed but could not resist the opportunity to explode. Rian crossed the concentric walls around the Mindscape easily, but before he could get a good look, a memory flashed in front of him. A memory of 100 Dementors swooping in, trying to administer the kiss, and Albus Dumbledore was thrown out of the Mindscape. He looked up to find impassive-faced Harry Potter, or was he Peverell now? Looking at him, but there was mirth in his eyes which clearly said that he had caught the headmaster with his hand in the lemon drop jar. Harry said to him, Headmaster, did you like what you saw? Headmaster said nothing, but Sirius asked, what do you mean, pup? Harry smirked. Headmaster here just now tried to catch me off guard and entered my Mindscape. He thought he was unopposed, and I just shocked him with the memory of 100 Dementors swooping in and trying to administer the kiss. Sirius looked ready to brawl. You used legilimency on him, he roared at Albus. Harry placated him. It's all right, Padfoot. I shot him with a compulsion charm to do so. I had to start my pranking spree on someone, after all. Everyone laughed at this while Dumbledore looked embarrassed that he had been hit with a compulsion charm and did not realize it. He resolved Ed to stay wary of the teen in future, or he would become easy prey for his pranks. Amelia turned to him then. So Harry, do you remember the message I delivered when you were leaving Wizarding Britain? Harry well remembered the message from Susan and nodded, and she continued. I really would be disappointed if you forget to meet her tomorrow and end up on the wrong end of her wand. Just to let you know, she has become formidable with her wand work. He cringed at the tone of her message, though he knew he probably would be able to defeat Susan in a few moments. As the meeting was winding up for the night, Harry found that Mr. Weasley had been sitting very quietly since he arrived, eyeing him as if he wanted to say something yet could not bring himself to do it. Harry addressed him. It is good to see you too, Mr. Weasley, but you do not seem excited to me at all. The older man snapped to attention. It is very pleasant to see you again, Harry, but I had something on my mind. It was as he had guessed. He turned to the older man. Please do go on. If you have to hesitate in saying anything to me, then I would assume that things are very bad between us. Arthur said. Nothing like that, Harry. I had a small request for Lord Black, that is all. It can wait for tomorrow. As Albus dismissed the meeting and people were going to leave, Alistair barked, if it does not inconvenience everyone, I have something to say. Albus smiled. Please do go on, Alistair. I presume I speak for everyone when I say we all are interested in hearing what you want to say. Everyone made noises of agreement and Alistair continued. Not everyone knows that Potter or Peverell or whatever name he goes by now, is back. So, let's keep it a secret from everyone for today. Tomorrow, he can enter the class we ring a mask and duel with the students, giving them a taste of dueling with an accomplished master. Harry grinned. That is a prank worthy of a marauder. Are you sure you are not secretly a marauder, Master or Moody? The mystic glared at him. I am not a menace like your fathers and your uncle. Everyone chuckled at his protests, however they agreed that it would be amusing to see what would happen the next day at the cottage on the hill. Harry was eager to be back among his friends, but, for the sake of this prank, he could put off meeting them for one day, so he agreed. The only dissenting voice was of Molly Weasley, who protested, "No, he has just returned. At least let him have something to eat first." Harry chuckled. I missed you, Mrs. Weasley, and your delicious 3-course meals. But does it look like I have been starved by them? I pro-course meal filled with your motherly love. Tomorrow. She eyed him up and down and probably was satisfied with what he saw because she nodded reluctantly. I will wait for you at dinner. Tomorrow then. She turned to Sirius with her hands on her hips. You will tell those elves to make themselves scarce tomorrow because I don't want them to interrupt me when I am cooking. Sirius cringed. Dumbledore gave him a piece of parchment to read. Harry took one look, flipped it to make sure there was nothing on the other side. The next moment he drew his wand from his holster, flipped the parchment into the air and muttered, "Incendio," and the parchment vanished in a puff of flame. Taking Sirius and Remus by their arms, he disappeared, leaving others in shock. Cottage on the hill. Dinner that night was prepared by Dobby, who was excited at seeing his master back and hugged his leg fiercely, all the while saying, "The great Harry Potter is back." After dinner the marauders tried to corner him about what he had learnt, but he kept stalling them. As Harry looked around the cottage, he remembered that he had a bone to pick with his adoptive father. He turned to Sirius and accused, "Where do you get off leaving the safety of the townhouse? Have you forgotten that if they find you, you are under a death sentence?" Sirius just sat there doing his best to look shocked and offended until he couldn't stand it anymore. Then, taking pity on Harry, Remus handed Harry a copy of the Daily Prophet from the day after Sirius's trial. Harry looked at the front page to see Sirius' smiling face looking up at him in the headline, "Sirius Black Exonerated." It only took Harry a moment to scan the article, read the date on the paper and realize that Sirius had been pardoned nearly a month ago and had not bothered to share that news with him. Harry rolled up the paper as it enlarged in his hand. He started swatting Sirius about the head and ears with it, repeating, "Bad dog. Bad dog." Ellipsis quote. Sirius started trying to cover his head with his hands, then got into the spirit of the thing and transformed to his dog form, yelping as Harry swatted him about the flanks with the rolled-up newspaper. After a few more seconds of that silliness, the paper returned to its normal size. Sirius returned to his human form and the three of them shared a good belly laugh. As Harry wiped the tears from his eyes, he asked, "So, you thought it would be amusing to keep this from me and then go wandering about, making it look like you were taking insane chances?" He zapped Sirius with a non-verbal, wandless stinger. "There's a down payment on what you have coming, Padfoot." Sirius started to say with complete nonchalance, "It was in all the papers." "It's no my fault you don't read, or your friends did not see it fit to inform you." Then the marauders both noticed that Harry didn't have his wand out. They looked at him open-mouthed in astonishment. Harry asked, "What? Why are you both looking at me like I have grown 2 heads?" Finally Remus found his voice. "Nothing is the matter, cub. Not just any wizard can use wandless and inaudible magic with such fluency. Despite becoming a ferocious war mage, he could not control his blush. It is no big deal. I can cast most spells wandlessly now." Sirius had been giving Harry an appraising look all this time. "If I were you, pup, I would not go around showing off my skills. The big deal behind me and James being Animagus was that we had done it without any help from anyone and kept this secret for years." Harry smirked. "Don't worry about me. Nobody can enter my mind unless I let them." "Is your mind secure?" Sirius said offhandedly. "My skills are a little rusty, but with a little practice, I can get my affairs in order. Thank Merlin that my Mindscape survived the Dementors. It was one of the reasons that I could keep my sanity. By the way, I noticed you did not ask Moony the same question. Harry replied in amusement. That's because I don't need to. I know that any information I give him will be safe because to enter a werewolf's mind is suicide. The wolf in him would tear the intruder to shreds. Sirius looked at him with his jaw hanging open while Moony was trying to hold in his laughter. As Sirius looked at the werewolf to confirm this, Remus lost it finally and started laughing bent at the middle. Not long after that, he herded the marauders out of his room at the cottage to start working on daily mental exercises. Before he went to bed, he put wards around his bed more out of habit than real need and went to sleep. Cottage on the hill. The next morning, Harry woke up just before the crack of dawn as had become his habit and sat wondering for a few minutes about why Varih had not entered his room this morning before he realized he was back in Britain and he was sleeping in the cottage. He sneaked up to Sirius's room and found the marauder asleep and Moony was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps he had returned to Grimmauld Place sometime in the night. He went outside and realized that Hogwarts was nearby and if he wished, he could visit the school. Changing his mind and deciding not to, he started running around the property, but it was not as exciting as it was at Adrishporum because there was no one to shoot spells at him every step of the way. After running 4 laps around the property and finishing his push-ups, he scrambled to his bed again, waiting for Sirius to come and spring the traps around his bed. Sirius entered his room after some time rather boisterous, sly singing at the top of his voice, and as he stepped on the wards, he found himself dangling upside down, his skin the color of burned copper and he had grown 2 horns on his head. Harry rose from the bed and guffawed at him. "What is the matter, Padfoot?" Sirius scowled at him. "You will regret this, Promslet, as soon as I get free of this trickery." He rolled his eyes. "Promises, promises. Let's see you do your best." Sirius smirked and called, "Creature, Winky." The elves arrived with 2 loud cracks and Creature, who looked much better now, gave a deep bow to Sirius. "What Creature be doing for you, master?" Sirius eagerly said, "Free me from this, Creature." Before Creature could do anything, Harry interrupted him. "Creature, Winky, I Harold James, Lord of House Black, forbid you from helping him to get free of his current predicament." Creature turned to Sirius and shook his head. "No can do, master. Lord Black forbids it." The elves bowed to Harry before they popped away and Harry left him dangling upside down. Sirius pulled his wand out of his sleeve and sent a Patronus to Moony, who arrived after 15 minutes, rubbing sleep out of his eyes, and asked him, "Who got the jump on you, Padfoot? I thought the Weasley menaces had retreated and were licking their wounds." Sirius growled, "It is not those 2, Moony, but Promslet, who has been pranking everyone ever since he returned yesterday." Remus was amused. "He did it, didn't he? It looks like we will have to stay clear of him if he is this proficient." "How did he do it?" Sirius sighed. "I would happily retell the entire tale to you if you would be kind enough to bring me down." As Remus raised his wand to try and break the ward, Harry materialized out of thin air behind Remus and shouted in his ear, "Boo!" Remus was so startled that he jumped, yelped and dropped his wand. Before the werewolf could recover, the teen shot him with a cushioning charm, Ascendio, and a sticking charm. Before Remus could do anything, he rocketed to the ceiling and was stuck there. Had it not been for the cushioning charm, he likely would have broken most of his ribs from the impact. The wards expired after 30 minutes and Sirius dropped to the floor with an undignified thump. Using his wand, he helped his fellow marauder out of his predicament. The 2 of them went to wreak their revenge upon the whelp. He would pay. They found Harry at the breakfast table, working his way through enough food for a small army. As the aroma of the food hit their nostrils, revenge was postponed as they pulled up chairs and tucked in. An hour later, Moody entered to find the sofa in the entrance hall and no sign of Harry Potter or Peverell or whatever. He growled at the duo, "Where is the lad?" Sirius smirked. "Constant vigilance, Alistair." Alistair felt someone was behind him, and as he turned, a wand appeared out of nowhere and shot him with a banishing hex, throwing him across the entrance hall, and before Alistair could get on his feet, he had been disarmed and bound with chains. Harry Potter emerged from under an invisibility cloak. He could swear that his magical eye was failing him, smirking at Alistair. "I believe I just won the first round, Master Orr." Harry hauled him back to his feet by one arm and proffered his wand tip first, saying, "I am waiting for the honor to duel you at your chosen time." Alistair grumbled, Soon lad, soon. You will get what's coming to you. Sirius and Remus merely chortled. Soon, Minerva and Flitwick arrived with Dumbledore and surprisingly Amelia. They were told to be present for this session as it was bound to be interesting. Sirius welcomed them into the classroom that they used to teach the students. The students arrived sometime later from their respective abodes. Harry had already disappeared under his cloak and waited in silence knowing that none of the teachers had been told about him. Moody immediately took the reins of the session. All right, here is what we are going to do. These two, he pointed to the Marauders, will be leading a charge with another person who has kindly agreed to help us with training the students today. Minerva, Phileas and I will be at different points of the property lines, defending it while the students will be on their own. Your aim is to stop these three from entering the cottage and taking a trunk which is in there. If they take the trunk, you lose. If you capture or disable all three of them, you win. You may use any spells you know, any tricks you can come up with. The only rule here is no permanent damage. Amelia and Albus will be the judges for this session. As the teachers apparated to different parts of the property, the students were left alone. Fred opened the conversation. So, has anyone got a plan? George added, because we have none. If we had known, Fred said, we would have thought of something. Neville raised his hand stopping them. Let's think of something. We have 7 students and 3 teachers on our SID. While they have only 3 on the other team. Does that seem unbalanced to you? Ron said, of course it does. It means that the 3 on the other team are more than a handful for us. Hermione, who had been thinking hard, turned to Ron. So what do you propose? Ron gave her a grin. Let's pair up. Fred, you go with Neville. George, you take Susan with you, and Ginny, you are with me and Hermione. Neville said, okay. You've divided up the party. Now what? Ron smirked. Mad Eye told us to do what we can to keep them from taking the trunk. 3 of us will guard the trunk. You 4 go back up the acres and try to hunt them down before they get in here. They decided to look in different directions for the intruders, and sometime later, horse neighing was heard from across the property line and George grinned. They have tripped the caterwauling charm on the eastern side. Let's go. Before he and Susan could do that, a lion roaring was heard in another direction and they took off to the where the second caterwauling charm had been tripped, knowing that teachers would already be rushing to the east. Unknown to them, Harry Potter had exited the property and was standing on a little hill to the northern side of the property. He had his mystic mask on and was hiding under the cloak all this while. As soon as Sirius tripped the charm on the eastern side and everyone rushed in that direction, he stowed the cloak in his pocket and jumped down, landing with the grace of a cat. He drew his wand. He had returned Harsh's wand to Charik at Adrishporum and started casually walking towards the cottage in the distance when Moody appeared in front of him. Going somewhere in a hurry, lad? He grinned. No, I was itching for a competent fighter for good practice. Good thing that you came looking for me. Harry's wand became a blur as the tip described a rapid series of short arcs, and a chain of bone breakers and bone crushers raced toward the grizzled veteran. Mad Eye raised a shield faster than thought. With only one good leg, he couldn't dodge like he used to. Harry kept the power low on his spells, so they did not go smashing their way through the shield, but the bombardment did not let up. He had the X-Aura pinned down. The moment that Harry let up, Moody went on the offensive, but the team sidestepped every spell effortlessly, making it look like a dance. The grin on Harry's face told Moody that he was enjoying himself. He tried some high-powered stingers, hoping that the faster spells would catch him by surprise, but he just kept sidestepping and grinning. Alistair tried mixing them up and still nothing connected. Then one of his own stunners was coming straight back at him. Alistair dodged the stunner, but Harry judged the dodge perfectly and a bone breaker smashed the X-Aura to the ground. Harry finished him off with a stunner and an incarcerus. With the grizzled veteran tied up and unconscious, Harry picked up the dropped wand and mended the damaged ribs before casually walking forward. Neville had stopped Fred from running to the east as the caterwauling charm was set off. Fred looked at him. Neville, mate, what is the problem? Neville said, remember Mad Eye said there were 3 intruders. There is no guarantee that they are together. Fred looked at him with a sense of realization dawning. Blimey, you are right, mate. What if they are coming from 3 different directions? Neville grinned. I say we wait and keep an eye on Moody. He can watch everyone around him with that eye of his and he will go in the direction where we really need to go. So they had followed Moody and saw him disappear before appearing before the intruder and trash-talking with him before engaging him in a duel. They saw how the teen had turned the tables on Alistair and walked forward nonchalantly. Fred grimaced. That must have hurt the grizzled aura. Neville said, I agree. It is not like him to lose to anyone so easily. So, what strategy do we adopt against this one? Fred's face was set in determination. Only one strategy. I will cast and you will defend. They apprehended the teen who was walking along leisurely like he owned the place, and Neville challenged him. Halt. This is not going to be so easy for you. The opponent grinned. Big words, Longbottom. Can you back them up? Fred started casting everything that he knew including some prank spells for good measure, and just like when he faced Moody, he did not bother to shield. He barely even moved as he just sidestepped every spell. After Fred had failed to get a hit on him, he hollered to Neville. Longbottom, let's combine forces and teach him a lesson. The two together started casting curses at their opponent, and he merely raised Protega Maxima between them and stood there, smirking at them. Fred used a contraption to bring down the shield, and immediately their opponent started casting at them. His casting speed was blinding, and before they were able to defend themselves from a spell, another would be there. They raised shields to protect themselves, but in a few shots, their shields were broken. As they raised another shield, he sent an incendio at them, followed by a shield breaker and then a stunner. Fred jumped in front of the shield breaker and was knocked out by the stunner. Neville was left alone to fend for himself, and his opponent sent an Inca Arcerus at him, which he tried to dodge, but the rope kept following him and eventually tied him up. Flitwick, who had been watching the fight with some appreciation, Susan and George were keeping Remus busy, decided to confront him as he saw him using the Incarcerus creatively on Longbottom. Win or lose, he anticipated that this would be someone who would give him a good fight. Flitwick sentee, he could sense it was a teen, probably in early 20s, and the teen batted it aside and turned to find the charms master standing with his wand in his hand and bowed to him. Master Duelist Flitwick, I would be honored to duel with you. Flitwick said nothing but shot another incendio at the teen, who swatted it back at him. Flitwick had to dodge to save himself. As he straightened, the teen had Conju read a fire whip Krishanu and waved his wand at Flitwick, who had to raise a shield to avoid being snared in the whip. The teen gave a jerk to his wand and Flitwick's shield was broken. The charms master opened a hose of fire at the teen, who jumped aside and used a flame freezing charm, freezing his fire hose, then started sending bolts of fire at him, Pavakam, in an almost unbroken chain. Flitwick as hiding behind a shield and waited for someone to come to his rescue, but others were equally engaged. When Harry saw that Flitwick, feeling secure behind his shield, was looking around for help to come to him, Harry sent a shield breaker, followed a split second later by a disarming charm from his open left hand. Before Flitwick could react to his shield being shattered, his wand was flying through the air to Harry's outstretched hand. Finally the teen conjured a cage of earth, summoned the charms master, guiding him into the cage and fixed him there with a sticking charm. After disabling the charms master, he went in search of others and found McGonagall about to overwhelm Sirius, who was hiding behind a shield while she was using animations against him. Thinking it was as good a time as any to try the trick Harsh had taught him, he claimed one of McGonagall's animations and sent it back at her. McGonagall turned around to find her own animation attacking her and looked around flabbergasted till her eyes found Harry, who was standing there grinning at her. While she inwardly felt proud of the display he was putting on, she had a reputation to maintain, and she started sending all sorts of spells at him, which sometimes he dodged, sometimes flicked aside. As she sent conjured arrows at him, he conjured a metal shield and the arrows impaled themselves into the shield. He immediately transfigured the shield and arrows into javelins and banished them at the professor, who conjured a wall of stone to stop the javelins. While she could not see him, her sight line being cut off by her own wall of stone, Harry took the opportunity to disapparate silently and apparate behind her. With her back turned to him, he transfigured her into her cat form. Sirius immediately transformed keep the professor busy with the cat and dog game. That left Remus, who was dueling with the duo of Susan and George. Harry sent a stunner at George, who dodged it and grinned at him, it won't be that easy to stun me." Harry grinned. "I have just come from stunning your twin who was saying the very same thing." George started casting without thinking when Susan stopped him. "He is just egging you on into making a mistake." Harry grinned and sent some of McGonagall's animations, he had commandeered all of them, at the pair of them while grinning to Moony. "You have it covered now. Stun them and join me inside." Before he walked inside, he sent a Homnum Revelio spell inside showing that the three were hiding in what they considered strategic locations. Ron was hiding behind a tapestry which concealed a door. While Hermione was standing in a dark corner under a disillusionment spell and Ginny was hovering in the air on a broom. He thought hard about tackling this issue and decided to deal it in the way of a typical Gryffindor. He disillusioned himself and charged inside, sending a petrification hex into the corner and a stunner at the tapestry and dived under a table to save himself from the bombarda from above. He summoned the trunk to himself and as he expected, Ginny descended as soon as the trunk traveled the length of the room to his hand. He immediately sent a Petrify Cation hex with a stunner followed by a cushioning charm at her. While she was able to dodge the petrification hex, the stunner hit her with such force that she was thrown from her broom. Before she sustained any serious injury, the cushioning charm hit her and she fell unharmed to the ground. He picked up the trunk and came outside to applause from Dumbledore and Amelia. 10 minutes later, after everyone was revived, Alistair, who was still grimacing from pain, his bones had been mended by Harry, turned to everyone gathered. "All right, one boy got the jump on all of you and me too. Let's listen to where it went wrong." Flitwick went first. "I was overconfident. I thought I would duel him with charms only. He had an answer for every charm of mine. He broke my shield with a fire whip, putting me on the defensive. When I was on the defensive, hiding behind a shield, I took my eyes off of him for a split second to see if any help was on the way. That cost me my shield and my wand. Defenseless. He conjured some sort of cage and stuck me in it." Minerva said, "He did not even defeat me properly. He just commandeered my animation to attack me and used transfiguration against me easily, something that I have seen very few people do. He turned every attack right back at me. At one point, I summoned a stone wall to stop a particularly nasty attack which obscured my line of sight to him. The next thing I knew, I was a cat and this dog," she pointed to Sirius, "was chasing after me." While everyone laughed hearing of her predicament, she pursed her lips in a thin line. Moody himself started then growling. "This one here started firing bone breakers at me relentlessly, not giving me a chance to reply. When I finally had a chance to reply to him in kind, he did not even have the decency to dodge my spells properly, but he kept sidestepping them as if I was some amateur. Evidently when I had amused him enough, he sent back my curse at me, forcing me to jump aside and fired a bone breaker at the place I was going to be. I have never faced such a powerful bone breaker in all my Auror service." Then Neville started. "We decided that following the Master Auror would be our best chance to engage the invaders. Imagine our surprise when we saw this one put him down with ridiculous ease. Since we were engaging him 2-on-1, Fred cast while I defended. After some time, it was clear that Fred could not hit him. He kept doing that sidestepping thing. When we attacked him together, he raised Protega Maxima, which we brought down. He sent a spell chain at us which Fred took on himself and was stunned. Then he sent some weird Incarcerus at me to tie me up." Susan spoke for her and George. "This one sent all of McGonagall's animations at us, forcing us to deal with them, and then had Remus stun us." Hermione spoke for the three of them. "He must have cast the Homnum Revelio because he knew exactly where we were in spite of the fact that we were well concealed. Before we even knew that he was there, he sent a petrification hex at me, a stunner at Ron, and dived under a table. When Ginny descended to deal with him, he stunned her, knocking her right off of her broom while hitting her with a cushioning charm so that she would not sustain injuries." Sirius started howling with laughter while Dumbledore looked in contemplation. If the teen had dealt with all of them only using non-lethal spells, he shuddered to imagine what he would do to those who provoked his ire. Amelia was smirking, trying to imagine Susan's reaction when she would realize who had shown all of them up. Flitwick was thinking of the charms and the way the teen had used them. It reminded him of a witch who was an accomplished master he had once met. A formidable opponent, if there ever was one, but that had been 50 years ago. Dumbledore, who had been playing spectator all this while, said, "Now it is time to see who is hiding under that mask. My boy, if you will." Hermione's point of view. Yesterday, Hermione had seen the inhabitants of Blacktown House in better spirits than they had been since she had come to live at the townhouse. While she was not allowed none of the students except the TW.'s were, but Molly's smile was more dazzling than other days, as if she had been given a gift she coveted above everything. The headmaster had greeted her very jovially, and that was out of character or the old wizard who had looked grim and contemplative for the past month. Mad Eye was looking disappointed, as if someone had defeated him in a duel, but there was no one who could get the jump on that old Auror in a fair duel. Was there? She was surprised to see Madam Bones in the meeting, considering the head of DMLE had never attended any meetings as far as she knew. The rest of the members that she had seen were looking happy, but she knew it was pointless to ask them why. They were under strict orders from Dumbledore not to tell the students anything about what happened in the meetings. If Dumbledore thought that something should not be told to the students, then it was fine with her. He was after all Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the greatest wizard in all of Britain. If the was anything that they needed to know, he would see to it that they were told. Mad Eye told her to call the students, telling that there was a practice tomorrow where the students would team up with the teachers. They had never teamed up with the teachers on their side yet in a duel, and she was excited. This morning, when Moody announced the fight that he had staged, she was excited to show her prowess and clever wand work, hoping to cement her place as the tactical thinker for the group, but the boys had made strategy among themselves and acted on it. She had hatched the plan for the of them to hide in different places in the hall where the trunk was kept, and she was fairly certain that the intruder would miss at least one of them and could be taken down. What she had not planned was for the intruder to cast a Homnum Revelio before he entered the house, and he had discovered their positions. She was certain that she would not be discovered because she was in a dark corner and under a disillusionment charm, but the intruder had shown his extremely sharp reflexes with his wand, sending a petrification hex at her and following it with a stun or two quickly. She watched as he stunned Ronald and jumped under the table, forcing Ginny to come down when he summoned the trunk to him. He had shot the spell chain at her without any effort, as if he knew where she would be. To be successful in such close quarters, he must have practiced hard at aiming his spells, something which none of the students had practiced before. When Dumbledore asked him to take his mask off, the face which emerged seemed familiar to her. But how could this be the same bloke? He must be about half a foot taller, no glasses, and where did he get all those muscles? It wasn't just the physical changes either. This fine, young man stood up straight, carried himself with confidence, and had the manners of a young lord. She looked again. There was the familiar raven black untidy mop of hair. There was the scar, though just a thin white line, a mere shadow of what it used to be. And finally, those emerald green orbs. Once she looked into them, she was sure this was her best friend, Harry James Potter, looking back at her. There sure were a lot of changes, but she was sure she could get used to it. Before Hermione could react, a stinger had left Susan's wand, and she realized that she too had made the same connection, and realization was dawning on others as he gave his lopsided grin to all of them. Everyone who had been at the receiving end of that grin knew it too well. As she watched, Ari just swatted Susan's stinger aside with his hand, and Susan followed it with a volley of hexes such as petrification hex, stunners, and even a couple of bone breakers too, but none of them seemed to connect with the way he was just sidestepping her spells. Finally Harry disarmed her with his wand. What was it made of? And Susan pounded him with her fists, shouting, "You moron, Harry James Potter! You are such a prat! You did not come to see me when you returned." Finally Amelia had to pull Susan away from the boy, who had been laughing while Susan had been pounding him, enraging her. As Susan was subdued, Hermione lunged and hugged him tight, muttering, "You ever pull this on me again, Pratt, and you will be dead." Deal. He only kissed her head and said courteously, "Miss Granger, while you make an interesting offer, I fear that I shall have to decline." Everyone around them chuckled, and then there were Neville and Ron, who were hugging the teen. "Blimey!" exclaimed Ron, "you're nearly as tall as me, Harry." "What happened?" Harry muttered something like, "growth spurt. That Indian cooking is good for you." Ron's enthusiasm was contagious. It is good to see you, mate. There was no one to play chess with me. Harry chuckled. You mean there was no one you could defeat again and again? Finally, as they let go, Neville grinned at him. It is good to see you again, brother. Harry clasped his hand in sign of brotherhood of old. Finally, he approached Ginny and bowed to her, taking her right hand and pretending to kiss her knuckles. It is good to see you too, Miss Weasley. Ginny did not squeak or try to run as she used to, but blushed a little. Since when did you become so smooth, and where did you learn the pure blood manners? Sirius seized the moment to put his two nuts in. As I said yesterday, Promslet. The horror is unimaginable. Harry finally turned to the twins. You too, it's good to see you too. I hope our venture is not doomed. Gred said to him. You stunned your partners, Fjorge added. You will pay for this. Together they said, we declare prank war on you. Harry said nothing, but Sirius muttered, be careful you two. He is on a spree. He even bloody pranked Dumbledore. Dumbledore said nothing but just grimaced. Blacktown House. Everyone had gathered in the townhouse for dinner when Arthur returned from the ministry. Arthur had sent for his sons to be present, with the exception of Percy, for what was to transpire in the evening. Harry was sitting in the meeting room reading a book while Sirius was lounging in a chair and Hermione sitting, in a book when Arthur entered the room followed by his brood. They stopped at a respectable distance from Harry and he waited for them to say something. However, Arthur remained silent for some time. Finally Harry looked up at him to see him fidgeting, wringing his hands, and he recognized that perhaps the Weasley patriarch wanted to say something but had no idea about how to proceed. He broke the silence. If you want to say something, please do, Mr. Weasley. You do not need so many people at your back to talk to me. Arthur went on one knee and addressed him formally. Lord Black, I have a favor to ask you. Harry immediately straightened, recognizing that Mr. Weasley had come to him as a supplicant. State your wish, Arthur of House Weasley, and if it is in my power, I will grant it. Arthur said clearly, my lord. My mother was a daughter of your house and was cast off from the family by Lord Orion Phineas Black for marrying a blood traitor. He further asked the other houses to shush us, and we were deprived of our family seat on the Wizengamot. Harry pondered over this for a moment and then said, your mother Cinderella Black was a daughter of this house and married for love. Hat is not an offense in the eyes of Mother Magic, and as such her banishment is illegal and is not sanctified by Mother Magic. Arthur shook like he was ready to cry, but Harry was not finished. He said royally, I, Harold James, Lord of House Black, hereby reinstate Cinderella Weasley née Black in the family with all the rights, privileges and status that are due to her for being a daughter of the family, and recognize her marriage with Septimus of House Weasley. Arthur lost control and started to cry. His face tear-streaked and looked at Harry, who had stood. Do you, Arthur Septimus of the House of Weasley, accept your admittance in the House of Black? Arthur replied with his voice hitching from tears, I do. Harry said, Furo serve the family in its best interests and to protect its members as they would do to you. Arthur replied, I do. Harry asked, do you swear to serve the family and your lord with unwavering loyalty as is expected of a member of family, as the family would do to you? He replied, I do. Harry solemnly declared, I, Harold James, Lord of House Black, welcome you and your brood into the family as an extended part of the family, whereby your family will be a cadet line to the House of Black, and the house will petition to restore the lost honor of your family so that the House of Weasley can again sit upon the Wizengamot in its capacity as the ancient and noble House of Weasley. So I say, so mote it be. Tendrils of golden light rose from Harry's magic, which had been covering him like a cloak, and it engulfed all the members of the House of Weasley in its fold. Before it dissolved into their bodies. Harry, however, had not yet finished and said, as your mother was not given her customary dowry and all other emoluments as are due to the daughter of House Black, reparations will be made. I will procure rings for all the members of House Black which will connect them to me, so I would know if one of them requires my help. Arthur, who still was on his knees, stood shakily, and Sirius embraced him. Congratulations, cousin. Welcome to the family. A 3-course dinner followed, and Harry was served 3 helpings which he ate with relish. As he ate, he said that the conversation around the table had gone silent, and looked up to see everyone looking at him with surprise. Amusement. He could not discern their expression, however it unnerved him, and he asked, Why are you all looking at me like that? It was Hermione who answered, Nothing, Harry. It is just that we have never seen someone outperform Ron in eating." While others chuckled, Ron's ears turned red, but he only muttered, "Damn right." The table roared in laughter while Molly glared at others. "He is a growing boy. He will need all the food he can eat." As dinner was winding down, Dumbledore entered the townhouse followed by many members of the Order. As Dumbledore was calling a meeting, Harry performed passive legilimency on many of the Order members and was disappointed to see that most of them did not even have basic mental shields and he could read their thoughts like an open book. He tried it on a few of them before he stopped because they had not many secrets which he could learn. While he hated to do this, he had to make sure that they were loyal to the Order. Dumbledore called the meeting to order. "This meeting has been called to assess our preparations for the upcoming session of the Wizengamot. As was decided, Lord Harold James Peverell will be taking up his family seats on the Wizengamot. A meeting of the members of the Alliance of the House of Potter needs to be called beforehand. However, since I am the Chief Warlock and as such I cannot take part in these meetings, therefore Madame Bones in the capacity of Regent of House Bones has taken it upon her. I yield the floor to her now." Amelia started speaking. "We are meeting the members of the Alliance at Bones Townhouse tomorrow, where the old alliance will be reforged. In the capacity of Regent of House Bones and as legal guardian of Harry Potter, I invited them for a meeting in the House of Macmillan, House of Boot, House of Longbottom, House of Acton, House of Addington, House of Ainsworth and minor houses of Dayton. Marlowe and Livingstone have assented to attend the meeting." There were loud cheers at her proclamation and Dumbledore quietened everyone before he started again. "Is there any other news that you all want to share?" Quote, Arthur said, "Lord Black has reinstated Cinderella Weasley née Black back into her family and has instated House Weasley as a cadet line of House Black in added. I on to agreeing to petition the Wizengamot for reinstating House Weasley to its position." The Order members congratulated Arthur, toasts were raised, wine and butterbeer was poured and the meeting was over on a happy note with the members of the Order leaving after saying their goodbyes. Harry took the opportunity to connect with his friends as he had hardly talked to them during the day. They joined him in his room and as he had expected, Hermione went in her rapid-fire mode. "Where have you been, Harry? What did you learn from them? How did you learn to fight like that? What were your teachers like?" Harry smiled and shook his head at his friend's tireless barrage of questions. He took both of her hands in his left, patting the backs of them with his right, saying, "Hermione, breathe. I am sorry, but I cannot answer any of those questions. There are some things that must remain unknown. What I can say is that I learned something of charms, transfigurations, potions, herbology, care of magical creatures and runes." She asked, "But Harry, you didn't take runes as one of your electives. How could you study runes?" He smiled. "I had some very good teachers. They taught me enough to catch me up. So, I'm going to drop divination and take runes for my owls." She beamed at him. "That's great, Harry. Divination is a sham anyway." Harry shook his head. "Hermione, most so-called practitioners of divination are nothing but scam artists. Sadly, even though Professor Trelawney has at least some of the true gift, she has no control over it and resorts to their methods to try and hide her inability. She is to be pitied, not despised. There are real seers out there and their power is both arcane and ancient. Sadly, unless one has the gift, there is no way that they can learn the true art." She was hanging on every word of his as if he was in a class and when he finished she said, "You really believe that there is a thing such as sight?" "I thought Trelawney as making it up." Harry smiled. "As I said, most of what she does is just mumbo-jumbo to dazzle and distract while she tells you only what can be learned or guessed from keen observation and some good guesses. She has no control over her gift, but her gift is genuine. She has made, I think, 2 real predictions. True seers are very rare and there are only a handful of them in Avalon." She asked, "Avalon?" He shrugged. "Britain was once called Avalon in ancient times when the world knew of magic." Ron, who had been quiet all this while, asked, "You said there are seers in Britain. Who are they?" Harry smirked. "That is a secret which I would not give up." She glared at him. "Why not? What harm will it do?" He sighed. "Hermione, some secrets better remain secret. It is not wise to go poking into every nook and cranny to find some secret. Some things should remain forgotten for the general good of the world." Hermione asked again, What happened in the evening with Mr. Weasley? What was all that bowing? It was Ron who answered this time. Father petitioned Lord Black to reinstate grandmother into her family. In the next session the house of Weasley will be restored to its hereditary seat on the Wizengamot. Hermione was confused. Lord Black. But Harry is not Lord Black, and when did you become Herald? Harry laughed. It was always my name. My parents had named me thus, and to answer your question, I am Lord Black. Just then Creature popped in, bowing to him and presented a box. Your rings, Lord Black. As Harry put his rings on, Hermione could not resist asking, what are the rings for? Harry sighed. All right, Hermione. I'll answer this one, but that will be all for today. These are the rings of head of house. The head of house wears them. After that, they sat making small talk, during which they filled Harry in on how they had been training in the last month and were better prepared for whatever was waiting out there. As it was getting late, Harry herded them off to go to sleep and sat working on his transformation. His Animagus was coming nicely, and he was sure that in 2 months he would be able to finish it. He could transform his torso now, but he had been having problems in transforming his head to look like a leopard, but hoped that with the blessing of Mother Magic, he would quickly. Bones Townhouse. The Bones Townhouse was situated in the London suburbs and was a good place to have a meeting of the Alliance. Amelia wanted restricted access to the manor in these perilous times, and thus she had convened the meeting here. She had asked Susan to come along because the meeting would be good training for her when she became Lady Bones. Yesterday, as Susan had returned to the manor with her, she had expressed her anger to Amelia about not telling her that Harry Potter had returned to Wizarding Britain. She had not spoken to her at all till this morning, but Amelia let her stew. She knew that Susan's anger would cool down as fast as it had come. Not disappointing her, Susan had told her this morning that she was sorry for her rant because since the object of her ire, Harry Potter, was not there, she had taken it out on Amelia. Right now they were waiting for said Harry Potter to arrive before the meeting could start. The Bones elf popped in. Mr. Harry Potter be in parlor, Mistress and Miss. Amelia had to restrain Susan from running to the parlor, fearing for the safety of the boy concerned. As they entered, he was sitting in a winged chair, looking rather imposing in his finest acromantula silk robes. As they entered, he stood and gave a bow, and Amelia frowned. Harry, you are not a stranger to me. You will not bow every time that you see me. Susan glared at him. So the mighty Harry Potter has finally deigned to visit us. Amelia frowned at her tongue, but chose not to interrupt, leaving it to the two of them to sort out their issues. Harry gave a lopsided grin to Susan. Miss Bones, I apologize for not seeking your company the moment I returned to Britain, as was my intention. There was a certain veteran Auror whose request I granted instead. I ask your forgiveness and will make reparation in any way you choose. She giggled. You have become a charmer indeed, but you do not need to show your pureblood manners everywhere. Where did you learn them anyhow? From a hard task master who seemed to take offense that I was behaving like an ordinary wizard despite being heir to the house of Potter, he replied, smiling. She seemed to take offense that I have not learned even the formal manners for a lord, and was thus besmirching the good name of my glorious ancestors. She raised an eyebrow at him. He shook his head slightly. Sorry, Miss Bones, but I cannot tell you about her. Suffice to say that she is someone who taught me a lot about my family history. Amelia, who had been listening intently, asked, what else did you learn with them? I must confess that I was impressed with the way you jeweled with everyone, but I was expecting something more. Harry laughed. I am not supposed to bear all my secrets for others to see, Aunt Amelia. Amelia still persisted. At least tell us that they taught you to be able to fight and defeat Tom Riddle. Susan asked, who is Tom Riddle, Auntie? Harry answered her. Tom Marvolo Riddle is a half-blood wizard born of a squib daughter of a pure-blood family and a muggle. He attended Hogwarts from 1938-45 and was head boy in his time. He had opened the Chamber of Secrets for the first time and released the monster of Slytherin, and a student named Myrtle was killed in the girls' bath room on the 2nd floor, where she still haunts it. Tom Riddle disappeared after Hogwarts and re-emerged as Lord Voldemort. Susan squeaked. He is a half-blood. Harry smiled. Ironic, isn't it? He aims to be champion of pure bloods and is son of a muggle. As they were talking, The elf popped in telling Amelia that the guests had begun to arrive and were being seated in the visitors' room. Around the table, Harry accompanied them to the room and found the Dowager Longbottom with Neville, Lord Macmillan, and Lord Acton sitting around the table. Harry introduced himself to the lords and they reciprocated his gesture very warmly. After the others had arrived and were seated at the table, Amelia opened the meeting. "We all know that you know who has returned from the dead and is active among us again. How he did it is beyond my comprehension, but I can guess that he used some dark magic to this end. The Minister of Magic is acting like an idiot and refusing to hear anything that we have to say. He also has been refusing to increase the budget of the DMLE nor allowed me to recruit more Aurors despite the fact that we do not have enough Aurors for even the regular jobs. So, I have led you all here to revive the Great Alliance as it existed before the First War because Cornelius Fudge has outlived his utility as the minister and now is becoming more of a hindrance. We need Somio, nay else in that position who would not balk at making hard decisions nor would shy away from the grim realities of war lurking on the horizon." Lord Boot raised his hand. "What is to say that we would be able to replace him as the minister?" Quote, Harry, who was sitting quietly, replied, "I am glad you asked this question, Lord Boot. I have some surprises in store that will give us significant leverage over the minister when the Wizengamot convenes on the 15th. The politics is going to become interesting and our Great Alliance will be the center of it. We already have a significant number of votes on our side and our bloc forms the majority of the original houses on our side." Lord Macmillan, who was not quite convinced, said, "Of the original houses there are Bones, Black, Potter, Macmillan, Sayer, Greengrass and not left out, of which only Potter, Bones and Macmillan are represented in this meeting. How do we have the majority?" Amelia took the conversation from there, "Because Harry Potter, being the godson of Sirius Black, is his heir. Since Sirius Black is the blood heir of House of Black, Harry Potter has ascended to lordship of the House of Black. House of Black will sit in the Great Alliance on the Wizengamot in the upcoming session." The members cheered at this proclamation and the meeting was dismissed with the promises of ousting Fudge from his seat. However, the question remained as to who would succeed him. They both decided to discuss it in the meeting of the Alliance later. After that, Amelia left the two of them to have a little talk, and Harry, who had no practical experience of talking to a girl outside of Hermione or Ginny, knew of nothing to say and was sitting quietly till Susan broke the ice. "What was it like in India, Harry?" Harry beamed. "It was a pleasant experience except for the training part. The trainers I had were ruthless taskmasters and they ran me ragged every day. However, I did learn a lot more there in 1 month than I ever did in 4 years at Hogwarts." She giggled. "Did you even try to learn anything at Hogwarts other than defense and Quidditch?" Harry Mock scowled. "I will have you know, Miss Bones, that I was very good at charms too. I master the summoning charm enough to summon my broom from the castle all the way to the arena. I could cast a Patronus at the age of 13. She chuckled. "I am just having some fun, Harry. Don't worry." Left without anything to talk about, he asked again, "How is Hannah? Did you visit with her during the summer?" She shrugged. "I had decided that I would call her once you forgive her. I send her letters every now and then, but we haven't met yet." He urged her. "Then Flo, call her. It is not wise to stay away from your friends for so long, especially your best friend." She smiled brightly at him. She did not want to let on to Harry, but she had missed her best friend terribly. She had been practicing with the Gryffindors while Harry was off with the Mystics, but that just wasn't the same. She ardly hoped that things would be fine between Hannah and Harry. She went to the entrance hall where she picked up a jar from the mantel and threw some flow powder in the fireplace and said, "Abbott home." A minute later, Hannah's face appeared in the flames and Susan grinned at her. "How soon can you come over here?" Hannah started. "Oh, I don't know. I have to wash my hair, iron my shoelaces, and finish my shop," and Susan had to get out of the way as her friend St. place. As Hannah stumbled out of the flow and followed her friend into the parlor, she playfully growled at her. "About time, Bones. I thought you had forgotten about." Her words trailed off as she found the stranger sitting in one of the chairs. The stranger seemed familiar, but she could not quite place him. She raised an eyebrow at Susan, who just smirked at her. The stranger was about 6 feet in height, and while he wore robes, she could guess that he had an excellent physique and his eyes glowed with power. While he cut an imposing presence, She felt he was not older than her or Susan. The stranger rose from his seat, gave her a perfectly executed bow showing off his pureblood upbringing and took her right hand pretending to kiss her knuckles. Miss Abbott, Harry James Potter at your service. Hannah thought she had heard wrong and could not connect this person to the boy who had been studying with her for the last 4 years, but there was no doubt about it that he was indeed Harry Potter because those emerald orbs were not so common in the wizarding world. Miss Abbott, his words jolted her from her reverie. How are you and how has your summer been so far? She hesitated to say anything. She had not yet asked his forgiveness for the last year and he was being nothing but cordial towards her. She stuttered, Harry, I have something to say to you. He inclined his head slightly. Oh, please do go on. She gathered her courage. Harry, I am sorry that I caused you unnecessary trouble last year when your name came out of the goblet. I am sorry that I resented you for entering your name into the tournament when it was not you. I didn't realize my folly till it was too late and could not gather courage to say sorry. Harry smiled serenely. Hannah, we are children. We are bound to make mistakes and we will fall and rise while we are growing up. Cedric was a Hufflepuff, the finest champion hog. Arts could have hoped for in a good and loyal friend. We all feel his loss deeply. I can understand why you and many others felt resentment when it looked like I was trying to take away from his glory. I have forgiven you entirely. Susan watched the conversation and smiled, happy that her best friend and her betrothed had become friends at least. Gringotts, the same evening. Harry Potter and Sirius Black were sitting in front of Griphook in the bank. Harry had been looking for time to go and claim his family grimoires so that he could study them. Harry opened the conversation. How are you, account manager Griphook? I trust things are well. How are things going with maintaining my account? The goblin replied, Lord Potter, when you left after claiming your lordships we had a lot of business to conduct and you were in haste. As I have audited your family accounts, I found that a large chunk of your money is loaned to different families and never repaid. I have sent missives to them too. Asked them to pay the borrowed amount with interest. I have also made some investments on your part in several businesses and as a result you own many businesses and majority shares in a Quidditch team. Harry sat up a bit straighter. A Quidditch team? Which one? That would be the Puddlemere United, Lord Potter, said Griphook, looking like such details were completely beside the point. Now Harry was grinning widely. That makes things interesting. Now my former Captain Oliver Wood plays for my team. The goblin sighed. Now, can we get down to business? Harry asked him. Excellent. What about my estates? Griphook pulled a bulky stack of parchments and looked into it before replying. The Potter family has many homes spread throughout the world which include Potter Manor, Potter Castle, and of course the cottage in Godric's Hollow. Except for the cottage at Godric's Hollow which has been declared a national monument, the rest of the properties are preserved under stasis charms which would need to be lifted and it depends on you whether you want to do so. The same goes for properties of your other houses except House of Black which is being managed by Ripthroat. Harry turned business-like then. Griphook. How many companies manufacture the Wolfsbane potion? What is their financial condition? I want you to look at them and find out one such company which is in the middle of an economic crisis but can be bought and with little restructuring we can run it successfully. Griphook looked sharply at him. You have something in mind, Lord Potter. Sirius, who was sitting quietly, turned to him. Are you planning to take over one such facility, pup? Wolfsbane requires costly ingredients and is sold slightly above the manufacturing cost, not to mention there are only a few potion masters who can successfully brew it. I would only advise you that if you are planning to take over one such facility, think about it before you make a decision because running an enterprise is not an easy task while you are in school. Harry was already getting an idea about how business worked, already knew that you can't make potions without ingredients. There was a certain supplier which say, Med to have the market cornered in Aconite and they were gouging. Well, Harry thought, they are going to be in for a rude surprise when they find out that their poison is completely worthless. He turned to Griphook. We will need greenhouses. We will not have any supply issues. To Sirius, he said, I have discovered alternate version of the Wolfsbane potion which will need to be registered BYICW before we can start its mass production. However, I have perfected it already. It does not use aconite but another substitute. We will be using my process to brew the potion but I will not be looking after the day-to-day operations. That will be supervised by my steward. Sirius was confused and it was evident on his face. Okay, you have got me confused here. Who is this steward and when did you appoint him? Harry grinned. I have not appointed him yet. Sirius asked sighing. Okay, I will bite. Whom do you have in mind? Harry smiled. Moony, of course. It took Sirius a few minutes before he could stop laughing. Then he sobered up. While this is a good idea, do you think he will accept it? Harry gave him a conspiratorial look. Leave that to me. Griphook, who had been sitting quietly, muttered. While all this is good and cozy, time is galleons and a minute wasted is a galleon lost. Harry turned to him. Right. So, your instructions are to find one such facility and buy it. Also, look into my estate to find if there are greenhouses, and if there are any, we will lift the stasis charms on those properties. Once you do, then I will have further instructions for you. Now I have a question for you, Griphook. Griphook said offhandedly. And what is the question, Lord Potter? Harry smirked. How would you like to make some quick galleons, say 1,000,000 Griphook's countenance immediately brightened. I am listening. Harry said. I have a slightly decayed 1,000-year-old basilisk's carcass which would get me a lot of galleons. Gringotts would be paid 10% commission to broker the deal to the highest bidder. Griphook's eyes were big as galleons. And how long is the carcass? How did you come across it? Harry said offhandedly. Around 60 meters or so and around 4 meters in diameter. Not quite in perfect condition as its eyes and one fang are gone. It was the monster in Salazar Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets and was petrifying students. I killed it with the sword of Gryffindor. Griphook was literally salivating now. What do you want in the deal in return for Gringotts rendering the corpse of the beast? Harry smirked, knowing he had the goblin hanging on his every word now. That depends upon what Gringotts is offering me. I can give you a memory to see its size and let me know how much it is worth. Griphook produced a pensieve and Harry pulled a memory out of his head and handed it to the goblin, who replicated it and returned the original to him. He delved into the pensieve for a few minutes and returned ashen-faced. You slew it with only a sword. That is incredible. Gringotts can fetch NS for the carcass of the beast after deducting the rendering charges. Harry contemplated his words for some time before he spoke again. Put that in writing for me if you please. I will offer 10% of the amount being offered to me as payment to Gringotts for sale of the parts of the beast. I will want some portion of its body parts for some of my potions. Here is also a ton of shed skin which I have been told can be quite useful for making armor, and I want 24 armors prepared of the skin, while I will take some of the skin for getting a special set of armor manufactured for me. Griphook, who had been noting all of this with diligence, looked up at him when he started speaking. Will there be anything else, Lord Potter? Harry smiled. Indeed. I will want to visit all my family vaults after I have had my meeting with Ripfang. In the meantime, get this contract drafted so that you can render the basilisk tomorrow. 5 minutes later, they were sitting in front of Ripthroat, who asked, Lord Black, how can I serve you today? Harry said, I am trying to prune my family tree, ridding it of some obnoxious members and adding some respectable members at the same time. The manager raised an eyebrow at him, meaning. He replied coldly, I have decided to cast Bellatrix Lestrange née Black off the family tree and dissolve her marriage for bringing shame to the name of family and for swearing loyalty to a wizard who is nothing more than a mass-murdering psychopath, and claim her vault in reparations to the Longbottoms for the torture that they had to go through. Also, I want you to send a demand notice to Lord Lestrange to return the dowry paid to him by House Black in her marriage. Sirius had filled him in regarding the topic when he had returned from Bones' townhouse, and they had decided to do it before the Wizengamot session, so that if Rolando Lestrange came to know of it, he would not be able to move the contents of the vault. The goblin nodded. As soon as you cast her out of the family, I will make the move to get the contents of her vault confiscated. When I have done that, I will send you a list of the contents. Harry pulled out his wand and grasped it in his hands. I, Lord Harold James of House Black, hereby dissolve marriage of one Bellatrix Lestrange née Black with Rodolphus Lestrange, and cast her out of the F.A. Miley on the grounds that she brought infamy to the family name by becoming a murderer and committing sacrilege against Mother Magic. From this moment forth, she will be known as Bellatrix Nameless. So I say, so mote it be. A circle of white light engulfed him. The goblin nodded. Bellatrix Nameless is not a member of the Black family anymore, and I will start to confiscate her vault. Do you want an why thing done to the erstwhile Regent Lord Malfoy? Harry had thought about it hard and asked the Goblin, did he make any alliance for House Black in his capacity as Regent or misused the Black fortune? The Goblin grinned, no. A Regent cannot draw money from such a vault. Only when the heir, for whom he is acting as Regent, comes of age can withdraw any funds from that fortune. While he flaunted his position as Regent for House of Black, he had the sense to not make any such alliance in that capacity. Harry sighed, damn, here I was thinking I would be able to send him to Azkaban without fighting him. After that, he instructed the Goblin to record that House Weasley was now a cadet line of House Black along with the Tonks family, and as such, they were under his protection. He further instructed him to pay the customary dowry to the Weasleys' vault for the dowry which was denied to Cinderella Black after the Wizengamot session. He also instructed him to get rings made for each member of the House of Black which would be connected with his ring, and inform him if any of them were in danger and required his assistance. Ripthroat escorted them to the trolleys, and the trolleys went in deeper than he had ever seen. It went into such depths that he had not even imagined that it was possible. Finally they came to what he thought was the lowest level, where the vault's numbers were in CNGLE digits, and some familiar names appeared to him like Potter, Bones, Black, Greengrass, etc. The cart stopped in front of a vault with number 6, and an adder was inscribed on the door. As he put his hand to the handle, it scanned his magic and opened noiselessly a second later. The vault was huge. It was magically expanded and looked about 3 stories high. There was a mountain of galleons on Nay side with an equally big mountain of silver sickles and bronze nuts. However, Harry was here for only one thing, the grimoire. It was kept on a pedestal in the center of the vault. As he picked it up, the air around him rushed for a bit before relaxing. He handed the grimoire to Sirius, who shrunk it and slipped it into a bag. As Harry scanned the vault's interior, something else caught his eye. There was a glass cabinet full of daggers, and he pulled them out for inspection. Sirius, who had noticed this, said to him, interested in them, Prongslet. Most of them are forged with a curse built into them. Anyone unfortunate enough to even get touched by the tip would die horribly. These are a family secret. Harry instantly picked up the entire cabinet, shrunk it and pocketed it. The next vault was number 4 Potter, which had a griffin on it. Like the Black Vault, it was full of galleons, but that did not catch his eye. He collected the grimoire and went to inspect the swords, which were beautifully arranged in a big display cabinet. He tested a few of them before a sword caught his eye. It was forged of the nearly indestructible goblin silver, its double-edged straight blade, nearly 4 feet long. Still razor sharp, with a basket-style hand guard. Pommel and grip balanced to wield it with one hand or two. The entire weapon looked like it had been forged in one piece. There was an emerald, same color as Harry's eyes set into the pommel. The grip was wrapped with some sort of snake skin which seemed to shape itself to Harry's hand as he gripped it. There was the figure of a griffin worked into the basket guard. The whole weapon felt surprisingly light, warm and alive in his hand. He grinned broadly as he placed it in the scabbard the mystics had given him, and it adjusted itself to a perfect fit. Then he shrunk them, scabbard and sword, and tucked them away in his cloak. He looked through the family portraits, of which there were many, but not one of his parents. Later Sirius told him that James did not have one made when he died. The Peverell vault was set on another level altogether, where there were a few vaults with symbols of families that Harry could not recognize. Peverell vault had the Thestral on it, and the vault was full of gold galleons. Money would only grow when it is being invested but not being spent, but that did not catch his eye either. He collected the grimoire and was about to leave when a piece of armor caught his eye. It was made of goblin silver and looked very imposing. He shrunk the armor too. The same happened with Rosier and Weber their vaults were not as spectacular. Blacktown House. As Harry Potter reached his room after a big dinner, a pile of presents was waiting for him, with grinning Ron, Hermione, Neville and Susan there. They told him that they had brought their gifts for him for his belated birthday. The top of the pile was a gift from Sirius and Remus, which was an album of photographs of him with his mother and father. He had some in his personal vault, him with the Marauders, and a set of books. Hermione predictably had brought him a book on defensive magic. Ron had brought him a big packet of chocolates, which he said he had brought from the amount he earned by working for Fred and George. The twins had given him a packet of their latest inventions and directions about how to use it. Susan had brought him a bracelet which contained some built-in charms meant for safety. Neville gave him a set of books like others. After an hour of idle chat and merrymaking with his friends, he went to sleep after. Placing Somhay woke up early, and as he opened the door to his room, Sirius was there stuck to the floor. Harry grinned at him. Bested again. Padfoot. Sirius scowled. Cheeky brat. I swear that those people have changed my son with another person. You were not so paranoid before. Harry descended downstairs while waving his hands around and hollered to Sirius, they just made me aware of the world around me in more ways than one. Sirius sent a Patronus to Remus, who arrived promptly, but as he stepped on the last stair, the step disappeared and his leg passed through and the step reformed, instantly catching his foot. He roared to Sirius, curse you Padfoot. You get stuck and drag me into these pranks. This is twice that Promslet has got the jump on us. Sirius did not say anything but send a Patronus to the twins, hoping they would be able to help them, promising them to help with some pranks if they would come and rescue the marauders. When the twins arrived, they laughed at the marauders for a bit before they apparated. Sirius had lifted the anti-apparition ward for this near Sirius, and one of the twins found himself to be standing in a swamp, one of the twins' products which w as in the gift box, while the other was stuck waist deep in what appeared to be quicksand. They all roared in chorus, we will get you for this, Harry. Meanwhile, Harry Potter was at the cottage, running laps around the property and imagining how things would be playing at Black Townhouse, and he could imagine that they would be vowing revenge against him. When he returned to the townhouse, he found a guest sitting at the dinner table. He was a redhead, well-muscled, with partially healed burns on his arms and calloused hands. Harry had no problem remembering Charlie Weasley, the dragon handler. As he entered, Charlie stood up and bowed to him. Lord Black, it is good to see you. He immediately scoffed, please call me Harry and none of this bowing unless it is absolutely necessary. I won. Stand on formalities with you or your family. When did you arrive? Charlie replied, I was working in the reserve and received an owl yesterday from Father asking me to come home as soon as I could manage. I grabbed the earliest portkey out of there today and here I am. Arthur, who had entered the kitchen just then, said, Harry, when you petition for reinstatement of House Weasley on the Wizengamot, I seek favor from you to petition them to allow Charlie here to take the mantle of Lord Pruitt, since there are no Pruitts anymore, and by reason of being their daughter, Molly and her children are entitled to ascent. He nodded. I understand that, however, why not Bill? Arthur smiled. Considering that Bill is my heir, there is no other option than Charlie. Charlie muttered, that means I will have to find a job at the reserve in Wales here. Headmaster's office. Later that day, Harry Potter was sitting before the headmaster after they had a tiring day. He had taken the headmaster and McGonagall with the goblins to the Chamber of Secrets, where they had collected the skins shed by the basilisk, then spent 4 hours rendering the basilisk. As they were collecting the ingredients, Ari had asked for a vial of basilisk venom, which was now sitting in his cloak. As the goblins were leaving, Harry had taken Griphook aside and gave him the piece of armor, telling him to meld it with the basilisk skin so that he could have armor like Pawin had suggested. Dumbledore, who could not control his curiosity, asked, my boy, why did you ask for the basilisk venom? Harry said nothing but produced the scabbard and sword from somewhere in his cloak. He returned them to their natural size, then drew the sword, its polished blade and the gemstone catching and reflecting the light in the office. Harry placed an impervious charm on the top of the headmaster's desk and laid the sword there. Then he took the phial from his robes and, being careful to keep the blade lying flat, he poured the venom drop by drop down the length of the blade. When the venom was absorbed by the marvelous material, he flipped the blade over and repeated the operation on the other side. The blade momentarily flashed the same color as the venom, then returned to its normal sheen. When he was done, he looked at Dumbledore, who understood what he was doing. The headmaster smiled. Of course you are readying it as a way to destroy Horcruxes. Now how can I be of service? The operation completed, Harry replaced the sword in its scabbard and, shrinking it, tucked it away in his robes again. There was still some venom remaining in the phial, so he stowed that away for future use before he answered. His visage turned grim. Headmaster, the Mystics told me that Hagrid's mission was a failure and 30 Giants are on their way to Wizarding Britain to join Voldemort's ranks. Albus turned grim likewise. This is bad news indeed. Did they tell you a way to deal with giants? He smiled. I am glad you asked this, Professor. They told me about the vulnerabilities of giants and gave me a design of a catapult which can be used to bring them down. However, such designs can be made only by the goblins and not without a cost. I will finance the construction of the catapult and then we will need to train some students to operate it. Dumbledore smiled in satisfaction that the Mystics were taking care of the problems and were ready to help as needed. He turned to the team. Any other news that you might want to share? Harry shook his head. No other news, but I want you to write a missive to Ollivanders to fit me with another wand. Dumbledore asked him. Surely you have a wand. Why do you need another? Harry smirked. Let's just say that I know about the rights of the victor in wand lore and want to avoid any such situation. Speaking of wands, I want you to return my heirlooms to me, the wand and the stone. Dumbledore sighed. There is nothing that escapes you, is there? He opened a drawer and pulled out a wand and a stone. The wand had beads throughout its body and was larger than other wands that he had seen. He of course knew that it was made from elder wood, ancestral hair. As he took the wand in his hand, he could feel his magic flaring, a feeling of rejuvenation passing through his body. The stone was warm in his hands and gave him a comfortable feeling. The heirlooms of Lord Peverell had returned to him at last. Harry produced a very ornate-looking box and passed it to Dumbledore, saying, Lord Harshvarden has sent this gift to you. Dumbledore eagerly opened the box and was stunned by the necklace of Slytherin. He employed his wand in casting several diagnostic spells and none of them returned positive, meaning that the necklace was not a Horcrux anymore. He looked at Harry to find him smiling and said, My boy, by rights this belongs to you. Why are you returning it to me? Harry shrugged. For the same reason that the sword of Gryffindor is not mine. This is a common heritage of the wizarding world to be treasured and appreciated by all. I would have no use of it at all. Dumbledore slipped the box in a cabinet and closed it shut and put some protective spells on the cabinet to stop anyone from finding it. Dumbledore wrote a missive for Ollivanders telling him to fit Harry with a new wand and the team left happily.